Hello there, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. I'm Deborah Cohen. I'm a historian here at the University at Northwestern and the director of the Roberta Buffett Institute for Global Affairs. It is such a pleasure to welcome you all to the symposium. Thank you to the hardy souls who are here in the room, as well as to the large audience that is watching online. And we're so pleased to be sponsoring this symposium with Northwestern Center for Communication and Public Policy, with support from the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, who kindly hosted yesterday's plenary, the Kyiv-Mohyla Foundation of America, and the Polsky Foundation. So yesterday, in introducing the plenary session, I'd noted the ways in which the new technologies of communications in the early 20th century, especially radio, upended politics and social relations around the world. Similar to the internet, radio's early proponents saw it as a medium of interstate cooperation, ushering in a new age of peace. That didn't last long. During the 1920s and 1930s, international congresses and international organizations, such as the International Broadcasting Union, which was founded in 1925, worried about the dangers and the troubles and the mischief that radio could cause, producing resolutions on everything from the production or the publication of what was then called, quaintly, false news, or, quote, facts calculated to disturb international relations. So when these people got together in congresses in the 1920s and in the early 1930s, they asked questions that are all too familiar. How can restrictions on communications chime with free speech? How could governments be prevented from using this new technology as a weapon of foreign policy? How could citizens inform themselves so that they could cope with the onslaught, as H.G. Wells put it, of, quote, strangers whispering lies into their ears? The interwar equivalent of what we now know as content moderation failed, not least because fascist regimes, especially Nazi Germany, succeeded in exploiting state control over radio broadcasting to spread propaganda at scale. They saw that politics, especially holding power once you'd got it, was downstream from communications. Organizations like the International Broadcasting Union, simply became irrelevant. So for many European countries after the Second World War, the lesson was that hate speech and incitements to violence had to be prohibited to protect democracy. They argued for what they termed a quote-unquote militant democracy, the vestiges of which today undergird the EU's regulatory systems. In the plenary session yesterday, our panelists explored the difficult causal questions that our new information ecosystems raise. They feed distrust, but they also reflect it. Efforts to control new information systems may tamp down instability for a time, but there's evidence that they can fail, fueling more extremism. And the stakes are really high, as we know from previous changes in communication systems, not just radio, but also the printing press, that fed demagoguery and chaos. So our panelists and our speakers today are all in the trenches on these issues and have been for many years. We're really thrilled to have you with us, and we're really, really looking forward to these conversations. I'm going to pass the baton to my colleague, Professor Eric Nisbet, who is the Owen L. Kuhn Professor of Policy Analysis and Communication and Director of the Center for Communication and Public Policy, who has done really a masterful job in organizing this event. And thank you, as always, to our terrific staff at the Buffett Institute for Global Affairs. And I want to especially thank my Deputy Director, Professor Neha Jain at the Law School. So thank you all for being with us.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Eric Nisbet, and I'm very pleased to welcome you all here on a very cold morning for the second day of our symposium. To see so many people here, what we hope will be a thoughtful and timely conversation about this issue. I want to say on behalf of the Center for Communication and Public Policy, I want to thank our partners who made this event possible over the 2 days. We are especially grateful to the Roberta Buffett Institute for Global Affairs, to Deborah and the staff for the opportunity to convene this event, and the leadership that the Institute provides in supporting interdisciplinary engagement in global challenges, on campus and beyond. We also want to thank the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, the Kyiv-Mohyla Foundation of America, and the Polsky Foundation for their co-sponsorship. I also want to thank our speakers who have gathered here today from some very far distant locations to come and share their insights, experiences with us all here. As Deborah said, they are in the trenches, and so they have firsthand experience and insights to provide us to help us have a deeper understanding of this global challenge. Last night's opening panel at the Chicago Council focused on the broader public and policy stakes of what we're calling a post-moderation world. Today's sessions allow us to go a bit deeper. We'll be talking about innovation, talking about multi-stakeholder collaboration, talking to representatives of frontline communities and societies on the front lines of disinformation from Ukraine and Taiwan, and talking about accountability. How do we keep platforms accountable? How do we keep ourselves accountable for this challenge? We've titled the symposium Global Disinformation in a Post-Moderation World because the institutional foundations that shaped responses to disinformation over the past decade are clearly changing, as was discussed last night. For many years, mitigation efforts centered on platforms, professional fact-checkers, and coordinated government programs. Increasingly, these mechanisms are being scaled back or withdrawn altogether. Major social media platforms have reduced centralized moderation, professional fact-checking. Government support for counter-disinformation programs have been eliminated, as well as for research. Independent media has been scaled back, allowing others to fill those gaps with false or misleading information and propaganda. Taken together, these changes signal a meaningful reallocation of resources and power and responsibility, right? Away from institutions towards individuals, communities, journalists, civil societies, towards us, everyone in this room. So what does this mean? For scholars and practitioners, this raises pressing questions. How do we conceptualize accountability in an environment where authority is more diffuse? What does resilience mean when it's expected to emerge from communities rather than platforms? How do new tools, including AI, for better or worse, reshape both the production of disinformation and efforts to counter it? And how do these dynamics vary across political systems, societies, media environments, and geopolitical contexts? Over the course of today, we brought together international scholars and practitioners from communication, psychology, public policy, journalism, professional fact-checking, industry, technology, civil society, and advocacy, all right? Including those from societies on the front line of state-sponsored disinformation, to engage these questions directly and help us point the path forward and maybe, hopefully maybe not have solutions, but maybe clarify the questions, which is often the first step. Our aim is not to nostalgically defend a moderation regime that no longer exists. And last night, some of our panelists criticized as not being effective in the first place, though I think today we might hear some alternative perspective on that, which I welcome. And it's not to assume that responsibility can be shifted just entirely on to consumers and everyday users. Instead, we hope this symposium contributes to a more grounded understanding of how trust, accountability, and power operate in today's information environment, and with what realistic evidence-based responses might look like going forward. So thank you for being here and contributing your expertise and attention to these conversations. I'm very much looking forward to these discussions today. I'm really excited about the speakers we brought in, and I'm pleased to begin today's proceedings. So thank you very much. I welcome our first panelists up to the stage. Start off some introductions. So our first panel today is entitled Innovating Resilience to Disinformation. The focus is bringing together leaders from psychological science, from tech and industry, from community-based fact-checking, to examine how societies can build durable resilience to disinformation in an era of declining platform moderation. So I'm very pleased to have our three experts and practitioners here today. Starting at the far end is Andrew Pell, who is head of campaigns for Moonshot, a research and tech company that focuses on disinformation and online extremism and interventions, working with both the private and public sector on these questions. Next to Andrew is Gordon Pennycook, Associate Professor of Psychology and the Dorothy and Eric Mehta Faculty Leadership Fellow at Cornell University, who's an expert in the psychology of misinformation and disinformation interventions and how the psychology can be integrated or work with technology. And to my right is Laura Zomer, co-founder and CEO of FactCheckero, a community-based fact-checking network, Spanish language, that focuses on countering misinformation, disinformation through an innovative, community-based sort of crowdsourced approach. All right. So I have sort of a question to ask all of you, and I want to give you all maybe 4 or 5 minutes to both maybe answer. It's a two-parter. One, maybe just give a little background to our audience on your approach or experience with disinformation, what your role is with your organizations and your expertise, but spend more of your time talking about this theme of innovation. And innovation is a double-edged sword, right? There's both the peril and promise of innovation. It can make the problem better, it can make the problem worse. So in each of your practices, in each of your areas of expertise, what maybe single innovation are you most excited about or most promising innovation? But what innovations are you most worried about from your perspective? And why don't we start with Andrew and work our way down?
Thanks very much, Eric, and thank you very much for having me here today. I'll speak a little bit about our work at Moonshot. So we're an organization that is designed to build scalable solutions that are evidence-based, that are positive interventions in online spaces. We're looking at a whole spectrum of harm, from mis and disinformation to violent extremism, or gender-based violence. And what I'll speak about mostly today are a suite of interventions we've been working on really for the past 3 years that use a concept called psychological inoculation. It's a promising approach. It's also called pre-bunking. Really that is designed to build individual cognitive resilience to forms of manipulation. So to give an example, you might be we're all actually very often online and seeing forms of manipulation that follow a standard set of techniques. You might see scapegoating, you might see fear-mongering, you might see black and white thinking, you might see a slippery slope fallacy used. So what you could do with inoculation in what's called technique-based pre-bunking is expose someone to a weakened form of it before they encounter it, explain how it operates, how it's designed to manipulate you. And you also include a warning, a third part of pre-bunking, that would essentially activate, to follow the vaccination analogy, kind of spur those mental antibodies. So really build your awareness and then also the understanding that you need to protect yourself. Because the fact is we all tend to categorically overestimate our ability to detect manipulation, and when you can sort of awaken that in people, you see some pretty promising results from the field. To give a sense of the span of our work, we've been doing pre-bunking interventions in Germany, across the entire EU, in Indonesia, and in Ukraine. To summarize, we've essentially used what's called video-based inoculation. So short-form videos, 30 seconds to a minute, on a spectrum of techniques that we identify by speaking to experts, by doing open source analysis of a local information context, and then working with creative teams, with teams of fact checkers, experts in each of those geographies to really hone in on how does manipulation manifest, how do we package an educational intervention for an audience to make it effective, to make it fun or funny if we can, and make that knowledge stick. But most of all to see a gain in people's ability to detect those techniques afterwards. I'll speak more about this later, but essentially our approach is to do post-tests. We were working in partnership with Google and Google's think tank Jigsaw, and we're very lucky to have the opportunity to run field studies. Essentially the quizzes you see on YouTube or little questions about if you've seen a brand, we could adapt into a series of post-exposure questions, and we've seen sort of gains between 1.5% to up to 15% in the field, where people are, after seeing any length of the video, better able to detect those techniques like scapegoating, like fear-mongering. So we see that as a really promising intervention. It's one that scales well. It's one that builds cognitive resilience at that individual level. And it's a good way as well to reach individuals who are otherwise hard to connect with in terms of traditional media literacy programming. Our EU intervention, which was very intentionally done around the 2024 EU-wide elections, explicitly focused on individuals over 45. They're hard to reach, but they're also very likely to vote and far more engaged as an audience, and are sort of outside the remit of traditional educational media literacy interventions. So that's been our strategy. In terms of limitations, Eric, I would say one, it's really important to contextualize these interventions, and I'd say we're always wary of, let's say, increasing distrust by doing these. There's plenty of examples where, let's say, emotional language might be used, and it's valid or it's not a sign of misinformation. We don't want to make people skeptical of trustworthy sources. In the evaluations we've done, and we did a large 19,000 person study across 12 countries with our EU videos that's forthcoming and will be published soon. We were glad to see that it did not actually increase distrust towards trustworthy sources. It did increase improve sharing decisions, so folks afterward were more likely to share trustworthy news sources as well. The other consideration, and I think where there's a risk, is of course like where you make any intervention in a context, you might have some blowback. Not every actor, and we partner with pretty extensive networks, is perceived as trustworthy. Pre-bunking is pre-exposure. So we are doing population level interventions, but we have seen in some cases a partner, let's say a fact checker, is very negatively perceived by a subset of our audience. There's some blowback, there's some negative attention, which is not what we want. We want these to be, and they generally are, very apolitical. We're not honing in on a narrative or any particular element of misinformation in that context that's really positions any one audience or any one person as being more susceptible. It's really about becoming more aware yourself. But yeah, avoiding that and avoiding kind of negative repercussions of an intervention are always top of mind.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Gordon.
Great, so I'm Gordon Pinnicook. Thanks for being here, thanks for having me. So I'm a psychologist. George Miller is a psychologist who famous in the field. In 1969, he gave a speech to the American Psychological Association where he argued most of the problems that we face as a species are problems that we've made for ourselves. They're human problems that require human solutions. And so my perspective is that if we want to develop interventions or solutions to these problems, we have to understand why they're being caused in the first place. And so I do research on basic underlying psychological mechanisms to understand what we can improve. The way this worked for me, now just a little bit of history, is that I was doing research on basically understanding the basis of human reasoning errors. Very basic cognitive psychology stuff. I moved to America for the first time. I'm Canadian, if it wasn't obvious already from the accent, in 2016. And I don't know if you guys remember 2016 at all. It was not that long ago. Fake news became a big story, and Trump was elected. And I was working with somebody new, it was David Rand at Yale, and that's we didn't know what we were going to work on, and then the kind of future revealed itself to us. And we started doing all this research on trying to understand who fall for fake news and why and what to do about it. The perspective that we had at the start in terms of the interventions that we want to try to come up with were we need to figure out things that a social media company would actually adopt that can be scaled. And we, under the assumption that we were working together, that they wanted to fix the problem. And at the time that was true. And we were talking to social media companies. And we came up with some interventions that were based on underlying psychological mechanisms. Very brief example, we discovered that when people are sharing this information online, they often aren't even considering whether it's true or false. They're thinking about, is this important? Is it interesting? Is it entertaining? Does it make me look good? Will people like it? The question of, is it true, is not top of mind, okay? And in fact, people share more false things than are believed. People, if you ask them directly, do you think this is true? And then ask them, would you share it? They share 50% less false things. And so we came up with a very simple, scalable intervention, which is just reminding people about accuracy in subtle ways. We thought, hey, this is something that social media companies would happily do. It requires no extra real effort. Just have like little messages they could do, very easily scalable, and then just was never implemented, and things have gone sideways since then. And so we've come to discover, getting to the question of innovations, that we can't rely on that anymore. And maybe we never were able to. So we started coming up with ideas of interventions that were more related to, people pulling up themselves from their own bootstraps. Ways that we could build psychological resistance without having to partner with tech companies or social media companies. Although what we came up with was using artificial intelligence to really supersize debunking efforts. And so recently what we've done is published research where we have tailored, very high information debunking that is specifically addressing the concerns of conspiracy theorists. And so just very briefly, I'll mention one experiment and then I'll pass it on. This was published in Science in 2024. We had people who believed conspiracies come into a study, and they described a conspiracy that they believed in their own words, okay? And then they gave reasons why they believed in whatever the conspiracy theory is. So they think 9/11 is an inside job, and they talk about the melting point of steel and stuff like that. And then we have an AI that was, in this case, it was GPT-4 Turbo, where we prompted it specifically to provide strong counter evidence to make the person kind of reconsider their view. And what we discovered is that it's remarkably good at this. Now, one thing that AI is good at is, finding things from the internet, and a lot of things on the internet relate to conspiracies. And so what we found is after about 8 minutes of conversation, a quarter of the people who believed the conspiracy didn't believe it anymore after they got the strong facts and evidence. And what it shows is that if you can give people the facts and evidence, it matters, it makes a difference. Even people that generally a lot of people have assumed totally do not care about the truth at all, a lot of them change their mind way more than people expected. And so what it demonstrates is the actual persuasive power of facts and evidence. The problem is getting in front of people. And so that's something that we'll discuss. So in terms of things that I'm worrying about, that's the part I'm worrying about. I think that the psychological part is there. I think people do care about the truth. All of our research demonstrates this. It's not that they're willfully ignorant. It's not that they're just engaging in partisan motivated reasoning all the time. If you give people facts and evidence, it will have an impact. The difficulty is getting in front of them. And that's the other side of the coin when it comes to artificial intelligence. Getting things in front of them, that's good. That can help. It can also make it harder. And so we'll talk about that as well.
Thank you. Laura.
Hi everyone. I'm Laura. I'm coming from Argentina, working in the US since April 2022. I'm a lawyer, focused on how we can improve access to information for people. I start dealing with disinformation early on. We start with a fact-checking organization. It was the first one in the Global South. We started in Argentina 2010. At that time, we are focused more on the public discourse, not just for the publication or government. Also, you probably know that in Latin America, informal power is huge. Then we check from the beginning, media, businessmen, social leaders, labor leaders, etc. In 2015, we realized that there were days that everyone in the country were talking about topics that no one can realize where that issue or topic came from. And then before the huge fake news year, we start with a section in Chequeado at that time that is called False on Social. And we start doing what after we identify as kind of pre-banking, explaining people that sometimes we were talking about topics that we don't know who were trying to make us talk about. And then that approach continue. We built a network in Latin America in 2014. Now that network continue working. In any case of crisis, you probably know we have regular crisis, social crisis, economic crisis, institutional crisis. Then every time there's one, like January 3rd with Maduro, kidnap, capture, whatever you want to call it, That 48 organizations from 21 countries work together, basically trying to avoid inefficiency. We identified that our biggest challenge is not today to have the information or have the accurate data, but to reach the people that need us the most timely. And then what I'm doing since April 2022 is we start with a pilot project in the US, realizing that you have in this country 20% of your population that come from Latino communities, and most of them said in the census that they speak Spanish at home, that they were not really high-quality journalists in Spanish, at least not in the channels and platforms this community prefer. And that channels are mainly WhatsApp, YouTube, and TikTok now. And then what we create in the US is a network. Nowadays we have 141 local media partners and grassroots organizations working with Hispanic that basically are trusted messengers for that people. And we build a network to share content. Every week we share for free 20 to 25 pieces. They are not just text, they are also audios and videos. They can republish it and monetize it depending on the interest of their audience. And on return, we ask them to invite their audience to join our WhatsApp number. In that WhatsApp number, we invite people to ask us and send us content they don't know if it's real or not. And that's why it matters, because that allowed us to know, I can't say in real time or on scale, but on a pretty reasonable way to do it, which are the gaps. And then we don't base our production daily on what we imagine in a newsroom that can be useful for these communities, but mainly based on the needs and the questions they are asking us daily. We use intensively technology. We start using AI in Tequiado in 2016, and we continue doing it. Nowadays, we use it for many things. We use it to help the small media with 1 or 2 reporters to have the chances to have a video. Some of these media has undocumented people, then we manage not to have their faces on. We are trying to innovate in the ways that we use AI. But basically the model is going to the basics in a way, identifying that we have a trust problem, and we have a kind of aligned with both of you said is, if we don't fill the gaps, bad actors are doing that much better. And that's what the platforms want. The platforms want people to be engaged and continue being comfortable online consuming shit. And then if we don't invest on creating the networks, when the crisis happen, we are lost. And that's basically what we are doing. And then challenges, I can mention, I don't know, 100 of. But probably one of them is all these media serving Hispanic communities in the US, or almost all of them, are underfunded and has been underfunded forever. Then that's one of the primary things. And the second one is you can't expect to have a impactful solution 3 months before elections. Like, that is not how things happen. We need to build trust with the people if we want them to receive the content related to electoral integrity or electoral issues in the moment that matters.
So it's about relationship building.
Yes.
Thank you, all of you. So you all talked about your approaches and in some ways some of your successes, but in my own research and in my own life, we often learn as much from failure as from success, right? So can each of you maybe share an example of something that didn't work as you thought, whether it was an experiment, a fact-checking approach, a behavioral intervention, right? And your research in terms of countering disinformation, misinformation, that provided a key insight or shift that provided then a new path forward or something that you think was very useful to you or potentially useful moving forward.
I can go and go shortly. Probably a lot of the people in the audience, when I mention fact-checking or a fact-checking organization, think about statements that are false and an explanation, probably a long explanation on text, making people more or less feel that you are not necessarily clever if you believe that on social when you saw it and you believe that that was true. What we identified some years ago is that all our articles need to be an excuse or a piece on media literacy. Then we never work on the piece itself. We always explain or try to explain at the beginning why you can believe that this is true and how that piece is part of a biggest narrative. And it's not necessary that just randomly there. And I'm not referring to mistakes or misinformation cases. I'm referring to kind of campaigns or narratives that I think now is not needed to explain, but we start seeing information against migrant people in the way that the actual president referred to Latino communities or migrant communities 3 years previous. Like, it was there, it was a line. You can identify as kind of narrative. And if you help people to see that, no one wants to be used by others. Like, you can be on the right or on the left, but if you help people to identify that they are like kind of a puppet, that starts to change things. Then probably the failure was investing a lot of time debunking pieces without this more systemic and pre-banking strategy.
Right, providing context and how they're being manipulated, very similar to what Andrew was saying about pre-bunking.
Yeah, and much more explainers. Mm-hmm. If you go to our website, we have much more explainers than traditional fact-checking pieces. Like, if it's not true or false, you are not going to find a kind of true but or a bit false or whatever, because that, on the way that we consume content on social, is not necessarily effective.
Right. Andrew, Gordon, do you have a failure you want to share with us?
Here, I can go first. And I think maybe it'll lead into something that you might say, but so I'll describe maybe the hard problem in psychology as it pertains to this. So if you give people facts, that's good, right? But and the more facts you give them, it's better. That's just like, in a certain sense, one way you can describe the problem that we're facing is it's just like, kind of like information warfare. There's lots of bad facts. You need good facts to basically try to win the battle over people's attention. The hard problem is, what we really want to do, at least from a psychological perspective, is make people more rational, so that they're not just passively taking information that they're seeing online or elsewhere, but that they're discerning what they're seeing. They're trying to actually improve their capacity to figure out what's true or false themselves. And our failure is basically not being able to figure out how to do that. I mean, when I mentioned this thing about reminding people of accuracy, that does not improve their capacity to recognize what is true. All it does is it draws attention to something that they might think about, and it uses whatever knowledge they might have. So that works insofar as people are able to some extent, be better at once they're thinking about what's true. That doesn't make them better at figuring out what's true. And so, like, so we do these things about where we're using AI to debunk conspiracies, again, that helps in the sense that in that particular scenario, now they have more information about that particular belief and they have a more reasonable view. It doesn't make them smarter. It doesn't make them more rational. It doesn't give them the tools. We talk about inoculation. That's something that has sometimes in the papers, people talk about it as sort of doing that. It doesn't do that either. What that does is it gives people specific facts that allows them to identify things if they're paying attention to it. But again, it doesn't make them more reasonable. And we haven't cracked that nut yet. And I think it isn't one that you can do in a 15-minute psychology study or in a social media intervention. It's something that we need education for, something that we have to teach kids in schools as they're developing. And I think for adults, that's a much more difficult question to answer, but we need to be working more with educators and getting critical thinking taught and media literacy taught in schools. And this is something that I have said for a long time and have never done it, so that's what I consider a failure.
Thank you. Yeah, Andrew.
Thanks, Gordon. That sets me up very nicely. There's a couple limitations to the approach in pre-bunking and also some things we've discovered that didn't always work well when we've done interventions. So what I mentioned before, like unanticipated reactants, we spent a lot of time working with local agencies, running focus groups, pre-testing content, and really trying to hone it so it was incredibly apolitical, but also felt resonant. We were showing people those weakened doses, those examples of what manipulation might look like in their context. In Ukraine, where it's a country that's constantly under information warfare. We found a really receptive audience, and we had a wonderful campaign that was led by local influencers and some excellent partners. One thing we found is that the choice of example we used, which was blackouts caused by missile strikes, which can emerge through rumor on WhatsApp and actually lead people to stay inside or go outside, and can be a sign of information warfare. It can also be legitimate. Some people felt invalidated by the use of that example, and they were a little bit reactant to it. They felt that we were mischaracterizing something which is real, and of course that could weaken trust in, say, the government, the energy authority, something we wouldn't want to happen. Now, this was a subset of the audience, but really not our intention, and it, I think, drew us to an important realization that how we design that intervention and present that information really matters, because of course really effective mis and disinformation can take real events and frame them manipulatively. So it's not that the facts are wrong, it's that the way they're presented or what the implications are can be misleading. And in the case of the video, we were really showing like very obvious examples of what astroturfing looked like, so bots that are designed to kind of spread that information quickly. So it wasn't to say the information was wrong or that the event wouldn't happen, it's that how it's happening is what you should direct your attention to. But we wouldn't want to cause that reactance. The other thing, and this is, I'd say, a major limitation of pre-bunking and some of these interventions, is that they're never one shot. There's what's called the decay effect, the impact of these on technique recognition, so that individual resilience can decay over time. So there are approaches to extend the vaccine analogy. You can use boosters, you can use short form content. That's something we're actively exploring and are really trying to be guided by the current literature on. We've tried that in some interventions as well, although our measurement approach was not, I would say, robust enough to really determine full effects. So one thing we're really excited about with the publication of a paper on our EU intervention is to contribute the full results and for future meta-analyses to show what worked, what didn't work, where we need to keep innovating. So yeah, lots of lessons for us there as we bring this research to the field.
Great, thank you. So building off some of the topics and building off some of what was talked about last night, as in some cases we need new infrastructure, like information infrastructure. And you all sort of take different approaches to countering disinformation through fact-checking, through psychological interventions, use of AI, pre-bunking. So my question is, between your approaches and others, there's obviously no silver bullet, right? So what is the potential for alignment or integration? But also, what's the potential for misalignment as well, where we're getting each other's way? Like, how do we coordinate, right, different interventions and different approaches across different communities of practice, across journalism, academia, tech? And, what would that take to basically align? But what are the dangers of misalignment? Have you given any thought to that? Big question, I know.
It's a big question. I mean, it sort of depends. I mean, one way to think about it is, in many ways, if you have someone's attention for only a little bit of time, and you need to make a choice for what you say to the person, and so in many ways that makes it misaligned. Like, I actually am an inoculation critic. You probably know that.
Yeah, no, that's-
Or like that is the part of the issue, I guess, in terms of that is so we had this paper where we published it with Stephen Lamdowski, who's a proponent of inoculation, with Beth Goldberg, who's at Jigsaw and work on the thing. And part of the issue is that, and this relates to what I was saying before, you have to get someone to spontaneously recognize falsehood in the world. What inoculation does is it gives you information that if you are thinking about something, then you might be able to identify that this is something that is manipulated or false or whatever. But probably the hardest step is getting people to stop and think about things. And so what we did is we did a bunch of experiments where we tried to, well, I mean, initially it was about whether inoculation will help people identify things that are true versus false if they contain emotional language. But what we did is we combined it with an accuracy reminder, and that basically kind of improved its efficacy because it was like it helped first kind of get people in the mode of thinking, oh, I have to figure out whether something's true, and they can use the thing they learned earlier in the video that we showed them, which was an inoculation video. So you can find alignment, but you have to like think about the underlying psychological mechanisms essentially, and understand like what are the weaknesses and what are the strengths.
And you want to respond to that? What's your perspective?
Absolutely, no, and I really appreciate, and I think really the strategy we have is to build on the kind of work that Gordon is doing, because I think a great, risk of misalignment, and one of the things we really need, frankly, is funding and to find a mechanism to continue to do this work, to build networks and to learn from each other. Drawing insights from the academic literature is really what's kind of guided, and from the field has been what's guiding our work. So for the example of pre-bunking, one thing we tried to do in later iterations of it was actually integrate into what you call the call to action in the marketing, but in the messaging itself, it was a guide post-refutation in pre-bunking, once we'd kind of unpacked what the technique was, to connect it to that broader social context and really encourage people. One tagline might be misinformation, spot it, stop it. The tagline in Indonesian was check again before you're misled. To transliterate. And really the approach there was to sort of activate that impulse, not just to protect yourself, but to protect your family. And in Ukraine, actually the entire creative approach, which full kudos to our agency, they were amazing, was to model conversations at the kitchen table. So it was a family member, an influencer, and their actual family member talking about a real example, how it affects them, and then kind of guiding each other and modeling that behavior. So really trying to call attention to accuracy in the actual kind of creative thrust of the video, but also in the final message. And one really nice outcome of that, and I think it was our strongest campaign, is just anecdotal. The aunt of someone who was on our creative team apparently was watching the video in Kyiv, and they turned around and then just sitting on the sofa and said, "Oh my God, have you heard of this before?" I think astroturfing was a novel term, and they said, "This is, everyone needs to know about this. I'm so glad I know about it." And that's really what we wanted to happen, not just, "Oh, I'm vulnerable to this, and I see this all the time, but I want to go tell my family and friends right now." And that's not going to happen necessarily in the majority of cases, but that's something we want to take away. But I will just say, one of the other positive externalities has been partnerships. We worked with fact checkers, we worked with global with media literacy organizations. So in the European campaign, which I think by virtue of its scale was effective, we reached 120 million citizens in the 3 weeks before and after the EU election. We sent 1 million people to a bespoke page in 24 languages across the EU that had access to accurate voting information. It had the AFP fact check. It had content from, I think, 36 partners. And really, it was to kind of meet that individual with whatever kind of information they were trying to seek. So I really can't emphasize enough the value of those partnerships, because it activates a broader ecosystem around sort of information sensibility and trying to make sense of what's real. But for us, it's really trying to build on current knowledge and also flaws in the paradigm we're using. We wouldn't see pre-bunking as one shot. It's really in collaboration with these other approaches that it can work.
Yeah, on that we call our model, and someone says we are like going too far, but basically it's radical collaboration. Like, we don't feel necessary today that we can have misalignment, because they're not a silver bullet that someone can teach us. We are still in the process to experiment what is working best while we are doing this. But actors and also big techs are changing all the time, the algorithm and the field. Mm-hmm. And then at least my approach, the one that I had when I was working in Latin America and the one that I have in the US, is anyone that want better information for Spanish speakers in the US, deserve to be sit in front and try to think with us a better approach. And I agree that, at least for us, the WhatsApp family friends issue is crucial. Like, in this WhatsApp that I mentioned, people can ask us questions, and if we have already the answer, because sometimes people ask the same one time after the other, because this information has circles, but basically bad actors are not trying to be innovative, but they try to be efficient. Like, anything that is working anywhere in the world, they're going to repeat it sooner or later. And then if people ask us something that we already have an explainer or a fact check, they receive with AI an immediate answer. If they not, our team receives the question. And sometimes after some days, we prepare a piece for them. And I think one of the essential parts of our intervention is we ask that woman or man to share that content with the group where they've been discussing about it. And that allowed us to, like, yes, it can sound really vintage way of doing, but basically we are human beings trusting on other human beings. And then that's what we are trying to do. Like,
Thank you. Thank you. So, building off some of these concepts and what we've been talking about, interventions, and part of it is, what does success look like, right? So, you know, and we can maybe evaluate success in different metrics from our different practices. And maybe I'll start with you, Gordon. So, you know, from your perspective, what are the most important outcomes we should be measuring? You talked about rationality or accuracy. Are people actually learning? You know, you talked about media literacy. So do you see, you know, what do you think are the most successful outcomes we should be focused on when it comes to countering disinformation in general? And how are we doing at measuring or assessing them?
Okay, so there are some things that we, when I do the global we here, are good at assessing, and that is proximal things. We're good at assessing whether someone believes something. And then if you give them good information, do they continue to believe it or not, or whatever. Or in the case of like inoculation, like they identify the technique when they see it, stuff like that. There's a problem with that. I mean, what we actually care about is behaviors. We want to see if people are being influenced by misinformation. We want to know things like, is vaccine misinformation causing people to not get vaccinated? That's harder to measure. It's much harder to influence, obviously, as well. And that is kind of a big gap in the field. And we have this article in Trends in Cognitive Sciences recently that what we really care about is, so you show somebody a piece of misinformation in a study, or like you see it in the world or whatever, and what you ask whether they believe it, and you say, oh, they're impacted by it. What we really want to know is, to what extent are they actually being misled? What is it what is the actual like change in their mind that is a consequence of having seen the information? And some of that is like due to the fact that a lot of misinformation is kind of inconsequential. What we want to know is like, what is the actual impact on the person from a broader perspective? And it's a harder question to answer because it's different for different people, and it depends on what the information is. And so you can have a bespoke measure for every single person that's unique. And so I don't have a particular solution for that problem. I'm just going to state it, and then hope maybe somebody else can help solve that problem. But
do you think is that problem is because people have not focused on it enough, or is it simply a problem of method, scale, resources, or has that misshaped the conversation about misinformation, disinformation, that we haven't focused enough on what the downstream consequences on behavior are, and has it misaligned some of our interventions?
I think maybe yes to all those things. I mean, I don't know exactly what the answer to the last question, but that is, we focused too much on the things that we can easily measure. Yeah. And I mean, that's good because that allows us the first step of, does this thing actually work on the thing that we know relates to the thing that we care about? But then if you only focus on that, you don't know what the actual broad consequences are. And there's other things that you might try if you think about what are the interventions that you do that would actually change the way that people draw a belief to how they behave in the world. Mm-hmm. And that might be different. I don't know. I mean, hypothetically, at least, that's something that could be different. So that's a problem.
Laura, how do you measure success within your, how do you know if you're being successful with your Spanish-speaking community in the United States? Like, what does that look like, and how do you build on that?
As Gordon mentioned, is hard to say. I always feel like not necessarily happy in the panels when people tend to focus on, nowadays we have more disinformation than ever, and you've been doing this for years or decades, and then that's a failure. And I said, I'm not sure about that. Like, we are not going to stop disinformation. Our work is not that. It's the same to ask to investigative reporting, doing amazing articles on corruption in Latin America, to say, because the corrupt politicians is still there, your work is failure. Like, what we are trying to do is to help people to have better information to take their own decisions, and never prove us that having their accurate information gonna make people not necessarily vote people that are lying them. Like, at least in countries where people are, where reality is hard, and we have the psychology here, but people tend to prefer someone that makes solutions easier, not harder. And then what I'm saying with this, for us, we have an lot of anecdotal cases with people thanking us, resharing with us when they share the content in the group of their family, or someone saying, thank you, if I didn't read your text, I wouldn't, I don't know, take my children to the doctor appointment. And obviously that's not necessarily the scale that we're expecting. But until distribution is in hands of the big techs that are looking not to better inform people or public interest issues, but to earn money, we need to be happy when we better inform individual people or help them to deal better with this information. And I don't consider at all that a failure. Like, I consider that a crucial part of what we expect to do.
What does success look for, or at least how do you measure success? I mean, you've talked about some of the metrics in some of your previous remarks. Are there some key metrics or key aspects of success that, your campaign successful, this intervention is successful?
Absolutely, yeah, and for anyone interested, all of this is published on our website, moonshotteam.com, and you can just go look at the reports and our methodology as well, and the forthcoming paper. But primarily, it is looking at that sort of gain in ability to detect techniques through our field measure, and then some controlled studies we ran afterwards. We've also had an independent evaluation of the EU study, which was interesting to us. And I'd say this was a metric of success because we ran a small campaign in Hungary, and a professor at Central European University looked at the impact of just how those pre-bunking gains were distributed. So, and I'll just, as an aside, say it doesn't sound like very much when we're talking about 1.5 to 15% as the field metric. But when you're reaching 120 million people, that translates to, in our conservative estimate, 1.5 million people in the weeks around before and after EU elections being better able to spot those techniques, at least for some period of time. In Germany, it was 1 million. In Indonesia, I can't quite recall, but we reached half the youth population, 18 to 35, just before Indonesia's election in 24. So really for us, it's trying to generate a volume and scale up of that technique recognition, and also activate that awareness that we're not so good at spotting manipulation, and we have a role to play in preventing and improving sharing decisions, because even small incremental changes there can have an impact. What I'd love to be able to measure is overall impact on an information environment, like are we actually seeing that in behavior of users, and as well some of those longer term measures. Like, I'm in full agreement with Gordon, I would love to see that. And I would say, and it's not to sort of defer responsibility, platforms are very well situated to have this data. They've been doing some fantastic studies on, not all of which we've seen, on youth exposure to harmful content. They've looked at the impact of users following and unfollowing certain accounts. There was a paper, I'll do my best to remember it, by Steve Raje recently that was looking at individuals unfollowing hyperpartisan influencers, and they found pretty significant and long-term gains in subjective well-being, and also reduced partisanship towards people on the other side. So even like the impact of what maybe you could call critical ignoring can be really powerful and can be long-term. So like better metrics for that and integrating that research into our work is yeah, top of mind too.
Let's shift the focus a little bit. We've been talking about what you all are doing that's innovating in your practice and success. But unfortunately, in this information environment, there are good actors and there are bad actors, right? And innovation can happen, and they innovate as well. We say of the rise of AI, which has really changed the type of mis and disinformation we see moving towards multimodal, as we call it, in terms of images, film, movie, short form, the popularity of short form video on TikTok, for example, and Instagram. And
YouTube.
And YouTube, and you know, AI has facilitates the creation of such content and the distribution of that content. So from your perspectives, from your experiences, from your areas of practice and expertise, say even you know, the technology is moving so fast, we've had a pullback on moderation at the same time, right? This sort of confluence of factors. What have you seen that are some innovations that really worry you, right, in your experience that that bad actors or others that are worsening the problem, creating new challenges for you as the technology evolves, as platform moderation evolves, as even the consumption of social media and digital media in AI evolves?
I can go. There's at least two things that in the last year like grow faster than what we expect. AI uses to scam people with a much more sophisticated way of doing it. Scams using voices of relative people, or scams with phishings that are much better than it used to be, etc. And the second one that is clearly targeting the audience that we are serving is they are using pretty good avatars of popular, well-known journalists or influencers or Spanish leaders to present this information. And then that's basically can have an effect on the trust of that leaders.
So avatars of real people, like real journalists?
Yeah.
Right, that are then providing false or misleading information?
Yeah, and using them regularly as kind of campaigning. And they, obviously, we check with them. They've never been involved with just using good avatars of them to create messages or to customize messages to these other people.
And have you had to innovate in response to that? Like,
yeah, we have a nice case on this that we use the same avatar. We also have another example using an avatar that TikTok sell, and then we use the same avatar explaining the audience that they are an avatar created by in the past bad actors, in this case by fact-checkado, to explain them why they can realize that was an avatar. And then they said, you can see my hands are always moving in the same way. You can see my hair is always in all my videos exactly the same. You can see, and then, yeah, it's a kind of using the formats to teach.
So my follow-up question, because this came up last night, is that people then increasingly feel helpless, right? What's real, what's not? Like they see an avatar from a journalist they know providing false information, and you're showing your avatar. How do they, judge this veracity, and how, what is their impact on their sense of efficacy?
I think we go back again to what is, for me at least, the most important thing is we need to have trust in messengers. The source matter. It's not true that people don't realize about that. Like, at least our research shows us that it's one thing when people are scrolling and a pretty different thing what people matter about what they are searching. And it's not necessary that they don't care about the source when they are searching about something that matters to their lives. And I don't know if you have contrary evidence on that, but.
What do you each think of this?
It is actually like what I was going to say, which is like, I'll take a broader tack with the question, which is, like the thing I worry about is attention. If you think, like, if you want to be a responsible information consumer in the current context, it requires work. You have to think about it, you have to stop, and you have to slow down sometimes. And the culmination of this variety of technologies, all these different sort of things, going in the other direction from that. And I have this class I teach, it's called The Science of Human Stupidity. It's a fun little course for the students. And I spend a lot of time talking about the sorts of things that we're talking about here, but what I didn't cover and I didn't realize was important, these are all students who are smartphone from when they were children, essentially. And so like that first generation that have always had this thing always available, and they all have, I mean, by and large, they almost all agreed they have attentional problems because of it. Now, we don't actually know from the research whether that's true. There's good reasons to believe that maybe there's it's true to some extent, based on the research that we have. That is a problem to me. It's not just that videos can be more compelling, it's that they're more entertaining. And we need the dopamine now, and it's harder to get good information in front of people if you're fighting such an uphill battle in terms of entertainment. And so that is one kind of general concern I have, and I don't have a solution for it, but it's a concern. I'm giving a lot of concerns and no solutions. I'm sorry, guys.
Do you think bad actors are taking advantage of that then?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, I think that, we have people that are trying to put good stuff out there too, but it's just like that's the context of the going back to what I said before about if we take the assumption that people are never paying attention and you have only a sliver of their attention, and then we can get as much good information out there as possible. I'm concerned about the long-term consequences of an unthinking populace, where everyone is passively absorbing information and not engaging in actual critical thinking and deliberation. And we can say, given the world we're in, we can try to do as good as we can with the information that we have in the world that we're in, or we can try to change it. And I don't know how to do that, but that's the thing that I'm concerned about.
Great. Andrew.
Thank you. I'll build on that, and I don't think I'll have any solutions in this response. I think data voids are a concern. So there's been some research on, for example, folks using basic search tools, pre-LLM, and their ability to kind of compound false belief if you're searching for a topic where there's very little coverage, or actually they're actors, and we've done some research on this, attempting to steer coverage because they're the information that kind of comes to the top of the deck. And with LLMs as well, we've seen there's evidence of large-scale Russian operations cloning thousands of websites and trying to steer and sort of SEO hack, you could say, large language models that have agentic functions, so that they're searching the internet, calling that information and saying, well, this didn't happen, or real events happen in a certain way that fits the framing and narrative of the Russian state. You see this with People's Republic of China information operations as well. They're cloning thousands of sites, and in some cases that look exactly or almost exactly like a version of the New York Times. I don't know the extent to which some of these campaigns have been effective, but they're effective in that they are scalable and you can do them, automatically. And this leads to kind of the other thing I'm concerned about, which was described to me by someone at RAND as like next-gen astroturfing 2 years ago. We were looking at misinformation by the People's Republic of China, and we were speaking about Taiwan specifically. And one of the challenges there has been when influence operations are conducted, translating simplified to traditional Chinese where it's used in Taiwan. And that's often a tell, a little bit like Russian Ukrainian. Sometimes you are able to assess that someone in the chat forum you're in, or the WhatsApp group or the Facebook group is actually not authentic, and that can get called out. What you have with an LLM is you can train it on a data set of 1,000 Taiwanese teenagers. You can scrape that, you can put it through, you can put actors into groups, and we saw some evidence of this, that are like homework groups. Students who are on Facebook and they're talking about test questions. They're apolitical actors, they're not really thinking very much about the current political climate, and slowly kind of turning the dial, you can sort of warm the conversation up so that someone who has spent years, by someone I mean an agentic AI or a bot or a person behind it, can very compellingly, using the kind of register and the affect of someone who is participant to these groups just start criticizing the government or calling, pushing a certain narrative and really seeming very authentic, because this can be done, at scale and very credibly. That's what I worry about as well, and I think it kind of touches, Gordon, on what you're saying in that, we are very passively consuming information and often as entertainment. I've been thinking a lot about something Maria Ressa said about, when we're online, we need to be a citizen, not a user. And just think, and obviously easier said than done, but I do think that's kind of an approach we need to take to be ready for an environment where anything can be synthetic.
Great, thank you. Some key challenges here that we have, right? And I thank you all for trying to address them. Before we go to opportunity for questions and comments from our audience, I want to give you all sort of some closing thoughts here. Here's a closing question before we move on to our Q&A for the audience. So, based upon what we've been talking today, based upon the scope of this issue, based upon your own experience and perspectives, what do you think is the single most important investment, whether it's in research, technology, community, human capacity, institutions, that must be made now, right, in the short term, right? Something we need to really focus on, something we need to prioritize to move us towards substantially mitigating this global problem, disinformation, within the next 5 to 10 years? Because it's not going to get better, like at least in terms of the supply, in terms of the institutional pullback we're seeing across platforms and governments. It's more and more responsibility on the user. There's going to be more of a burden for users to figure out what's true or false. So what do we need to do to invest, to move forward, to address this problem proactively and hopefully effectively? What would you really, if you had the ear of society, what would you say? Like, we have to do X. Start with you, Gordon.
Oh, okay.
Easy question.
So since you mentioned short term, my answer to that is we have to invest in truth tellers. The thing that we need is, given the context that we're in, I think there's long-term problems that we need to be solved that relate to getting people to be more kind of critical in the way they think. That's a long-term thing. And the short-term thing, context that we're presently, it's just an information battle. We need more effort behind the people that are putting good information out there. All the things that we've been talking about rely on that. Any psychological intervention is just a way to get people to find more stuff, but if there isn't good information out there, then we're lost. And I think that is the basic frontline, most important thing that needs to be invested in. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting, because just I want to get your opinion on this, because last night we heard a lot of critiquing of fact-checking, right? But fact-checking is a way to get that accurate information out there, right? So, no.
Not just fact-checking,
Okay.
like fact-checking delivered in the right way. Like fact-checking is needed, not enough. Like if you have the best research, but we don't reach it.
Don't reach the audience who
needs
it.
that, we're gonna continue being with the bubbles. And then I add fact-checking as fast as we can and deliver in the formats and by the truth teller that already have people confidence.
So is that what you would invest in then? If you had your, or would you also do something in addition?
We have this network of media and civic or grassroots organization. We want now to add, and that is most costly, a Latino content creators network to that network. And as they are not necessarily working in the same philosophy of good that grassroots or local media, we are, That's the short-term, most impactful intervention that we are looking for, the 2024.
For content creators?
Adding the content creators in our collaborative workforce. Yeah.
And what role do you think they would take on within that? So what would they do in the content?
They have a lot of community that trust on them, and we want them to deliver accurate information timely when people are in the moment of talking about that, not some days after, not with all the details that we as journalists or fact checkers gonna take to prepare the video, to script it, to deliver
So
it.
it's moving the fact-checking beyond the role of journalists to trusted content creators who have communities around them for them to amplify.
Yeah, it's not or, it's
Not-
and.
or right, it's as in addition to, right, exactly. It's collaborating with content creators to reach people who maybe traditional journalism or traditional fact-checking might not reach.
Yeah, but probably the tricky part is not that we can work with content creators without the high quality journalists and
Right.
fact checkers, because we
Right.
need to have
That partnership.
the evidence done to deliver in the way that the platforms and the algorithms are prioritizing, and both things are not necessarily going together
Great. No,
always.
that's great. Andrew.
Sorry, and the
Oh,
long term
please,
is
yeah.
media literacy. Like,
Okay.
I agree that we need to invest and convince all the ones that schools are needed to have these skills. Like, if we continue giving a cell phone to children without explaining how algorithms works and biases works and other things, we are like giving a kind of gun without.
Can I just ask a question then, a little quick follow-up before I go to you, Andrew? So you mentioned media information literacy. You mentioned it was mentioned last night. But the other question is, A, how do we get school districts, at least in the United States, governments to actually invest in media literacy? And how, especially in a very polarized society like the United States right now, how do we make sure that media literacy itself does not become polarized like much of the discourse around mis and disinformation has? Any ideas on that?
Not easy, but probably in the past, my answer should be not necessarily talking about politics itself, but health or other issues.
Okay.
Nowadays, it's not necessarily a good example for the US, because disinformation in the health space is
Has
part of the
become
policy.
polarized.
Then we probably need to think about other things. But perhaps we can just work on true or false things, and I can sound like naive, but things related to the food that your pet need to have that day. Like, I don't care about the topic, but about the skills that people
Skills,
need.
Right. Okay.
Can I
You wanna
quickly
add
respond to
anything?
that? Because
Yeah.
I laughed at the thing, but
Yeah.
I mean, I think we have to acknowledge that part of the fight is justifying the fact that it's happening, or like that is the fact that fact-checking misinformation has gotten to the crosshairs. We have to justify things that we would take as assume that it's good to be able to identify what's true and false, and that's a part of the thing that we have to shift the narrative on, and so it all works together. This is why it was like fire hose the good information, because you kind of need that before you can even try talking about these long-term solutions, especially in this country.
Andrew, last word here.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, a really great place to pick up. It's hard to pick any intervention or any approach, but I would say if we're in the blue sky thinking zone, large-scale educational initiatives, and I think being creative in terms of how they're delivered. And maybe I'm also Canadian, so from our context, it's a little bit different. But we have every province runs its own education system, and there's a national NGO I'm very fond of who do civic education, and they teach teachers, and those teachers teach students using curricula that they develop. They're called civics. And they started off running a national student vote. It's nonpartisan. It's a way for students across the country to be educated about political parties. They all vote independently. The results, can differ substantially from what we see with adults, but it gets people involved in the political process. And it's, again, long-standing, nonpartisan, and they've got that reach in schools. And they developed a program called Control F. You can look it up online, but it really just teaches lateral reading skills. And you see like really significant and long-term increases in their ability to not just take a source that looks very credible on the surface at face value, but to go and have those skills to kind of search around it. But building on that, I would love to see us be thinking about this a little bit more broadly as well. Like I'm thinking about older adults. Just where I'm from, the city of Toronto just set up a Center for Democracy at the library, which it's the largest library system in North America. And they have hundreds of branches. They do every kind of education you can imagine, but they have touch points with communities across the city in a very diverse, very international city and with a public mandate to keep people informed, and actually around elections specifically. They're one of the best and most trusted places people can go to find information around voting and participating meaningfully in democracy. So I think we need to be more creative around how we design and implement and deliver these. We need the political will to do it. I will say with just seeing the numbers of online safety acts and some of these phone bans rolling across, that may happen in Canada too. As an issue, we know meaningfully that these online harms affect children, and it seems to be an area where we can have at least some political consensus that we need to stop doing harm and at least, implement some form of public policy that allows us to stop, to understand like the impacts of education, of being off your phone on your mental health, and make better policy accordingly. So I'm somewhat encouraged by the fact that we're able to start rolling these out and having meaningful, thoughtful conversations that kind of transcend the political day-to-day bun fight and think a little bit more constructively.
Thank you.
He said political consensus in America. Bless your heart.
Yeah. Well, it's a hope. Let's end on a hopeful note before we turn to the Q&A. So, I welcome questions from our audience. Are we gonna? Okay. So we'll take. We have. Yeah. So let's start right here, up front.
Thank you so much. This was fascinating. Andrew, you mentioned susceptibility and how you're not focusing on that. Could you or anyone speak more to maybe the value of focusing on susceptibility to misinformation, and if that at all differs from issue to issue, like health versus political disinformation? Thank you.
Good question. So I wouldn't say that factored into our intervention design. There is something that was set up by the Cambridge Social Decision Lab that is called the MIST, the Misinformation Susceptibility Test, which I've taken. I'd recommend folks do. Every time I do it or friends do it, you're surprised by how overconfident we are, actually. So we actually in future designs, I'd love to incorporate that as something we assess alongside the impact of the intervention. Like one thing that we found, I would say, maybe not a proxy for susceptibility, but it was interesting, was like the only mitigating factor for how effective pre-bunking was, apart from age, where there was some drop-off over a certain age, was educational attainment. So really maybe that's a proxy there for critical thinking, or just people's exposure perhaps to the kinds of interventions or I don't know, education that makes you a little bit more aware of like these cognitive biases we have or manipulations we fall into. But yeah, susceptibility, I'd say by virtue of the fact that we're trying to be preemptive and we're not actually trying to target any particular group, we didn't focus on that explicitly. What I would say is that just because we see larger gains with groups that are maybe less susceptible, it doesn't mean we should focus on them. You would get with a campaign more, let's say, bang for your buck. You'd see more increase in resilience on an individual or population level. But these education gains can compound, and I think focusing on some of those groups that maybe have a lower ability at baseline detection and doing layered interventions, whether that's more boosters, whether that's focusing on completely different strategies than inoculation, could be more effective. I would say in our context, we didn't prioritize that group.
You gonna add something?
Yeah, you see if I was shifting around.
Yeah.
I hate the MIST, by the way, but because there's no such thing as, there's no psychological concept of misinformation and susceptibility. It's a bunch of things that might lead you to be susceptible given a particular piece of content, and so there's like underlying psychological things that like you're more intuitive, you're overconfident, all these different things might make you susceptible, but there's no like underlying construct of misinformation susceptibility, which means that it's, if you want to measure it, it depends on what you're talking about. And so like and so therefore it's hard to like assess that as a broad psychological construct. You have to basically see, are you susceptible to this sort of misinformation or that sort of misinformation? And so then now it's all contextual, and so there's no kind of single thing.
Great. Yeah, David, in the corner over there.
Want to add the thanks. This was very illuminating. I am curious because we've been focusing on facts, and I am curious if the panelists have a sense of how much of our daily navigation is driven by facts versus beliefs or heuristics or interpretations of facts as to what we should do, but they're interpretations. And I ask that because there's some research that suggests there are certain types of people that want the story first and the facts second, and if you don't get the story right, then the facts don't matter to them. And there are other people that want the facts and then build a story. So how much of this only applies if you're working with people that really do value the facts versus circumstances where they want the story or they want the heuristic or the interpretation to be right first?
Yeah, I mean, so I'd say that I wouldn't overinterpret that result. I think it's the people who want the story or think that's a better conduit to getting the facts. Everyone cares about facts. Like, try to imagine a world in which you wouldn't care about what. It's just basically saying you're willingly able to detach yourself from reality.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just on the
Yeah.
example, alcohol destroys brain cells. Should I stop drinking alcohol, or is it okay to have a little?
Right. So I mean, so yeah, sure. So you're right. So okay. So people vary in the extent to which they value the truth, and the extent to which they are willing to think about things and all these different things. And so that is just like an underlying individual difference that people have. And the approach that you take for the people that vary in those things is different. For someone who maybe isn't focused on, like the people in this room, interestingly understanding what's going on in the world, you have to get their attention first in a more adaptive way if you want to give them information that will impact them. For somebody who is like genuinely curious, or maybe they're really into science, it's a different sort of thing that you approach, a different way to approach that person in terms of getting information. So you just have to just know the match between, and I'm not a business professor, but you might say consumer and the strategy that you have.
Yeah, I can add on that is, my experience is that everyone's preferred the story with the facts. And what happened is that in the last years, politicians and tech company people make us believe that people don't care. But people care. Like, the people that I'm trying to better serve need information to decide if they're going to leave the country or not. They need information. They can have spam attention, but they are desperate to look for that information. And then, obviously, if they are scrolling, sometimes our videos are someone making up, just do makeup to focus on some kind of woman, whatever. But they need the real information. That it's not true that people is not looking for that. Like, if you have evidence about that, like, I'm happy to read it. Like.
Yeah, and as we get to the next question, I'll just very briefly say, because there's a body of work in psychology that makes the argument essentially that people are engaging in self-delusion. They will convince themselves to believe things that they want to be true, and we've done a lot of studies on this, and it just doesn't seem to be that prevalent. People care about the truth much more than we expect them to, including people who believe conspiracies. People actually do want the facts, which is difficult, and it takes effort. And so it is the case that we're lazy in the way that we think, but it's not that people don't care about the truth, and they certainly are not very frequently engaging in active self-deception. That requires too much cognitive work. So like it's not, people aren't doing it.
We're too lazy for that.
Yeah, too lazy, exactly.
To delude ourselves.
And the system is making us be more lazy, obviously.
Yeah. Other questions? Yeah, please. There in the yellow spot.
Thank you so much. This is so fascinating. So I was just wondering, I guess I just have faith in people. And I'm just kind of thinking here, it's been really remarkable to see how people physically on the streets have been able to combat misinformation around some immigration enforcement, for instance. And so I'm wondering, is there any sort of digital equivalent to this, where people who really do care, which I think is a lot of people, could serve as sort of digital foot soldiers in presenting the truth out into the world if there was some sort of way of harnessing them? I think a lot of people just don't know what to do and are afraid of engaging in a very volatile space, but with some nodding and encouragement and maybe large-scale trials behind it, would be willing to do something like this.
We actually, I mean, there's community notes on X as an example of that, or basically crowdsourced fact-checking. We've done research on that, and it's good. I mean, if you get a crowd of maybe about 10 people, depending on the context, that's equivalent to essentially one fact-checker in terms of agreement with other fact-checkers. So you can crowdsource this sort of thing, and people do actually care about the facts. I mean, you have to motivate them to do extra steps online. But you can get communities that do that. And there are communities, like, for example, on Reddit, that do their very, very excellent norms around facts. And so you can curate that, but it just takes a little bit of extra work, and you need the community to organize. You might need help from the platforms and other things to do it.
I think the challenge, again, is distribution. Like, if anything that we're going to be doing online need to have the algorithm not necessarily pushing back. Yeah. And depending on the topic, they're going to be pushing back.
Quick question, Gordon, follow-up to, you mentioned community notes. We haven't mentioned it in a panel. What does the psychological science say on the effectiveness of community notes type fact-checking or approaches for either debunking or in terms of the accuracy of people who view those notes or use those notes?
That is good. Yeah, that is like that.
It works.
In general, and I mean, in general, the community notes that get passed on are good. In fact, part of the problem with community notes is that they don't make enough of them. In the sense that because of the bridging algorithm, the way it works is that you have to have agreement across basically an aisle in order for it to be presented. And so they're like way too conservative in what they're showing people, essentially. But when they're shown, they're quite effective. And even, by the way, I mean, Grok has problems. Grok AI on X has problems. There's a new paper that is going to be released soon by David Rand. I'm not on it. But in general, the Grok fact checks are pretty good, too. And so it's generally helping. And so that, there's all these things are still, sometimes there's flaws, but it's good. People listen to them and they end up being pretty good.
I don't want to make a kind of defense of fact checking, but some of the research shows that inside the community notes that are more credible by people are the ones that have a fact check inside. And then we arrive again to the same point. We need the facts, or with fact checkers, or with journalists, or with researchers, but not just with randomly people in a crowd saying, I believe on this, or I believe in that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So for users, in terms of response, for users to be effective at fact checking, we need to have professional fact checkers. There needs to be it's not a
or researchers or whatever, but someone that is working with evidence in a professional, serious way.
And the issue that you're saying, Gordon, is scale. That when it comes to the community. Okay, great. Yeah, Ying Dan.
Thank you so much for this very inspiring panel. I'm very interested in how Andrew and also Laura talk about recruiting influencers and also content creators in this inoculation, and also like improving people's digital literacy. Because at the same time, like the research in my lab, so we actually found those influencers are actually recruited by state actors and also party actors as well. And also they have their own motivations for like their particular political goals, right? So I wonder like what are the strategies of you recruiting them or like motivating them to achieve your inoculation goal, given like there's a lot of different goals that they're facing? Yeah, thank you.
I'm gonna sound pretty pragmatic, but basically we agree with the influencers a fee, and we decide not to invest any longer in meta ads, since Mark Zuckerberg said that he will have the platform feel just pro-Trump last year. And then we invest the money that we used to have for ads to the platforms to embed in content creators that are following the rules of the platforms, not necessarily making us follow that rules. And it is pragmatic, yes it is. I need to reach the people that need us. And then we are not working with any influencer. Like, obviously we make a kind of research in terms of values, reasonable values. I'm not working with someone that can be Nazi. I'm not working with someone that can be, but I need to reach different communities with the trusting messages that community has. And then if I don't want to just inform the well-informed people, we need to partner with some influencers that are not necessarily the ones that I choose.
Andrew, do you work with influencers at Moonshot, and how do you do so?
We do, yeah, and in those two campaigns I mentioned, I think they'd both be instructive. So in Ukraine, we worked with an agency to select the influencers, and we were really looking for I think most importantly, we're trying to connect with an audience. So we were very fortunate to have be connected to Marichka Podelko, who's a TV presenter, and her son, who spoke in one, Vlad Lefleur, who's a TikTok influencer. We're trying to reach younger Ukrainians, and Sasha Hontar, who's a journalist. They were all, we vetted them carefully, and we were looking, again, it's broad, public-based, and it was a very pro-social campaign, I would say. Like, it was very much designed around in-group solidarity, and they were all fantastic sort of avatar, public sort of persona for this in particular, and a lot of, I would say, some of the best traction we had and some of the best comments were in response to them posting this content organically. In Indonesia, we actually worked with, sorry, I'm skipping on his name for the moment, but someone who's described to me as Indonesia's Jon Stewart, a young man who's formerly in a band. He hosts a nationwide talk show. Very funny, very credible. We actually did, the kind of creative conceit was a quiz show. So he was kind of running around in a colorful suit, and very, very humorously kind of pointing to exaggerated examples of how manipulative techniques are used with other influencers too. And I think, again, massive amount of social sharing. I think like over 1 million engagements with that campaign and 20,000 shares. So really nice to see like that content be spread by individuals themselves who had seen it. I would say, like, you raise an excellent point. I'm really concerned. I think Tenet Media is maybe an example we're all thinking of, a number of US and Canadian influencers, largely far right, who were being paid by Russia to basically talk about a particular narrative. They could put their own spin on it, but largely it was to pollute the information environment. The fact is, it's really not transparent. Some countries, I think, China with health influencers, Saudi with influencers of all kind, like you're actually required to have made some conditions. I'm not sure if that's the right approach, but there's a little bit more emphasis on transparency, and I think like actually transparency around influencer fees.
I agree, 100% agree. Transparency is needed and at least for fact checkers, be clear on that they are not necessarily taking part on the content, but on the delivery and the tone. And if you are interested, we are still in the experimenting moment. It's not that we have a way perfect to do it, and for sure we're going to be failing if we have this network built as we expect. But our experience is that content creators already have a really engaged community, and then they comment much more, they give us much insights. Each time that the influencers publish, we have an average of 100 to 500 new followers that still in our platforms after, because in a way they are giving us their trust. Like, that is what we are buying in a way, is engaging plus trust.
Just to add to that as well, if I may.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, it actually feeds into a program we proposed, and I hope we'll be able to do, where one of the main focuses is actually activating sort of networks of influencers around elections. So we were thinking about the recent Canadian election, where I think like over half of engagements were driven by influencers, and we have a curious situation where news actually isn't available on Meta platforms at all because of a digital services tax, which has since been canceled. But the only outlets that are able to publish articles are actually like low quality, generally no journalistic standards, or influencers who are really acting in a realm of like citizen journalists or conveyors of information without formal training. So one of the approaches we propose in this is not just doing pre-bunking or training around it, but sort of having consultations and workshops across the country with influencers across the realm, and whether that's health, whether they talk about politics, whether they talk to youth, really to kind of engage with them, understand and appreciate that they have a very unique role to play. They're really important, and that we need some measure of transparency, and also we think it's good for them because it helps build trust with their audience and with the wider public on key issues.
Great. Oh, lots of questions here. Okay, 5 minutes left. Why don't we take like a round? Why don't we take, there's 3 hands over there. Why don't we just sort of take a round of questions, collect some questions, and see what we can get to there.
Sure. Very quickly, I'm not an expert on mass communication, but it does seem to me there's an area of information where accuracy, it seems to me, is more prevalent, and that's financial or business information. It's not that there isn't a lot of grift and lying around these kinds of things, but professionals tend to dominate that market, and they need information to make good decisions, banks and businesses and so forth, and they seem to be able to get good information. And in fact, actually, there are laws. I mean, there's a point where disinformation in the financial world, of course, is a legal infraction, and you can go to jail for it. So I'm just wondering kind of where, are there some lessons to be drawn from the way that space, information in that space operates that can apply to the larger space of medical or political or other kinds of information.
And before you go, did you have something to say?
We have a question from the Zoom, but it can wait until after
Okay.
this.
Okay.
So I had a question for Dr. Pennycook. In the studies we did of QAnon, how did you combat the fact that the people you were talking to didn't believe you were part of the conspiracy? But the other thing was, when we tried to overwhelm them with facts, it worked temporarily, but within a day or two, because of confirmation bias, they came back with the same beliefs and conspiracy theories. So did you do a time plus one in terms of the surveys that you did of people who believes in conspiracy theories to see if 2 days later the facts still had convinced them to shift their beliefs?
I can answer that very quickly, and then we can get to the other one. Was we tested them both 10 days and 2 months later, and not only did the effects still there, it didn't decay at all. They were at the same level of disbelief that they were directly after the conversation. And there weren't many that thought that we were part of a conspiracy. Some of them did swear at our bots, but it was uncommon. So mostly they were interested, actually, and a lot of the time they actually increased trust in the AI after the conversation. They actually became less likely to believe other conspiracies after the conversation. It really was quite effective.
No, you had a question.
Yeah. And then
Okay. So great panel, by the way, and I think this all works together, at least in my mind, that some of this inoculation and exposure is meant to convert from like system 1 to system 2 thinking, where you're, trying to take it all in and really rationalize. And in doing so, you want to check the facts. And certainly there's a lot of psychological biases there. The one that I sometimes struggle with is on these social media platforms, if you slow down on things, it exposes you to more of it. And so now you're presented with this, like, how prevalent is this? Almost like a frequency bias. So it could be factual, and, you kind of know that this is going on, but like, how do you counter these things? Because I think there's probably something that each of you maybe has to address within that domain of, how do you get people to counter that frequency that it may be a very small part in the big context, or it may be a large thing?
You guys want to address those quick questions, and I'll go to the Zoom question and finish up?
Okay, yeah, so I'll say one thing on that, which is it's not necessarily about speed, but reflection. So like, for example, it's like TikTok or something where you're scrolling, speed is what the amount of time you spend on something will determine how much you're seeing that thing. So what you actually don't want to do, you see something dubious, you don't sit there and think about it, you have to very quickly recognize this is a bad thing, I need to get this out of my feed. And so it's a snap decision, but it's something that takes higher level thinking about what am I engaging with, what am I seeing, and so that's how you kind of bring that together.
Any comments on the other question about what can we learn from, like, at least in the United States, laws around business communication or advertising? Is there anything that we can take away?
Just to say, I think Europe is a really interesting example with the Digital Services Act, because they're actually legislating and they're mandating transparency from platforms, researcher access, things that help us kind of estimate like the actual prevalence of some of these harms, but also it's a lens and a kind of a footing for which to actually make legislative change when we can see the quality of scams. One thing, just pulling from the news, I heard recently is that I think Meta, like 10% of their ad revenue in some cases is actually from scam ads, and then the team was actually actively involved in hiding regulators' ability, I believe in Japan, to actually search for these ads. So they found the highest prevalence terms, they nuked them. The ads were still visible, but you couldn't find them. So like it's elements like this that actually would allow us, because I'm frankly surprised there aren't more cases like Dominion voting, where a lawsuit can fundamentally challenge the ability of bad faith actors to manipulate public opinion.
And that's been a challenge. Platforms across the board have reduced transparency for researchers, regulators alike, and that's been a huge problem. So.
Yeah. The only thing is that I have a three-word answer to that question, despite this preamble. Incentives for truth.
Yeah, make it pay.
Yeah.
Right? Our Zoom question.
Yeah, thank you. We try to monitor the Zoom chat because we have a lot of people online today, but we did have one question that might tie in particularly well with the question of what role fact checkers should play in terms of being either filters or progenitors of truth. This is from Jonathan Matthew. who says, rather than just clarifying facts, can fact checkers evolve into service providers for platforms? I'd love to hear your thoughts on shifting the focus from reporting on the lie to designing the truth through structural products and services, and whether you think this is a good solution.
The problem with that solution is that platforms don't want it.
Right.
Like we need new platforms.
And that's-
And at least my experience, not in the US, but in Argentina, we used to work with them while they accepted, being always transparent about which was our work and which was their work, and that wasn't necessarily what the big techs expect always, because they tend not to be clear about the program with fact checkers, just to not have the problems when they have a crisis with the government or a company. But at least in most of the cases of fact checkers, we are always open to partner with the ones that can give us scale and the chances to reach more people with transparency that is not always things that they are open to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for our panel. Thank you very much for your time today. Really what we're here to talk about today is this topic of multi-stakeholder collaboration for countering disinformation. We have a stellar cast with us here today, and I'll let them all introduce themselves in more detail in a moment, but just to kind of get us started and kick us off a little bit, wanted to frame things up a little bit here. So, certainly we're here at the Buffett Institute. We're talking about not only disinformation, but global disinformation flows. And, disinformation is global because information doesn't really follow any borders or boundaries these days. And, even if we used to have some linguistic boundaries, those are kind of melting away in the face of AI and its capabilities to translate and move information around the world. And we're sort of here talking about multi-stakeholderism, and also been thinking about how the internet now has become such a set of almost privatized information spaces. We're no longer in the world of the internet as a very public, open place, although there are aspects of it that are still that. But we exist in a much more sort of privatized spaces online. And those private pockets of information create issues. How do we observe information or misinformation or disinformation in those spaces? How do we detect it? How do we correct it or at least mitigate it? And we got into some of those kinds of questions on the last panel. But answering these questions, addressing these questions, all demand different capabilities from different stakeholders. So if we're going to make any progress on this disinformation issue, we're going to have to figure out how we're going to coordinate between different stakeholders with the different capabilities, how we're going to collaborate, how we're going to find alignment on goals, how we're going to work with allies, and also understand that there's going to be other stakeholders out there that aren't allies, that are adversaries, in fact, and that that's the kind of environment that we're operating in. And of course, there's the big AI question, right? If the information ecosystem wasn't complex enough, now we're interjecting new tools that can very easily transform information in different ways. We have chatbots hallucinating. We've got generative video and audio that's proliferating, not only by the big tech companies and the mega corporations that are pushing these tools basically into almost any interface you can imagine. I mean, I've got it in my Google Docs. I've got it in my chat apps. It's basically everywhere. So it's being pushed on us. It's also freely available in open source or what's called open weights form for everyone to be able to use. So with that as a little bit of a backdrop, we have our esteemed panelists here today. I'm joined by Angie Drobnik-Holin to my immediate right. She's the director of the International Fact-Checking Network at the Poynter Institute. To her right, we have David Bray, who is the distinguished chair of the accelerator at the Stimson Center and the principal and CEO of LDA Ventures.
And then to his right, we have Aaron Saltman, who is joining us as a Senior Director at the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism. So I'll let them say more about their background and how it intersects with this idea of the multi-stakeholder issue. But maybe we can start with Angie, and you can, I think each of you maybe have 4 or 5 minutes worth of, intro material to frame what you're doing and how you're thinking about this problem, and what effective multi-stakeholderism looks like as we address disinformation. So, Angie.
Thank you. Thank you so much. When I got the invitation to come here, I just saw the title, Global Disinformation in a Post-Moderation World, and my immediate response was, I'm in, I'm coming. It's so important to have these spaces, to have these conversations for a lot of reasons that I hope we develop over the course of this panel. I am the director of the International Fact-Checking Network. We are a network, or you could call it an association, of about 170 fact-checking journalism organizations from around the world. Earlier this morning, you heard from Laura, who represents Chequeado in Argentina and Fact Chequeado in the United States. Later this afternoon, you'll hear colleagues from Stop Fake in Ukraine and the Taiwan Fact-Checking Center. We are an example of a multi-stakeholder organization. We are very fortunate and I think effective because we were created by the fact checkers themselves. We came together at a meeting in London in 2014. Our goals were to exchange best practices, to support each other in the work, and to increase our influence for information integrity. And those goals have all worked spectacularly well. Since 2014, we collaboratively wrote a code of principles to establish the highest standards for fact-checking journalism organizations. We hold an annual conference. We've run grant programs, and we've spoken up in favor of information integrity. And our overarching goal, which I think may be a little different from some of the other panelists here, is our only goal is to give people ready access to high-quality information. We don't have policy goals. We don't have policy outcomes we're seeking to affect other than high-quality information. Personally, my background is in journalism and library science, and I think both of those fields are properly understood as service professions. Fact-checking isn't designed to eliminate all false information. That's impossible. But we do think fact checks can intervene on false information to slow the spread. And especially in a social media environment, it can create friction to virality. And that was the idea when we started working with platforms. And we did start working with Meta very extensively in 2016, because we noticed that when people were going online and going onto social media, they were being slapped in the face with false claims, with hoax claims, with conspiracy theories. And that's what our fact-checking work tried to intervene on and to slow that down. Last night, for those of you who were there, I heard a couple of our speakers say that fact-checking doesn't work, which somewhat pained me as director of the International Fact-Checking Network. And I would very gently and cordially push back on that. I think we need to define, what does work mean? Meta distributed fact checks across millions of posts and interventions. So even though you may have heard that the specific number of fact checks were relatively small, they were algorithmically tagged to many posts and had an outsized effect. I don't think we've seen a true accounting of this program, in part because Meta has been opaque and not transparent about how it worked. And I think in the United States especially, Meta has been a bit ambivalent about the program. And I think there's a lot more to be learned as we go on. But research showed that when users saw fact checks, sharing rates dropped. We know that users, when they shared something that was false, the latest, newest research shows that they would take down those posts. Because I think a lot of people, especially people who are not extreme in their political engagement, people who just see politics as one more aspect of their information lives, they don't want to be seen as sharing false information. They want to be seen as good citizens online. And lastly, I'll just point out that the program is still running in all the other countries where it exists. It is only in the United States where it was curtailed this year. And I would argue that it was largely dismantled because powerful actors didn't want this to work, and that fact-checking was seen as a problem to, number one, fraudulent business models, and number two, political expediency. So can we acknowledge challenges with the Meta fact-checking program? Absolutely. But to declare that it was a failure, I would very much push back against that. The other thing that I would say about multi-stakeholder approaches is that all the stakeholders need to be on the same page. And right now, we do not have that. So when I'm talking about multiple stakeholders, and I'm usually advocating for a whole of society approach, I'm talking about government, I'm talking about education, I'm talking about the public, I'm talking about our political leaders, I'm talking about journalists, I'm talking about education, our universities, scientists, all the sectors of society that contribute to well-being. We need to be on the same page about what the goal is, and right now we're not at all on the same page. We have the US presidency and select platforms, notably X, and to some extent Meta, are invested in the profitability of disinformation. So these are not misaligned incentives or coordinated or problems of coordination. This is active opposition. And we can't collaborate when some stakeholders are benefiting from the problem persisting. So I'll pass the microphone on, but I do think our strength remains in the societal sectors that have real stakes in information integrity, where their core missions depend on knowledge and accurate information, and we need to build on these strengths. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we'll definitely get into more of the disagreements on the defining the problem between different stakeholders, but I want to pass it over to David for now.
So thank you for the opportunity to be here. It is an honor to be with everyone, and want to commend my colleague, especially for one, striving to get facts out there, and two, recognizing that right now we're not in a moment in history where everyone's on the same page. I don't even know if we're in the same book at the moment. I raise that because in the opening remarks, we talked about how when the radio first came out, even the inventor, Marconi, thought that the radio was going to bring about world peace because world leaders would talk to each other on a daily basis and there'd be no misunderstandings. Fast forward, 1933, then apparently the radio was going to be the end of civilization as we know it, because it was going to be the dictator's toolkit and it was going to end Western civilization. And about 100 years since, I've seen neither world peace break out or the end of Western civilization, at least due to radio yet. That said, we can go a little bit further. An early investor in the Gutenberg printing press was the Catholic Church. Would they have invested in the Gutenberg printing press if they had realized less than 100 years later, Martin Luther would have penned his 95 treaties and distributed them using the Gutenberg printing press? Question. But I raise that partly because in both cases, that was power through narrative, and narrative that was not linked to facts. Religion is a way to mobilize and get people to do things. I'm a scientist by training. I'm actually a preacher's kid, so I'm a recovering preacher's kid, but I'm a computer scientist and biologist. And so I will now tell you 3 moments that I have seen as the technology landscape has changed, similar to both radio and the Gutenberg printing press, to help understand why we might be experiencing the moment we are. And again, I'm a computer scientist and biologist by training who found his way into both national intelligence, but also policy. So back in 2000, I was recruited to be one of a small 30-person team that was called the Bioterrorism Preparedness Response Program. We were created back in 2000 to deal with if a bad day ever happened, and Congress said we didn't need to exist. We presented them facts that turned out in the 1970s. The Soviet Union at the time had built plague labs and was stockpiling anthrax. And we said, how much would it cost to find a disgruntled ex-Soviet scientist to sell you a vial of smallpox or anthrax? But they said you didn't need to exist. And anyway, so I was scheduled weeks in advance to give a briefing to the CIA and the FBI as to what we would do technology-wise should a biochem event happen. That briefing just happened to be scheduled for September 11th, 2001, 9 o'clock in the morning. 8:34, the world changes. Tragedy happens. We literally carry computers to set up underground bunkers, fly folks to New York and DC, don't sleep for 3 weeks, sound down from high alert on October 1st. October 3rd, I ended up briefing the CIA, only had the first case of anthrax show up on October 4th. So it was a very busy time. I raise that, though, because as we know, when 9/11 happened, as well as the anthrax events, there were conspiracy theories that it was an inside job, that we'd done it to ourselves and everything like that. And at least for 9/11, that was not the case. They could not take root because the information landscape did not permit that. It did not allow people that held that conspiracy theory. And I have empathy for people that have conspiracy theories because it's been shown that the human brain wants to assign some reason to what they're seeing. And so conspiracy theories are attractive to people that are feeling like the world is turbulent. And I raise that because it's also then worth thinking about, if we debunk a conspiracy theory, are we taking away what they are now clinging to in that moment of anxiety? Are we threatening their identity? And so I just raise that because as we try to tackle this, yes, I mean, I was definitely on the receiving end of, but I think you need to just recognize that people reach for conspiracy theories when they feel like the world is turbulent. So fast forward to 2009, I find myself in Afghanistan. If you remember, they kept in place Secretary of Defense Gates on from President Bush 43 to President Obama. And so, rare sign of bipartisan, nonpartisan, who knows? They wanted a nonpartisan to go down range, and I raised my hand. So I was in Afghanistan, and in early 2009, unfortunately, the Taliban had figured out that our media cycle was susceptible to being manipulated. And so they've identified a part of Western Afghanistan where the local governor, unfortunately, was corrupt. He was asking for a bribe every month. And they showed up a few days before the governor asked for his bribe from the local population, and they said, you either pay us or you kill it, or we'll kill you. And of course, local Afghans make the logical choice. They pay the Taliban. The governor shows up. They can't pay him because they've already paid the Taliban. He gets upset, so he calls NATO and US forces to do an airstrike. Fortunately, US flies overhead. They see local Afghans on the ground. They do see the Taliban, but they see local Afghans on the ground. They wave off. Now, unfortunately, what happened in that moment, Taliban did take a time-stamped picture of US fighter planes flying overhead, and then sadly, they detonated a propane tank. And they then went to social media saying, US airstrike kills innocent Afghans. And they had time-stamped photos from plane flying overhead. Here's what happened on the ground. It took 4.5 weeks. Our Department of Defense said, yes, we're investigating, to eventually figure out what happened. But by that time, the news bubble had moved on. And in the interim period, our ambassador had apologized for an event we hadn't even done. That was 2009. Now, fast forward to 2017, I had parachuted to the FCC where they'd had 9 CIOs in 8 years, always a great sign for CIO number 10 that things are going just great. They also had 2 advanced persistent threats that had been introduced by nation-state actors, so I couldn't even trust the IT systems I inherited. Again, I'm nonpartisan. I'm just trying to get stuff done. There was a high-profile proceeding. I'm sure you all have probably followed net neutrality that came up. Now, we had seen back in 2014 what I would call an irregular event. Public commenting in the United States is where people can weigh in on legal concerns. It's not an opinion poll. It's not what should be done. If you have novel legal concerns, then the regulatory agency has to address them before they make their rules. We saw, so most government agencies see less than 10,000 comments over 120 days. Less than 1% see more than 10,000 comments. We saw 2.3 million comments. Do I think they're all real? No. But I had asked General Counsel if I could use CAPTCHA to block bots, and they said nope, because if someone can't see and can't hear, that would be a violation of the Administrative Procedure Act of 1946, so no CAPTCHA for you. I said, could I use invisible means to detect bots? And they said, nope, that looks like government surveillance. Can't do that as well. I said, could I block the same internet protocol address filing 100 comments a minute? They said no, because one of those comments might be real. Can't even do that. So we got 2.3 million comments, which is well past the standard deviation of 10,000 comments, of which 1.2 million comments were in the last week. Again, do I think they're all real? No, but that's what I have to do. 2017, we again saw that net neutrality was coming up. We cautioned and said, you know, this might be susceptible to manipulation. General Counsel said, You know, you can't block bots. Fortunately, we had moved to the cloud by that time. We had to spin up more than 3,000 times our cloud capacity because we were seeing 7,000, 8,000 comments a minute at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. US Eastern Time. And I get that people were passionate about the topic, no doubt. But at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. to see that volume, we saw 2.3 million comments in the first week. Ultimately, we got 23 million comments. Now, the chairman's office said, is this a denial of service? And I said, not at the network layer, everything's fine, nothing's been compromised. But effectively at the application layer, given what you've told me to do, yes, it is at the application layer. Well, immediately Congress said, where's your evidence? And I said, patterns of life. They said, well, why didn't you notify law enforcement? I was like, no laws have been broken. This is how a free society operates. And then they turned around and said, well, you know, you must have made it up. This couldn't have possibly happened. And so I kept my head about me. And 4 years later, the New York Attorney General concluded that of the 23 million comments we got, 18 million were politically manufactured, 9 million from one side of the aisle that hired 6 companies to do that, 9 million from the other side of the aisle that hired teenagers to do the same. That was 2017. I raise that only because we have had this a long time coming with the internet plus smartphones and now AI. It's going to be the messiness of being a free society. But I think what we need to help people realize is it's going to be a combination of getting to why people are searching for narratives that may be either conspiracy in nature or wanting to have a scapegoat or wanting to have some sense that they have control in a world that feels more turbulent as opposed to just facts. Facts are incredibly important. I'm all for it. But I think partly why we're in the moment we're in is people feel uncertain about their identity and how they're going to navigate this. So they're reaching for stories that may be less true than others.
Wow. Okay. Those are some very interesting stories we need to dive into in a minute. But I want to turn it over to Erin.
Sure. So you've invited a counterterrorism expert to a misinformation conversation, so thank you for that. So I'm coming at it from a little bit more downstream, looking at terrorism and violent extremism. I'm not completely misplaced here because terrorists and violent extremists often use mis and disinformation very strategically and at scale to further their narrative, to recruit, to radicalize, to counter and erode other political ideologies that they disagree with. And that looks very different in different parts of the world. But I'm also coming at it from a sector hopper perspective. So I started in academia, worked as an NGO practitioner doing online interventions and counter-extremism work, spent my time at a tech company at Meta as their head of dangerous organizations policy covering Europe, Middle East, and Africa for 4 years, because that's one territory. And then while I was there, worked with some other tech companies to help found what became the Global Internet Forum to Counterterrorism. And how that formed, it's not your job to have empathy for tech companies. I'll take that burden on, but we work directly with 38, 39 platforms that had to apply to join our efforts and actually meet certain criteria around human rights and transparency in terms of service and being able to appeal when content might be erroneously removed. So we've actually helped tech companies build their first transparency report as a small company just to be able to join us, just because the types of tools and things that we share, if misused, could counter terrorism and erode other human rights. So we always want to make sure we're not using these tools to do what we think is great, but at the cost of other things like privacy and free speech. But if we look back to when GIFCT, or the Global Internet Forum to Counterterrorism, was formed, this was around 2016, 2017. This new flavor of terrorist group came about that we now know as ISIS, ISIL, Daesh. And as a person working at Meta, then Facebook, it was only in between in the hallways of government meetings where governments were calling tech to account saying, why do you have this content on your platform, that we were able to talk to each other and say like, hey, I mean, I just saw a YouTube URL link. We don't inherently know that that led to terrorist content, but it's being flagged here. So it's been increasingly a harms issue that is cross-platform by nature. Terrorism and violent extremism, just as you've mentioned, misinformation, has always been international, but the issue being cross-platform has only exponentially jumped. And I encourage you to go to your settings and look at apps and have a rough estimate of how many apps you have on your phone. Go ahead and do it while we talk. I won't mind if you look down at your phone. I am a tech minimalist considering I'm in the tech world and I have 122 apps on my phone. And I cull them once a month to see which ones I don't need anymore. And I'm sure with some of your results, I could probably demographically age categorize you by your number of apps, or tell if you work for the CIA or are based in China based on the number of apps that you have on your phone at this point in time. How this relates to our topic today is that tech companies are having to work together on some of these harm types because the signal goes across different online spaces and the interweb is not homogeneous. And we do need to break down the capacities of different companies to handle these things. Some of the things that we are frankly spoiled enough to critique, the idea that a company could afford fact checkers or have international policy teams focused on other regions. Most tech companies don't have those capacities. Again, not your job to have empathy for this. I'm dealing with the trust and safety teams that are not multimillionaires that are coming at it from law enforcement and now work in tech and other spaces. But we're literally having to look at small companies that have ramped up quickly, that all of a sudden have global users and are saying, I'm seeing this weird logo, what is this? And sometimes we are talking about what we maybe call violence-inducing conspiracy networks, or known terrorist groups, or groups that are not designated by governments, because there's lots of forms of violent extremism that don't make those official designation lists, but that are carrying out real-world hate-based violence on a daily basis, whether that's Buddhist extremism in Myanmar, Hindutva extremism in India, or Islamist extremist terrorism in parts of the world, or white supremacy and neo-Nazi terrorism in North America and parts of Europe, or part of the Five Eyes governments. So when we come at this, a lot of when we think of strategic communications, I think we've talked a bit about a post-moderation world, and in my field, we're not at post-moderation. I think if you do go and look at these tech companies' transparency reports, you're at a post-moderation state when those numbers say 0, when moderation is not taking place. You can still look and see that on most of these downstream harm types, millions of pieces of content are being removed on a quarterly or yearly basis. Like, huge volumes of content are still being massively removed. That is big moderation efforts, and that is a man plus machine hybrid effort. Mis and disinformation is really tricky. You guys are experts on it more than me. But when we were in tech companies talking about how to define it, how to define what a dangerous organization is, and at what point you do decide to moderate on that group and negate it, the ability to have free speech rights on your platform. And yes, you are a private platform, so you can technically do what you want, but not really, because governments will crack down on you. And at dinner yesterday with some of the speakers, I mentioned that you have cases not even just in North America, I'm based in Europe, whereby there are violent extremist groups that have been kicked off a platform, and they will then sue the platform. And you sue a lot more in America than you do in Europe, so for Europeans to sue you, it's a higher threshold. And they will sue, and it bangs abound in the courts, and a tech company is then having to pay out and look at cost effectiveness and say, so we went further than legal frameworks were telling us to go to get rid of this network. But now the government is maybe even telling us we have to pay retribution back to a violent extremist organization to let them back on the platform, and that we cause them damages. And that really depends on how populist a government is, how authoritarian, what populist entities maybe relate and stream into the mainstream. And so when we say a tech company should do this, they are also looking at the willingness of the government to back them on those policies. And the more a government moves away and even reprimands a company for going further and faster, again, not your job to have empathy, but I'm dealing with trust and safety people behind the scenes saying, how can I prove that this is a group related to real world violence so that I can take action? Because the more I can defend that relation to real world violence, the more my policies are solid. So I think we have a lot to talk about. And on multi-stakeholderism, my topics, terrorism and violent extremism, are a topic that no one platform, just like no one government, can solve on their own. And at the end of the day, the government and the tech have the financial resources, and the tech has some incredible tools that I'd love to get into a little bit more. Like, there's a lot being done. But the ground truth knowledge about what the threat looks like is coming from civil society, is coming from a lot of amazing, creepy 3 a.m. internet crawlers that are saying, I'm finding this weird trend, I'm seeing this emoji being used for this, I'm seeing this symbol being used for that. And a lot of it's misinformation and coded language and opinion and playing on people's emotive responses. And that then needs to be fed up to tech companies. And we had a little roundtable yesterday, and I mentioned one example of being in Singapore and having a group of experts that were looking at violent extremism against Muslims in India. And they said, I hope you're catching all the cauliflower emojis. And I said, I'm not thrown off often these days, but like, I'm not a vegetable expert either. And they said, well, because in India, there's memes about cauliflowers because there was a massacre against Muslims that was on a farmer's field that grew cauliflowers, and they're using memes about cauliflowers as coded language to carry out violence against Muslims. I said, well, thank you so much. I would like you to write an insight, and I will be sharing this with tech companies because I am sure that's not on their moderation list looking at parts of Asia. So even when we talk about mis and disinformation or coded language of harm, we often think about text, like someone saying, I will kill you, or here is the fact I'm trying to convey. But actually, when we get into visual media, memes are a nightmare. Emojis are a nightmare. We were looking at terrorist content, like ISIS content, but shared with squidgy emoji heart. I'm like, does that mean praise or support for a terrorist organization? So we're getting into mixed media where even deciphering, is this for or against an idea? But in subcultures and genres, people know exactly what that means. And that is when you do need the multi-stakeholder approach of bringing the experts to the table with the tech, with the law enforcement and government sometimes. And that's a lot of what we end up doing. I'll pause there.
Yeah, this is great. And, you know, that's sort of the opening salvo. I kind of want to drill into, I think you all kind of touched on this maybe obliquely, is sort of the question of responsibility in a multi-stakeholder approach. So I think, David, you maybe kind of alluded to the public and, you know, we're in a free society and maybe some responsibility needs to be placed there for assessing misinformation, disinformation. You know, I think, Angie, you brought up the issue of, you know, can we even agree between different stakeholders on what the problem is? And that would seem like a precondition for assigning responsibility to do something about the problem. But I kind of want to go push a little bit further on this responsibility question because, you know, Aaron, you know, you mentioned, you know, we need to work together to kind of address some of these issues. No one platform can do it alone. But what specifically are the responsibilities that need to be assigned in order to make progress, to mitigate mis and disinformation online? Who needs to do what, where and when? And
so I'm gonna complicate the issue further, but then give you solutions. So also in 2009, when I got back from Afghanistan, continuing to ghostwrite papers on a nonpartisan basis, I got asked, because the global financial crash happened, what does the future of work look like in 2020, 2025 for the United States? And like all things, you have 5 days to answer that question. Came back and said, looking at technology trends, we're going to have at least 5 technological revolutions happening. AI being one, but also biotech, space, quantum, and then the miniaturization of IoT, Internet of Things, and drones. And we know from US history, as well as just world history in general, whenever there's parallel tech revolutions, there's haves and have-nots, there's displacement, there's anxiety, there's anger. I mean, remember in the 1890s when we had these new technologies of steam engines, telegraph, and electricity coming online, we had security guards being hired by railroad companies in the United States that shot at workers who were protesting over worker rights. We also had other interesting parallels that we could go into later. There was yellow journalism. That's how both Pulitzer and Hearst for a while sold their papers, were sensationalistic headlines that did not match the actual stories. We may have gone to war with Spain over a disinformation event. Remember the Maine. Now, Pulitzer turned a corner when he saw that maybe those lack of journalistic integrities may have also been feeding things in Europe that were starting to brew, and that led to, you know, World War I. But we've been here before where questions about how am I going to provide, questions about purpose, and question about how am I going to protect those I love cause people to feel anxiety. The brain does not like to be in a state of anxiety for long, so that goes to anger, even if the anger is placed at wrong outlets, because anger gives you a sense of control. And again, conspiracy theories. So back in 2009, I said not to observe the problem, but give people agency in how they're going to navigate what is going to be upheaval in 2020 and 2025, including how do I retrain? And there are NIST codes for the type of education required for any job. You could publish those NIST codes, invite someone to write an app or a website that says, I'm X, I want to retrain to be Y, look online at community college offerings. And all you have to do is invite the winner to the White House and shake their hand. Unfortunately, that didn't get done for various reasons. But I raise that because I think what we have been missing, at least in the United States, but you can also look at Europe and elsewhere in Western civilizations, is people are anxious and now angry because they're like, how do I provide? How do I protect those I love? What is my purpose, my identity? And so I think to solve this is we need people that say, we are seeing manifestations in terms of disinformation. Well, I prefer the word information of questionable quality as opposed to disinformation, partly because once you label it disinformation, you have placed a judgment on not only someone's belief systems, but you've placed a judgment on their identity. And it can oftentimes just write them off where they will not hear you any further if you say that.
Okay, you have to say information of questionable quality whenever you need
happy
disinformation
to,
on this, for the remainder of this
We can be
panel.
gentlemen and ladies of more optimistic quality, but regardless. Exactly. Oh no, that sounds elitist.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I think because, I mean, human history is replete with these examples, we've got to recognize that in some respects, we've got to go to the balcony and say, why is this happening? And if we can help people have a sense of agency in navigating this, and have a sense of agency, not just in terms of navigating the information landscape, but a sense of agency as to how they're going to actually make sense of what 2030 and 2035 is going to be, a lot of these anti-establishment populist activities will be less likely and less attractive. And you mentioned ISIL, and I love that you mentioned ISIL, bless you. ISIL used to send me death threats, by the way, yay. What we didn't see here in the West a lot is more than 55 to 60% of their messaging to their recruitment base was a sense of belonging. People joined because they needed a sense of belonging. So what are we doing here right now to reach the people that we may disagree with about worldviews and everything like that, but what are we doing to help create places where they can have a sense of belonging, even if we disagree? And last thing I'll say real quick is, when you go to court, remember they tell you to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And those are three discrete things. We do that in court settings, and even then, sometimes we get it wrong. I mean, there's appeals, and there's plenty of examples where courts get it wrong. But it takes a court to do that, and it's very laborious. I would submit that both advertisement, as well as political rhetoric, recognizes that if they do two of the things right and play, a little bit loosey-goosey on the second, I mean, that energy drink is not going to make you climb that mountain, but it's going to make you think the story is you drink that energy drink, you climb the mountain. I would say what's also happened with politics, because I was in a SCIF in 2009, and someone said, social media is going to bring about transparency and great understandings. And I was like, let me give you a counter argument, which is free societies operate when politicians can go back to their stakeholders and say, look at the victory I won for you, and not have to tell, this is what I gave up. And the challenge is now we're in an information landscape where they can say, here's the victory I won for you, but someone else is going to come back that wants to be in that same party and say, yeah, but you negotiated this, you gave up, you compromised. And so we start awarding winner-take-all politics as opposed to compromises where, in fact, I would submit in democracies, healthy democracies is when everyone gets a little of something, but they're also unhappy that they didn't get everything.
You raise an interesting point, David, in terms of maybe there's a gap in people's sort of sense of belonging, we want to support individual agency and so on. And I guess I want to just follow up briefly and say, who in society, what stakeholder in society should be responsible for inculcating that sense of belonging? Do we assign that to the individual? It's up to you to find your own self of belonging?
No, because most people don't have the time. I mean, most times we're overloaded. So we used to have this, I'm a big believer people need a third space, separate from their personal lives, separate from their professional lives. It used to be, for a lot of people, it used to be churches, synagogues, and mosques, and there still are for some, but I would submit most of those institutions are not weighing on the issues we're talking about here because...
But maybe they ought to be.
Perhaps, but then the question is what to do for people that don't want to do that, because we do know, for example, the younger generations are not joiners of those institutions, and so we've not created third spaces where, I guarantee whenever you go to a mosque or congregation, they all don't believe the same thing, but they're willing to at least subscribe to the narrative, even if the interpretations are slightly different. And so I think at the end of the day, and again, I come from public health, where the first people that saw the effects of cigarettes on the lungs were surgeons. Yet guess who was the highest percentage-wise of smokers were surgeons. So they had very visible evidence that this was killing people and causing things, but it still didn't change their behaviors. And what we saw in public health is ultimately when you give people both a narrative and you give them a sense of human agency and they actually feel like they can actually stop smoking, that they stop smoking. So I almost think we need to look to public health and say what are, because the same thing happened then with HIV. Like HIV, just getting information about getting tested, nobody did. Effective public health campaigns with HIV is when you got community leaders that you identified with say, get tested. It's something that you can actually do as a responsibility. So we need to borrow from public health as to how we attract these approaches.
And it also sounds like this kind of connects to ideas in complex systems thinking where you sort of need to get above the problem and think outside of the traditional kind of cause-effect kind of relationships.
I'm a big believer of go to the balcony.
Yes. Erin, Angie, this broader question of responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, I want to bring it back to the multi-stakeholder aspect of who's supposed to do what when.
Yeah.
And because I actually think the crisis right now is not that we don't know who, have no tools, no money exists in the world. It's just those things don't come together at scale strategically, and based on politics, there's an ebb and flow that can usually burn civil society. Usually the CSOs are the most disadvantaged in the power structure, so if money goes away, an entire organization has to fire people or hire people if they have to ramp up, or we're trying to do something in another part of the world, but you didn't have the sensitivity that you did in this other part of the world when you developed it. I mean, right now we do have incredible tooling models for very nuanced, sensitive, what we would call positive interventions on things like preventing and countering violent extremism with really good metrics. I mean, like all strategic communications or even ads marketing, bad ads campaigns do poorly and maybe can cause harm. Good ads campaigns do well. We have this weird idea all the time that the haters and the extremists are sometimes they must be so much better at this, so it's easier to become a hater than positive people doing well. No, people are just using the tools and the marketing and the visuals better or worse than others. There is a gap for the CSOs and NGOs that have very nuanced, deep, profound understanding, and then trying to get them to create the type of content that would reach the audiences they want to reach online, where I have to say, hey, you made a 2-minute video. Could you make it 30 seconds? And if your hook isn't in the first 3, you're out. Like, how do I connect some really beautiful CSOs to use the internet, not to force them to do everything in a TikTok, but to use a TikTok video to lead someone to more conversation elsewhere, or to turn passive content consumption into an active relationship, which is what violent extremist recruiters do. You might comment or like on a passive piece of content, and then a recruiter will say, hey, I saw you like this, let's talk, let's spill the spiritual void, fraternity, give you a sense of belonging, give you a goal for a hero, make you have purpose in the world. And actually getting CSOs and NGOs to have the support to use the online tools in the right way, or sometimes even make sure they have a younger intern that can do their social media content for them with some guidance to help the social. I don't think everyone over a certain age all of a sudden needs to become a TikToker or use Instagram better. I think you do need to bring in a younger generation. In your example, for example, guess who probably saved money by hiring teenagers instead of ads? And I'm not sure that the results were going to be that much worse just because they use teenagers. There are examples of using ads targeting, which the last panel talked about, to do this sort of intervention work. I think some people have moved away from it because of all the politics around ads targeting. There was work that I did previously with Stanford University that talked about rate and frequency. So how much content, how often would somebody need to see to start changing their mind? And they came to a rough conclusion of 2 to 3 pieces of content a day for 5 to 7 days. That's hard to regulate through pure holistic ads targeting. You actually need a more severe intervention pipeline into online social media, which you can do if you're partnered with the organization, but you can't do it without the platform partnership. So some of these methods you can do without formal partnerships with the tech, and some of them you cannot. The other ones include things like, I know Moonshot mentions like search redirect, but you have to know what are people searching for that is leading them to harmful organizations or content. The way you search on Google is different than what you're searching for on YouTube, is different than what you're searching for on Instagram versus X. So knowing the audience you want to reach and what they might be trying to seek on a given platform takes a lot of nuance. And that is from experts, and that is from people that understand bad actor networks. So you need those keywords and terms. For example, I might go to Google to find information, but I might go onto Facebook to find a group. and I might go onto X to find an information provider. So my key terms, even for the same group, are going to be different of what I might be looking for around the harm. But you can do really interesting search redirection campaigns and measure click-through rates and engagement. What sometimes CSOs also get burned with is it's impossible to fully calculate with a redirection how much traffic I'm going to push at you. And so I have an example where we worked with Life After Hate in the US, who were founded by former white supremacy networks, and we worked with them on key term lists. And some of this work is still going today. This is from 8 years ago. And when we turned on the redirection, we were surprised that it was a high click-through rate, something like 3 to 4%, which is very high in click-through rates. And it overwhelmed their website and their providers. They just didn't have enough support. And then they said, well, will Facebook pay us to hire more people? And then should a private company be staff salary dependent? And how does that work? And it raised a lot of questions. So even if you can make that connectivity, you have to put on boundaries and understanding about like how are they going to possibly handle scale, because it's really hard to know the impact of that.
I want to kind of pursue a line around responsibility here, and I'm curious your take, especially in the global context. What is the role for government? What should government be doing in the global context to facilitate this kind of work?
Well, I can tell you what models have worked and not worked. I think, and again, I'm looking at this from the counterterrorism, counter-extremism lens, purely, and then I'll pass to you because I think you have some experience in this as well. Governments fund traditionally. I know when USAID was pulled earlier this year, I know multiple NGOs that had to fire entire wings or staff or change events. That soft power politics sometimes will not come back, and sometimes it gets replaced in different ways. An example that affected our organization would be last year we had work that we did with the International Institute for Justice in Malta, and we were focusing on bringing a group of stakeholders from West Africa, from law enforcement, policymakers, CSOs, and tech to talk about counterterrorism. USAID was the IIJ side of funding. My funding came from tech. And so the IIJ said, we don't have the funding now. This event that we have in a couple months is going to fall through. And who stepped up with the funding was Nigeria. And actually, it's better if you're going to focus on West Africa to have a West African government fund. But that meant the US was not present. And Nigeria representatives said, we're happy to host, and gave keynote remarks in the beginning. And so that soft power was filled by another. So funding has traditionally been critical by governments. The legal structures to ensure that there is safety and protections for the CSOs and NGOs doing this work has traditionally been very important, and that really depends on how democratic or not a government is. And sometimes governments try to be the messenger. Governments don't tend to be good, credible messengers. And we saw that at the heyday of ISIS as well, where governments tried to be the sassy voice, the credible messenger. But actually, this sort of work only works well online when the message, the messenger, and the platform are aligned. And that alignment should be purely based on the audience you're trying to reach. Because I could be trying to counter the same violent extremist organization, but if I'm reaching 17-year-olds versus 40-year-olds, my message and platform might be entirely different.
Great. I want to come to you, Angie.
Yeah, I think that when we're in talking about the information environment, it's not a problem solution kind of paradigm that we should be thinking about, because there's always going to be disinformation. It's always been in human history. People have a love of tall tales, exaggerations, mythology. That's kind of on the benign end. It's okay for people to be wrong. That should always be permitted. Fact checkers deeply believe in freedom of expression because we see fact checking as an act of freedom of expression. We need access to information and ideas and to be able to speak with anyone, especially experts, freely, and we can't do that when there's censorship. Having said all that, fraud, hoaxes, conspiracy theories, false content, we can see greater percentages of that online, or we can see smaller percentages. As fact checkers, we want to aim for the smaller percentages. And I think that's why we're in a really not good place right now, because the balance is off, and it's tilting towards people who have incentives of profit in politics to spread false messages. Now, last night in our session, I thought it was very interesting. One of the questions from the audience was, what about Section 230? I've been working in this area since 2007, used to never get questions on that. People didn't even know what it was. Now it's a common topic in the media. In traditional media, television stations and radio have been regulated in the past. With print, newspapers were subject to libel lawsuits. Those were mechanisms that kept false information in check because legally truth was always the absolute defense. I think there's a growing sense among the public that this sector, especially the largest platforms, are under-regulated. And while our Congress seems to be gridlocked, there are multiple pieces of legislation in Congress that have bipartisan support. People like Mark Warner on the Democrats and Josh Hawley on the Republicans, Amy Klobuchar on the Democrats and Ted Cruz on the Republicans. There's a lot of dissatisfaction across the political spectrum about the opaqueness of online moderation and transparency that is needed. Now, people have different motivations. They're coming at it from different points. But there's growing consensus across the political spectrum and among the public that these largest platforms that are making the most money are not being held accountable to standards that, historically speaking, were pretty minimal. And I think you're going to be seeing this grow in the future. This is not going away. It's becoming entrenched.
So I think you rightly
Can
point out
I do a real quick
that-
rejoinder on just give a Section 230 example? So in the lead up to the elections in 2024 that were happening not just in the United States, but globally, I was part of a nonpartisan group of people that were trying to assess how the digital environment might be messed with leading up to an election. And we found a couple things. One, it was disconcerting. This was 2023, 2024, and there were some articles that came out as a result of this. If you searched for a fact, what is the customer support number for American Airlines? On a well-known tech company's search pages, the first 6 results were not real. And if you called it, they were actually scammers that had basically bought ads or had used the dark arts of SEO, so that when you call that number and they ask for your identifying information, off they go. So we do have to recognize that, you know, scammers and fraudsters will always get a vote. Then apparently, unclear as to who actually engineered this, several of us, including myself, experienced, again on this tech company's knowledge graph, I was apparently made the current CIO of the FCC, even though I left in 2017. So fortunately, I'm friends with some folks and gave a call, and I said, what's going on here? They came back and they said, well, unfortunately, we cannot tell the algorithm what is truth. And that's partly, again, Section 230. If you start getting that water, it gets really messy. You'll just have to keep on telling it it's untrue to unstick it. And it took about 7 weeks to do that. So I raise that because it does raise interesting questions that I do agree Section 230 obviously can be weaponized, and we have examples. We do need to think about, in some respects, whether it's been governments, whether it's been gatherings or networks of people, whether it's been organizations, 3 levers of which power is distributed includes laws or policies, narrative, and tech. And so if you put a tech company in the role of arbitrating one or more of those levers, they already have the tech lever, but if you also now give the facts and the possible linkage to narrative lever, we just need to recognize that, you know, again, the idea of organizing by geographical boundaries only came 200 years after the printing press. We may see with the internet, smartphones, and AI other ways of organizing that may not be by geography. We already see an example in Estonia where you can be an e-resident of Estonia without living there. We see ideologies popping up across borders. So we need to make sure, and I agree, Section 230 needs to be revisited. We should at least make sure we try to think also 2 steps ahead as to where that might go.
So I think the very important point of misaligned incentives and, you know, where is that leading us into the future? But I think you also kind of allude to the AI question. And is AI a new stakeholder? I mean, you know, Angie mentioned, you know, using AI, I believe, at PolitiFact at some point. You know, maybe it's more of a tool, so maybe it's an amplifier for certain stakeholders, but I guess the broader question is, how is AI shifting the equation?
I think AI is a great example of technology having benefits and costs. And I would also point out that some of these same companies that are in AI are the same people who brought you social media. And some of the staff, even at a new company like OpenAI, many of their staff are from Meta. So these are to me, this is kind of the same tech crowd.
A revolving door.
Yeah, to some extent, yes. And again, with the large language model, there's a lot of opacity. I keep using that word, opacity. Like, we can't see how it works. We could do things as a country, like in a democracy, the government, through deliberation and the decisions of the people, decides how to hold companies accountable. This is what I'm talking about, a democratic process to hold companies accountable. We're not doing that now. The policy of the current administration seems to be let AI companies do whatever they want. And this is generative AI, which I don't know how many, if you're interested in AI, one of my favorite books is Empire of AI by Karen Howe, and she talks about LLMs, or large language models, are a very particular type of artificial intelligence, and there are other types that do different things. So, so I think AI kind of gives and it takes. I mean, I'm not an AI hater. I use AI in my work. It's an extremely interesting language tool, but I think that we're still dealing with these same underlying dynamics of tech companies that don't seem to have a lot of responsibility,
Like, yeah.
to society as a whole.
And like so many other powerful technologies, it's a dual use technology, so different stakeholders will use it for good or bad, you know, we don't necessarily know how that's all going to add up.
So I'll just say, as a computer scientist, I've been long pushing for, there are other approaches beyond generative AI that I think would be more conducive for the type of world we want. But the challenge is who's going to step up to help initially fund them? Because generative AI, as we see, there's a VC play, there's a pure private equity play, there's a hope of returns, whether or not they'll actually materialize. And back in 2024, I got invited to host 6 roundtables at Davos on this, and I can tell you overwhelmingly, they said, you're right about the tech. At the moment, though, everybody's riding the generative AI train. So it's kind of, and it literally is like the locomotive. I think we should insist that we have the ability to run things locally. We should insist that our data is, we actually are having a Napster-like moment. And I say this with all fondness to the tech companies, but if you remember Napster in the 1990s, it was kind of dubious as to whether or not it respected intellectual property. And then came iTunes. And so I think we can get past that hump as well. And there are models that are, so the challenge with generative AI is everything that is filtered is post-compute. And so now you get in the difficult task of asking humans to decide what is socially acceptable for the generative AI to return or not. And I guarantee you that will ultimately be a political decision. You can do things, however, pre-compute using IEEE standards where you can bound things not only by space and time. You can say, like, when I'm in my house, I don't want the following things to be actually considered or not. When I'm, when I'm in an airport, anything within this boundary and this time constraint of 9 a.m., 9 p.m., I don't want these following things to happen. But you can also do boundaries in terms of whatever policies you choose as well. But that has to be pre-compute. Now, we're able to do generative AI because underneath Tony Tether, DARPA 20 years ago, there was actually efforts to try and figure out how we could actually, it led to transformer models. If we want a better future, we need some Patreons. And I do use that word intentionally because I don't necessarily see governments putting the money towards it. And I don't see some of the large tech companies at the moment putting the money towards it. Some Patreons to step forward and say, if I want a better future, the best way to predict the future is to create it. Let's work towards it. But I will also say, just as a final note, the world I come from, unfortunately, everything in the environment can be weaponized against you and be used to hurt and or kill you. That's not to make you paranoid. But we also need to just recognize that is the state of humans. And actually, the way we safeguard against that is not necessarily to restrict to everything in your environment, but to eventually insist in defense in depth. And for example, with cars, we're not saying you shouldn't have cars, but we have actually had better engineering of cars and better safety standards put into it.
And that took decades before
Unfortunately,
we had
the
those
seatbelt
things.
was 70 years in the making,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we have 70 years on making the AI trust and safety, but we are in a new paradigm shift. I would say if we want to work with the tech companies, and it's totally fine if people don't, but if you want to work with them, we also have to get some nuance into our language around AI. So a lot of people are saying AI when the tool is not AI. There's some very smart non-AI tools out there. In the counterterrorism space, we've been using AI tools in various different ways to scale and speed efforts to remove and understand terrorist content for over a decade. So AI has been embedded in trust and safety tools. You don't get to scale and speed of seeing these transparency reports of millions of people, millions of pieces of content being taken down without some scaled tooling. Is generative AI now decentralized and widely used, and are we already seeing terrorists and violent extremists exploit it? Absolutely. We're seeing it's so easy to make very good, slick, sexy-looking content from everyone now in a way that you'd need a campaign manager even a few years ago, and so you're seeing a lot more content. When you talk, and we talked a little yesterday with some people about this, if you're talking to data scientists and people that are doing UX researcher and looking at the impact of content, it is worth noting that more content does not equate better content, and even better looking content does not equate more impactful content. And this goes back to the last panel and the panel yesterday as well, that it still is the fact that for content to go viral, it's because it's through a trusted network and source, so you believe that content and share it within your network, and it has a holistic flow behind it. So we also talked a lot yesterday about youth digital literacy. And I'm more worried about boomers sometimes when I think of fake news and content. Like Jan 6 and Uprising was not a bunch of 16-year-olds, I'm just gonna say. My mom has shared a lot of, and I told her I would mention her, so sorry, Mom. My mom shares a lot of fake content sometimes for all the right reasons. She's like, you know, it's playing into her cognitive bias. She shared this video of Rachel Maddow talking about Article 25 and Trump and Vance are now, we don't know who's president. And she was like, this is insane. We need to prepare. And I was like, Rachel, and I had to look at it. I was like, Rachel Maddow's like range of movement is not like, it was only because her hands looked a little awkward. She didn't have 6 fingers. Her hands looked fine. It was just the range of movement was off. And then we had to say, well, who shared that and what was that? And so generative AI, we are seeing a lot of noise and what people technically refer to as slop that is coming out, and terrorists and violent extremists are also using these tools, sometimes because of all of your same concerns about not trusting a certain company. Terrorists and violent extremists also don't trust those AI companies and are looking at other types of platforms to create their content. I would say we're also seeing really big advancements in just language translation. So we were saying that the way you would know fake or misleading content 10 years ago is because the grammar was off. And nowadays we're saying, their writing's a little too slick. That is a 180 on how you might understand phishing content. I think if we think about the AI for good side, there are some very innovative groups that are leaning into the chatbots and how we are already seeing people psychosocially engage with those chatbots, especially younger people, but a lot of people are guilty of using these bots to talk about their relationships, their mental health issues, try to find guidance. And there is a group that I'll shout out based out of Delhi called Mythos Labs, and they've been working with Meta's Llama program to develop psychosocial support AI chatbots for de-radicalization programs working within the prison system. And they have found, and it was completely transparent, so if you are in prison, you sign on saying, if I use this chatbot, I know that the therapist associated with the prison will have transcripts of what I'm writing, so there's transparency with the prisoner. And they noted there was high usage, because you can talk to a chatbot any time of day. The chatbot facilitated with pre-scripted areas of response, but also facilitated the therapist by doing linguistic analysis, saying, here's where this person's grievances really are. Like, yes, it's ideological, or no, it's not as ideological, it's really more financial. And actually being able to target where radicalization vulnerability points is really important when we talk about de-radicalization. And there was something to the effect of, and it's only been trialed in 2 countries so far in Asia, but 80% of the prisoners, once they were released, because this was part of being engaged back into society, 80% signed on that they would still like to use the bot for social support. So these tools can be used for great good and great bad. We're still seeing where some of it goes, and it's changing quickly. We are still concerned that it could be used to facilitate bioweaponry, to facilitate 3D printed weapons, which we're seeing in trends to drones. These are all things we are looking at and concerned.
Well,
and
so
the AI has an overlay on that.
It does have an overlay. Two things, unfortunately, because you hit my tripwire. I'm pretty sure if we asked generative AI how to do liver transplant, it would give us an answer. But I'm pretty sure, self included, none of us would do the liver transplant right. So we need to recognize there is a difference between knowledge of something and experience in something. And so I just raise that because sometimes these very big spectacles are used to remove us from the very here and now things we need to do. And so that's just, I just need to flag that as that is something that we need to have more rationality on as opposed to irrationality. The second thing I would say, though, is it may very well be that we're seeing the system begin to stabilize itself. That is, if more and more AI slop is done, and more people say, look, I'm not going to actually use these platforms, I'm not going to use the internet, I'm going to unplug, guess what the companies are going to respond to as you start to disengage? They're going to actually start to deal with it. They're actually going to start to address it. So it may be that things have to get a little bit more sloppy before people start to address it, because that's how the system begins to balance itself. And then the final thing I would say is, I'm a big believer that, again, if we go back to we are going through tremendous upheaval. If we go back to people are really searching for, how do I provide, what is my purpose, and how do I protect those I love? If we can address that, a lot of these other issues in the changing information space, and I guarantee you, tech is going to move at tremendous speeds. To think that generative AI is the end-all, be-all, no. There's going to be other versions of AI that come out. And it does great things. Like if you use an automatic defibrillator that has AI, I don't think any of us don't want to have automatic defibrillators. But I raise that because I think we actually have to, again, go back to the balcony. That the moment we're in, if we can step back and say, everybody's human and everybody wants to have a sense of being able to provide, have a sense of purpose, and have a sense of protection, then we solve a lot of these issues.
It's interesting, your point that maybe we need to get more sloppy before things get better. We have some new data out of my lab that's showing that when you search on Google, maybe 1 in 6 of those links in the long tail might be AI generated. Sure. And that certainly sounds pretty bad, when you're searching for health and politics information. I wonder how much slop is enough slop for a company like Google, which with all of its resources might actually do something about that.
So again, an example from history. So in Martin Luther, he used the printing press to distribute his 95 treaties, but he's actually recorded as actually lamenting 2 things. One, because other print typesetters copied his work, he didn't get paid any money. So there was actually a problem that his wife had to support him by actually selling beer. But then 2, he complained that typos were being introduced into the work. And again, it wasn't until 300 years later we saw copyright law. So we can look at examples where things got bad and things got better. And again, recognize, the printing press was also in the backdrop of tremendous upheaval in Europe. It actually gave rise to the Enlightenment and then eventually the United States. So I don't know if I can quantify you how bad things have to get, but I am a big believer sometimes people will be motivated when they realize that maybe actually, we're doing like with the radio. The internet is not going to be the font of wisdom. And maybe we actually should recognize that we should use it occasionally, but there's going to be other things we need to do to triangulate.
I got the signal that we should move over to audience questions, and there are many of them. I saw you first, and then you, and you, sir, in the back.
Thank you. Great panel. 2 thumbs up, especially David's nuggets, psychology. I like that kind of stuff. And my name is Eric Mao. I run the Geopolitical Forum. So add to David's, that's okay. Add to David's point, the third place to fill in your life outside of job and work and family is Geopolitical Forum. I do believe we fill that third place. And actually, my question is for Angie. I guarantee you, I was there yesterday at Chicago Council. I think I actually sat in the second row behind you guys. I guarantee you, I wasn't the one that said fact-checking failed. But other than fact-checker sounds like, to me, like self-anointed arbiter of the truth. It sounds a little bit, but so I know better than jumping to conclusions. So I'm withholding my judgment. So help me out here. Tell me something about your methodologies or procedures for fact-checking before I can go ahead with my judgment.
Thank you so much. I feel like I planted that question. I actually didn't. So when we fact checkers got together to talk about high standards and create our code of principles, we said that every fact check needs to list its sources. It needs to provide links to those sources. It cannot use anonymous sources so that any reader or viewer of the fact check can replicate the findings and check the work. So first off, it's not an arbiter of truth in that sense, in that We're purposefully creating work that can be interrogated. The other issue with the Facebook program, I think, is very misunderstood, is a lot of people think that a fact checker said something was wrong and then took the content down. That is not how it worked at all. The way the program was designed is that a false post would have a screen put on it, and it would typically say something like, independent fact checkers have found this post to be inaccurate. Are you sure you want to share it? There was a link where you could click through to see the original post, and you could still share it. It was sort of a speed bump. It wasn't taking content down. Now, during COVID, some of the platforms started taking COVID-related content down, but that wasn't how the fact-checking program was envisioned or intended. And they took the COVID content down after conversations with the government, not with fact checkers. So those would be two of the things. The other thing is, the other question I often get is, who fact checks the fact checkers? And my answer to that question is everybody. Everybody on the internet fact checks the fact checkers. And the thing that
Community notes to infinity.
yeah, the thing that keeps us to these standards is our ethical goals of just finding out what's accurate. And we have open, transparent corrections process. If a fact-checking organization isn't making corrections on a regular basis, they can be ejected out of our network. I mean, we take it that seriously. So I think people saying, oh, those nose in the air fact checkers, those arbiters of truth trying to censor everyone, most of the people making those arguments have very specific agendas where they benefit from false information. They're either profiting from scams and fraud, or they found that false claims motivate their political base in ways that the truth doesn't. And those are two dynamics that I think are driving the attacks on fact checkers. Now, can fact checkers do a better job at communicating with the public? Absolutely. Can we be more transparent? Absolutely. But I think all of the knowledge professions, and I include universities, medicine, science, we need to talk more about how our work is intended to benefit the public good. Because I think that's one of the disconnects we've had and one of the sources of our problems with the public seeing knowledge professions as elite, is that we haven't talked enough, or in some cases, frankly, focused our work on public good. And if we can refocus our work on public goods and talk about it in a more specific and frankly, friendly and on a footing of equality with the public, I think that will benefit us all.
It seems like if there's any failure of fact-checking, it's been the politicization of fact-checking. Do you have any thoughts on how to push back on that, besides just being more publicly oriented?
I think we have some deficits that hurt us when we try to push back, because what we see is political actors will say like, oh, here are the fact checkers, they're our enemies. And they want us to be like, no, you're wrong, we don't like you. And like, that's not the fact checking the mentality. The fact checking mentality is like, you know, we don't have anything against you, we just think you're saying false things and we want to correct it. And if you say false things 10,000 times, we're going to try to still politely correct you, but it does get frustrating at that point. So, I mean, I think, and then the other thing is, in the partisan political atmosphere, like, we're kind of we talked about third spaces, fact checking is kind of in this third space. Because like one of the things that Democrats will say is like, how can you fact check us when things are so bad? And it's like, the fact checking mentality is to fact check wherever we see false information, not just to fact check people that we think are bad. That is not the fact checking mentality. That goes against our code of principles. Our code of principles says we need to fact check across the political spectrum. I could go on and on. Now, how do we push back? We just keep doing the work. And right now we're in this position where I'm underlining preservation and endurance. Fact checkers have been attacked. I think the fact checking organizations in the US will lose staff and have lost staff. But we're not going away, because we were here before the Meta program, and we know how to keep doing work with scarce resources. Now, more resources, more high quality work. But my goal is to get through this very heated political moment so we can keep doing our journalism.
Great. I want to go over here. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for all of your insightful discussions, because you talk much about like the AI and also those like chatbots people use. So because I'm interested in like how individual users that they can more actively to how to say combat those like misinformation or false information generated by the AI. So I want to hear all three your opinions about like, for example, now more and more people, they use like AI to search or generate information, but the AI generating information is not 100% accurate, right? We can see obviously many like misinformation or like false or false videos generated by the AI. So I want to hear about your opinions on how those like under AI era, how those like fact checkers or individual users, they can like more motivated to, you know, distinguish or encounter like, you know, counterbat or combat the misinformation generated by the AI. Yeah.
So if you look at where we're at in history, if you have a smartphone, and raise your hand if you don't have a smartphone. Okay. It looks like everyone's got a smartphone. You know, you can call anybody at a moment's notice. Hopefully with their permission, you can track any person or asset using AirTags anywhere in the world, and you can download commercial space apps that are accurate to 2.25 meter resolution as recent as 15 minutes ago. I guarantee you that Presidents Bush 41, Presidents Clinton, President Bush 43 would have loved to have had your smartphone in the Situation Room in the White House. What we have not done is give you the same tools that were used for U.S. national security to distinguish the information landscape, because in the business of intelligence, we always assume we have information of dubious quality. I mean, there are actors that are intentionally trying to mislead the United States in the intelligence tradecraft. There are people that really want to be true believers, but they just have the incomplete story. There are many reasons why you will sometimes get bad information. And unfortunately, that is the reality. The trouble is we've now democratized it so that everybody has to deal with that. And you don't have 10,000 analysts at the CIA with 3 to 4 weeks to produce something for the President's Daily Brief and give confidence intervals and sometimes be wrong. So we actually need to teach the tradecraft of how do you actually distinguish information of better quality versus information of more dubious quality, and do so rapidly, as opposed to taking 2 to 3 weeks whether you decide to click on that link or not. And that's where I celebrate that, yes, facts are a good underpinning. CPA model is also a good model. So certified public accountants, global standard, there is certification. Nobody worries that the CPA is going to cook the books, even if the boss tells them to do so. So we may need something clear. As a financial example, yes. Now, it works only in certain circumstances, because in finance, if it's debt financing, you can't lie. If you're doing equity financing, however, you can be as aspirational as you want, that in 2 years, we're going to do X, and if you don't, nobody will come back and sue you because you're aspirational. So it does work in certain circumstances, it does in others. But I agree with you. CPA model still retains public trust, but what we also need to do, I'm less for, well, I think we need to have more conversations about, oftentimes there's the fog of the unknown. Like when a school shooting happens, oftentimes we don't know exactly what's going on. And sadly, 10 years ago when a school shooting happened, it was not uncommon in the first day to have 4 conspiracy theories. Now in the first hour, it's not uncommon to have more than 50 conspiracy theories. And so we need to teach people to be patient in a world in which things feel 24/7, that I'm going to get stuff on social media or I'm going to get stuff through the news, and say there's the fog of the unknown. And oftentimes what you're seeing here is we don't know, or there's conflicting facts, and we're trying to arbitrate that. So I would say teach tradecraft and make it so it's accessible and anybody can do it. Look at some sort of I would love to have the equivalent of what you're doing as certified ombuds for information quality. And then finally, just teach patience in the fog of the unknown.
So we need CIA level certification. But
Yeah,
also,
exactly. You're all recruited.
But we should also recognize that AI assistants are also going to have gaps in their access to data, access to information and knowledge, and that's going to be a real impediment to using those tools as a kind of fact prosthetic, if you will.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of really interesting experiments in the area of AI and fact checking, especially coming from individual users, which is really interesting. Like when this first started happening, I don't know, maybe a year ago, I was kind of dubious, because if you ask an AI 10 fact-based questions, you'll probably get 8 pretty good answers, but 2 answers will be really off. So it really just kind of depends on your context. And we're seeing this real world experiment play out on X with Grok, where presumably the engineers have total access to controlling this AI thing. And Grok often still gives pretty accurate results, which is interesting because you would think that Grok at this point would just say whatever Elon Musk wants it to say, but it's kind of not operating with that. And then when they try to tweak it, it does really weird things and the tweaks become apparent. So I feel like the users on X fact-checking each other with Grok is this real-world experiment that's playing out in some interesting and complicated ways that I would not have predicted. So I'm watching that. The other area that's very interesting is query formation, like the prompts that you're using. There's a guy named Mike Caulfield who has a blog where he's just dealing exclusively with creating very detailed fact-checking prompts. And he gives it to the AI, the different large language models, and he's giving them instructions on how to fact-check. And he's getting really good results. It's very detailed instruction. But in theory, you could include this into the architecture of the LLMs. Now, I don't know if it will be done, and but it's very interesting work. So I think those kinds of experiments are ongoing.
I would just add maybe a little off the first question of where fact checkers are needed in my space is we run incident response protocols, and that is, we have to. Tech companies wish they never had to touch this stuff, but the fact is there are real world offline attacks, and oftentimes there is a perpetrator and or accomplice online footprint, sometimes proactively tied into attack strategies. Increasingly, not every attack, or else I would never have a life, but there's these low prevalence, high risk moments where live streaming an attack has trended in certain types of attack methods, releasing an ideological manifesto justifying your attack. And these types of content are different: text-based PDF content, live stream video content, image content off the back of that, keywords and hashtags, the sainthood culture of these attackers that then proliferates in cultures. It is so important that very quickly we can identify the attacker, identify accomplices, verify which accounts are theirs or not. Sometimes there are fake releases of a manifesto or fake profiles that come about very quickly saying that they're the attacker. We saw in the UK last year, a little over a year ago, the government was late to release the information about who an attacker was, and misinformation about who the attacker was came out from extremist populist circles that said it was this ethnic immigrant Muslim male, and riots broke out. And because we didn't have verified information, even for us to work with tech companies, we couldn't give steer on even just having a government. Sometimes the fact check is to say, we don't know yet, but we know it's not that. So sometimes fact checking is not to say what something is, but at least very quickly say what something is not, or tell people to pause on something. So that is somewhere where, even in our space, having fact checking is so important. And we do often, we're the ones that will tell a government, speaking to multi-stakeholderism as this topic, when we initiate our incident response protocols, we do proactively reach out to government and law enforcement. And if it's in a country where we don't have a direct point of contact, we do it through the UN Counterterrorism Executive Directorate and other bodies that can help us, or Interpol and Europol, who we work with. And oftentimes we're the ones giving them information about what we might be seeing to try to help them verify something. And so sometimes tech is at this forefront of having information quickly, but needing a double verification, a two-factor authentication, if you will, before we do mass removals or hashing or technological solves on it. And to this topic of how to combat, I am not the expert on combating misinformation as such, but it is still true if we talk about counter-extremism, which does touch on misinformation. It is so important that, again, it is through trusted networks. People, the more slop that is coming back out there, the more people are, even in your social media news, you are following legitimate news sources or people you trust, and you're going to those news sources, even if you're acquiring it via social media platforms, whether it's TikTok or Facebook or elsewhere, depending on your age and demographics. And it doesn't work to tell people they're wrong. So we know that much. I'm sure anyone looking at misinformation, I don't like being wrong, nobody likes being wrong. And so we know that truth does resonate, but it has to be packaged to feel true. And that's a very strange art to say, but if your fact goes against my cognitive dissonance, I will probably just scroll past. But if you find me at a common ground, like oftentimes we look in this space in counter-extremism, we're like, we started at the point of we care about youth safety. We can agree there. Now you've taken it in this, like you gotta start at a common ground and then pivot to the truth or package the truth in the emotive packaging that feels true. And we have found that in counter-extremism work where to counter a narrative, it needs to be done in a way where you're actually meeting people on a level and empathizing with them first to then pivot to the packaged truth.
Real quick, I just want to double click. What you just said actually applies to when you're trying to brief policymakers, when you're trying to brief people at the local level. You've got to first start with, not you're wrong, but we all care about this, and then go back from there.
It's a very critical communication problem. I think the gentleman in the blue jacket first.
And it seems to me that one of the principal themes running through all of these discussions is transparency. So, for instance, yesterday I apparently sent an email to our CFO asking her to pay an invoice. Now, she knows that I'm too cheap to pay a management consultant $44,000 for advice. But when I peeled back all the spoofing that went on with that, it was tied to a domain that was registered out of Mumbai, India. And of course, the registrant was privacy protected. And there's no way for me to get any information. That all comes through ICANN and all of that, so it's all kind of concealed. I get texts every day from numbers I don't recognize. I get emails every day from accounts I don't know of. It seems to me that what's happened here is the tug of war between privacy and transparency has maybe gone in the wrong direction. I don't see that there's anything private about registering a domain name, which after all is a broadcast channel. I don't know that there's anything private about securing an email address. That's after all a communication channel. So I'm not sure if I really understand the importance of privacy in these very public acts. And I'm kind of interested to hear what the panel has to say.
Because we're short on time, I think we'll take the two last questions very, very quickly. The gentleman in the black jacket and then up here in the third row.
My name's David Dalka.
Try to be brief, please.
Yeah. My name's David Dalka. I advise CEOs and boards via an entity called Fearless Survival. My question for this panel and for everybody in this room is why aren't we studying the history of AI? It developed in 1955, and for the first 65 years, we focused on the supervised learning rules and had business and government leaders make sure the computers did what people intended them to do. When are we going to have laws that outlaw unsupervised AI?
As soon as you move to the EU. Sorry, I don't mean to be dismissive. It's a perfectly valid point that to be studying.
Hello, I wanted to get back to the multi-state collaboration possibilities. Given that David Bray said that we are operating in a state of fog and not everything is as transparent as it could be, are there, without getting bogged down in definitions and goals in this state of fog, are there any good templates for multi-state collaboration? And once you arrive at some sort of a common denominators for collaboration, how do you bring them into action, whether it's at the strategic level or a tactical level or operational level? Do you know of any successful, any good cases that we could follow?
This is a great question. Very briefly, if folks want to address that or the other question.
I'll be very brief, so I'll go backwards. On good multi-stakeholder collaboration, just like what we mentioned, if you can get a group together on agreed upon really clear, tangible goal and have a considered amount of time and make it really clear what the expectation of the group is, you can get that done. So we refresh thematic working groups once a year and we pick 3 to 4 topics that no one company or government can solve, something like gaming and radicalization, like let's look at the threats on gaming, or counterterrorism finance, because none of the tech or the governments want these things. And then we decide what the output's going to be, whether it's policy framework, strategic tools that can be used across platforms, and we co-develop it during the course of the year. But it has to be framed, targeted, time limited, and especially for CSOs, not time dreaming, because it is not their full job to be part of this. So we've actually limited even the amount of time. So we might do longer sessions, but fewer sessions to understand, and doing them on 2 different time zones, because we have global operators. So 47 countries were involved in our working groups last year. So that means more time for me doing 2 different sessions and then comparing notes and sharing information across it. More time on you as the organizer, but better outputs wrangling cats with all the multi-stakeholder groups. I think on the history of AI, if we look at the main 3 questions in trust and safety that we asked AI 5 years ago to think we were being good Samaritans, those are now out the window. So good AI, is it replicable? No, you ask it the same thing 2 different days, it won't be the same because it ate different information. Is it explainable? Can it explain to you? No, it's so many different data points going into it that it can't explain back to you why it made a decision. An engineer would have to sit with you one day for one answer for why the Google search results was that. And should you be removing bad data sets from the AI? No, AI is only as good as how much it can eat as an insatiable beast. And actually, some would argue it's good to keep the bad data sets in the model and label them as bad and explain to the model why they're bad instead of removing them. So we're at a sea change of even what trust and safety means for generative AI. And I think we need to then reframe how we engage on what that means our new metrics for trust and safety should be right now. And I'm sure others have something to say on that, but on the transparency versus privacy, we actually see 3 competing policies that butt heads, and that's privacy, safety, and free speech. So privacy, security, voice. And if you solve just for one, it will be at the cost of the other 2. And every government has drawn a different line between them. And you get cause and effect. So you got Snowden revelations, so then you get privacy laws in Europe. You get Cambridge Analytica, you don't get as much transparency for researchers. That wasn't a data breach, that was a research contract breach. So actually, each time we get one of these fallacies, we actually get a shifting in dials of like, okay, then we go to end-to-end encryption because we need privacy. And then that's at the cost of not seeing terrorist content or child exploitation imagery. And we are in the US. So free speech is the most dominant of those 3 pillars, traditionally speaking, if I'm speaking here, versus other countries. And so tech companies are also being asked to draw the line, and even sometimes how they're set up. Like if you're on WhatsApp or Kik or Viber, they're end-to-end encrypted, so they're default shifting towards privacy versus other platforms that they're meant to be exploitative, like Twitter, X traditionally did not want to moderate as much because they were leaning in on transparency. And so you get platforms just like governments drawing a slightly different line, and we do not have the UN of the internet trying to consolidate right now, which is something that people are trying to think what that might look like.
So we're going a little long, but I want to.
All right, I'll be real brief.
Make sure
shorter
we
than
have
that.
some final comments from.
So I would say,
David and Andrew.
after the break, happy to connect you with Ellen McCarthy, who's going to speak later about the Trust and Media Cooperative. They are actually doing very interesting things, again, sort of using the tradecraft. She's a retired naval intelligence officer, my own background, trying to apply the tradecraft. It begins, though, the successful partnerships begin with, again, saying we all care about X. We all care about making sure our commercial brands are not damaged. We all care about making sure we still have stable societies, and then work backwards from there. So, but Ellen McCarthy, Trust and Media, happy to connect you. On the why aren't we seeing things at the moment? I think if you look at the last 5 years, the first 2 years were trying to do AI safety, and then suddenly the geopolitics of AI kicked in and we realized, or we made the conclusion that it's about getting there first. I think that's a little bit short-sighted in that, one, I'm not sure you will ever be able to make generative AI completely safe. It's always bubble wrap after the fact. And again, if we want a better future, there are other AI approaches we can apply here, Bayesian, active inference, happy to talk after the break. But again, I think there are better ways to get to where we want to go. I think ultimately generative AI will be shown to be a great user interface. But if you're looking at to minimize surprise, minimize novelty, and actually adapt to new outcomes, there are other approaches. And then finally, there actually is some MIT-filed patents that achieve privacy, know your customer, so KYC checks, as well as security. And so what I would say actually, look at the Stop Scam Alliance, where they're pointing out in the United States, unlike other countries, so other countries will flag if you're getting a phone call from overseas. The United States has resisted flagging that that phone call you're getting that is looking like it's coming from a local number is in fact hopping from overseas. And so maybe the answer is you can still have privacy, but where necessary, you have KYC checks.
Great.
Yeah, I'll just speak to the privacy, safety, free speech aspect. I do think that we are seeing balancing of these values, and they're often in conflict. I recently worked on an effort from the Knight Institute to increase transparency around publicly available information, and our solution was to look at scale and say, like, the largest, most powerful platforms will have the most requests for transparency. So we did it that way. The other issue is, and this is slightly outside of my area, is that law enforcement, to the question of spoofed invoices, law enforcement is very much learning how to deal with these sorts of things, which what you're describing is a financial crime. I wouldn't say it's like a disinformation, misinformation issue. And law enforcement, you know, a couple of years ago, they would just say, oh, we can't do anything about that. I think law enforcement is increasingly understanding that these are financial fraud is a public safety issue, and they're starting to become much more sophisticated in understanding that this is an area for them. Now, as far as like one-off emails, I don't know, but the awareness of scams as a big public safety issue is increasing, and I expect it to increase more.
Well, I learned a lot today. I think we should thank our panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you at our afternoon series of events. Welcome, and I'm very happy that this weather, our famous Chicago frost, didn't scare any of you. It can be even more, but here we stay all warm, and I'm very glad we have a very welcoming atmosphere. We will continue this line of events with a section on countering state-sponsored disinformation and ensuring trustworthy information spaces. So pretty much we are focusing on how we're going to respond to the space-sponsored disinformation attempts, and especially we will do this with the help of our experts that represent both practitioners from actually very different tracks. We have representatives from NGO and NPO sector, academics, and government, quite extensive government experience that we will be able also to talk with regards to cases all over the world. We have guests from Taiwan, from Ukraine, all the way from these parts of the world, and of course, American diplomat with very long experience in this subject. I would like to introduce our speakers today. To my right is Dr. Victoria Romaniuk. She's a deputy chief editor of a very renowned, respectable Ukrainian fact-checking organization called Stop Fake. And she's also director of Mohyla School of Journalism at National University of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. Again, one of the oldest schools in Ukraine and in the region, actually. Next to her is Honorable Ellen McCarthy, who is a chairwoman and CEO of Trust and Media Cooperative. Also, she has a very impressive experience in the government. She started her career under Ronald Reagan administration and worked in the State Department, had experience with the intelligence and diplomatic sectors, and relatively recently also she served as a former U.S. Assistant Secretary. She was a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Intelligence and Research under the during the 2019-2021 during the first Trump administration. And at the end of from me, there is Shihun Law, Dr. Shihun Law from he's a professor from National Cheng University from Taiwan, and he's also a chairperson from Taiwan Fact Check Center. So we have a very good selection of practitioners from various tracks and various experiences. I'm glad to see you here at our event at Buffett Institute. And I would like to ask you to start with a short kind of intro, 3-5 minutes each, and to maybe shed some light on the problem of the challenges that currently are faced by the so-called frontline democracy. I actually like this definition, frontline democracies. They are not just democracies. They are being targeted right now, facing not only the informational war, but also quite literal war, what kind of tangible consequences the populations, the audiences in these countries, in Taiwan and Ukraine, are facing right now, how trust in institutions is being affected, how maybe even global alliances that their countries are participating is being affected. So challenges and where we might be falling short.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great honor, and I would like to express my gratitude each of you and your country for supporting Ukraine. It's traditional start from our side. It's really important today in such a difficult time for us. For Ukrainians, today's reality has been shaped more than 10 years of the war because it didn't start 2022. It began in 2014, and since then we have lived not only under the military attack, but also under the systematic information pressure and information attack. Disinformation, manipulation, propaganda, and psychological operation have become part of our daily life, and unfortunately, this is our daily reality. And yesterday we had a great meeting with a student, and one question was, what disinformation means for us? And the answer was very, very simple. Because for me, especially disinformation, it's Russia disinformation. And my life, my experience, my professional experience related with analysis of Russia disinformation. Over the year, Russia FIMI has changed significantly. At the beginning, Russia relied on state-controlled media such Sputnik and entities that spread and promote messages to large international audience. But after the sanction and platform policies, regulatory measures that reduce the reach these media outlets, they adapt their strategy. And after that started to work more, the strategy started to be more decentralized, and they act through the various decentralized sources, proxy website, social media campaign, Telegram, TikTok, and so on and so on. And of course, it was not only one messages or one narratives. It's multiple messages, a lot of narratives that tolerate multiple different audience. And of course, the idea divide and conquer is still the key principles of Russia disinformation, because Russia tried to select knowledge about the media environment, different country, political system, and how do people consume information. And also, Russia tried to analyze and collect knowledge about motivation and behavior, European and American politicians, and they use their knowledge to their own goal. And of course, we have a result. And what is the main dangers? Of course, the more dangerous, it's not a single fake story or some false information. The make dangerous, it's a harm it does understanding of our reality, because this campaign drew the line between what is true and what is false. And this is really very dangerous, because Russia trying to create reality when a lot of different meaning, different sense, and people just stop verifying information, because the idea that everyone is lying now is the general idea of Russia disinformation. As a result, we have a very big threats for democratic society. We stop doing together, we stop making decisions together. And for me, it's the main challenges of Russia disinformation.
This is very interesting. You are bringing up the dangers of people when they stop trust anything, right? Informational learned helplessness, something that we have studied as well at Northwestern. And it's very sad, but it's very obvious in the situation of the active war paired with the informational warfare.
Absolutely, absolutely, because this strategy weakens to support country like Ukraine or Taiwan. Yeah.
Thank you. And Shihong, what is your take on the greatest challenges that is being faced by the society in Taiwan right now? If you could compare, I don't know if you could compare also with the situation in Russia from that perspective, and whether a response should be different in some way.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to join this discussion. I'm from Taiwan, the most dangerous place on earth, as described by The Economist. But this claim needs to be fact-checked, actually. So, glad to be here. I'm still a bit jet-lagged, and English is not my best language, but I'll do my best to get my ideas over to you. To really understand how serious this problem is, we need to look at Taiwan. Taiwan is not just affected by disinformation. We are on the front line. For 11 consecutive years, Taiwan has been ranked as the country most affected by foreign disinformation in the world. That means we are not observers, we are the testing ground. And the threat is evolving very quickly. Just recently, Taiwan's National Security Bureau released new findings on China's information campaigns. What they described is exactly what my colleagues and I see every single day. Disinformation is no longer small scale or amateur. It is industrial, coordinated, and data-driven, and state-sponsored, of course. From my perspective, the most serious challenge today is no longer simply fake news. It is the gradual erosion of trust. During Taiwan's last presidential election, we saw a clear shift. These campaigns were not really about supporting one candidate or another. Their real goal was to convince citizens that democracy itself is broken, that elections cannot be trusted, and the government institutions are incapable of protecting the public. We saw manipulated videos, edited clips, even early forms of deepfakes in 2024. The point was not persuasion. The point was polarization. Because when trust collapses, democracy cannot function. So where are we falling short? We are entering a so-called post-moderation moment. Just as AI and coordinated networks are becoming more powerful, many platforms are stepping back from responsibility. This shift the burden onto civil society and the fact-checkers, like my organization. But without real platform accountability, we are always one step behind. That's why Taiwan's experience matters. Our response has never been only about debunking falsehoods after they spread. It has been about building resilience through media literacy, civic technology, and public engagement before manipulation take hold. The lesson I want to leave you with this. with is this: success do not mean eliminating lies or fake news. That's impossible. Success means resilience. It means that disinformation no longer decides our political outcomes, no longer paralyzes our societies, and no longer destroy trust faster than we rebuild it. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting question of trust. And Ellen, I would like you to also address this. If you will, I will add to the question. So first, kind of restate what I asked our other colleagues. If you could compare the approach from China and from Russia to the information warfare, maybe add Iran or whatever other entities that you deem appropriate, because there is actually a wider, broader range of actors here. But I'm also actually curious about the concept of trust is central, right? But some societies already have their trust eroded. So when we talk about restoring the trust, where do we want it to be restored? Do we want also to rebuild it? Because in many societies, including Ukraine and some EU countries, United States, who are here, we also have some problems already with trust towards the institutions, politicians and such. So if you could also take on that, and maybe other participants will step in.
I'll be here for another hour.
It's a big topic, I agree.
No, I'll keep my remarks short.
Please.
But, just to start with the real challenge of state-sponsored disinformation and then to work from there. I think I might reframe the problem just a little bit, although I think there's certainly elements where I'm in complete agreement with my colleagues, in that I do agree that the most serious challenge posed by state-sponsored disinformation is not that people are believing in false things. I think, this last couple of years, the world has gone into elections. It's like 60% of the world was going into some major election. And what we pretty much saw was, though there was certainly an uptick in synthetically generated data, that information that, was meant to persuade people maybe to make different choices. That's not really what happened. Like, people, for the most part, voted for whoever they thought they were going to vote for. But I think the biggest issue was, and I think you mentioned this, was that it's the impact it has on our decision systems, and it's being systematically degraded. So our ability to make informed decisions is just getting harder and harder. We tend to think of disinformation as persuasion or propaganda. Can you make people think X when you want them to think Y? But we're actually seeing at scale, it's much more dangerous and it's much more strategic, and we're getting a real view of that in Ukraine and in Taiwan. And you'd think that that would be motivating to us when you see that, but certainly not at the speed that I think it needs to be. But adversaries are polluting the information environment so that societies, governments, companies, alliances, and pretty much all of us can't think, coordinate, or act coherently. And the real weapon here then is confusion, mistrust, paralysis, and miscalculation. So what does this look like in practice? I don't know if you all read the paper this morning, but here we just had a story that came out, and many of you mentioned it earlier today, about 2 different images that were released by the Department of Homeland Security and the White House. And it was a single image of a protester in Minnesota, and the DHS image was a real image, but the one that came out on the White House website was clearly altered. And when the White House was approached by this, their answer was, we believe in the rule of law, that's good, and we also, we're pro-meme, essentially. We're not against memes. And that was their answer. Now, I don't know anything more about that, so I don't know if I trust what I'm reading right now, but that's what was reported, so that's where I'm gonna go with at this point. But I think you definitely see where things are happening in practice, even, not just in China and Russia, but even here in the United States, where institutions are losing legitimacy, because every decision is immediately contested. And there's no question in my mind that we're going to hear a lot more about this DHS White House image. And then leaders spend more time managing the narrative instead of managing reality. And maybe that's by design, or maybe that's just sort of an effect of what's going on right now. I've mentioned before, I worked at State Department as an intelligence analyst. And I was shocked at the amount of time I spent running down bad information. So when policymakers, used an article to support a policy decision, and the intelligence community knew that it was either not it was not a solid source, or that there was other things that need to be considered, we spent an awful lot of time putting out fires instead of doing what intelligence is supposed to do, which is to inform decisions. So the strategic effect is that it's not that you believe my lie, but you can't decide whether or not you're acting with confidence. And the other impact of this is that I'm not one who believes that our democracy is dying here in the United States, but I certainly think it's being challenged. And we are moving at a much slower pace. We're less innovative. Edelman just put out their trust barometer for 2026, and while I haven't read all of it, the one thing that I did read about was that something like 70% of global respondents indicated that they're hesitant or unwilling to trust someone with different values, who believe in different information sources, or with backgrounds that are different to their own. In other words, we're all retreating to our own little bubbles, and each bubble is not working with the other bubble. So it's, how do you run a democracy when you're divided up into these stovepipes that don't even want to talk to one another? And that has nothing to do with facts or truth or trust. That's just, we're becoming further divided. So, and the problem is that it's all getting worse. It's not getting better. I think they're seeing three big shifts we're seeing. And we talk about the speed of mis and disinformation and how it's just increasing at an incredible scale. But that also means that decisions are happening faster, and they're not always informed decisions. So, they're happening faster than we can have any human verify the data that they're being made, the decisions are made on. And then the scale, you just have AI that's allowing manipulation and noise to move so much bigger and in more mass than we've ever seen before. And then the complexity. I spoke a little bit about this yesterday, that it used to be we had these guardrails in place that would help us sort of figure out what was going on. And maybe they weren't always the best guardrails. So that would be the platforms, or it might have been some traditional news organizations. And certainly, we can go in and do a lot of review about politicization and bias, and they weren't the best, but at least there was something out there. There was some expectation that someone was helping us sort of figure out how we could get to the information we needed. And that's just not there anymore. So now the burden has been put on us and our companies and our governments, and we're not resourced to do that. We don't have the tools, we don't have the understanding, we don't have a similar set of standards that apply across sectors, across countries. Mm-hmm. And it's really a global problem. So that's how I view sort of the state of our information ecosystem. But I believe that the solution is that we need to actually look at the information ecosystem as an infrastructure that has those standards, that has those tools, that has those capabilities that empower users, because it's not governments, it's really people who are going to drive the changes that need to happen right now, because those guardrails are all but gone. And our focus needs to be on governance. And I think, again, my colleagues here talked about that it's not just public opinion, it's not just elections, but the ability of complex societies to function, coordinate, and decide. And so what I think a response looks like is not just more content moderation, but it's building this infrastructure that's based on provenance, knowing what critical information, where it comes from, on quality signals, that knowing how to identify quality information and knowing how much confidence to place in it. Escalation paths, so knowing what to do when things look manipulated or unstable, like we do when we get hacked, when it's a cyber situation. Auditability, being able to learn from failures instead of just sort of repeating them. And then lastly, governance and responsibility for information risk in decision-making. So for me, it's all governance and decision-making. And this is not political, and I'll tell you, my organization is nonpartisan. It's not about policing speech, it's not about deciding what's true, but I'll just end my too long time, and I didn't even get to Iran yet, but I'm gonna quote Jon Stewart, for those of you who know the comedian Jon Stewart. I'm still trying to get to him. If any of you know Jon Stewart, please help me get to him. Because he did this podcast a few months ago with Trevor Noah, And I don't know if you've seen that podcast, but he was talking about the state of the information ecosystem, his words, not mine. And when asked if he had a magic wand, what would he do? And he could have asked for anything. He could have asked for 1 million more magic wands. But he asked that we clean up the information ecosystem, that we make it easier, because as human beings, we all make bad decisions. His words, not mine, we F things up all the time. But if we have a cleaner information ecosystem, we'll F things up, and we will, but it'll be based on information that we actually have some understanding is based in reality. And so now, just finishing up with, you asked about other...
If you can compare briefly China, Russia, and Iran, for example, approaches to the warfare, information warfare, from your experience.
Well, I think it's intent. I think that China is much more strategic, in terms of the outcomes that they are looking for, the how they want to destabilize. Whereas I think Russia is just about mass chaos. It's almost
disruption.
It's just mass disruption. It's not necessarily in the United States. No. Yeah.
There might be some disagreement, but
please. And then in Iran, I think Iran they're highly effective. I actually just was informed by FBI that I'm a target in Iran for a phishing campaign. And so Iran's getting better. Iran is now doing research on who they're targeting and when they want to get you. So Iran is not to be underplayed in this. They were the small kid in the block, but not so much anymore.
So it's strategy versus flooding and overwhelming the systems. If you compare China and Russia, and then Iran is a very quick development.
Very quick, they're learning fast.
Interesting, thank you very much. I hear some desire to add and elaborate from Victoria here.
Yeah, I would like to add
a lot.
A lot, yeah.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, definitely there are a lot of different questions that I would like to combine in one answer. Trust, the role of fact-checking, and the strategy of Russia disinformation, and prediction of Russia disinformation, and how we can predict Russia disinformation. And I would like to start with thank you, Angel, for your strong message about the role of fact-checking, because it's really very important. And I also want to say thank you very much for IFCN, because IFCN, International Fact-Checking Network, was very important for us, for my organization during this war. It means a lot for us because our partners, our community, help us to spread information, to verify information, to analyze the ecosystem of Russia disinformation during the very, very difficult time for my country. So the organization that I represent, Stop Fake website, was founded many, many years ago at in Mohyla School of Journalism. And it was also very, very difficult time for us, Revolution Dignity, 2014. My colleague from Mohyla School of Journalism decided to do something and verify information and spread some knowledge about information in social media and so on and so on. And it was time, very special times, when we didn't know some method, we didn't understand how verify information, and for us was very important to create the database, to create the set of tools how to verify information, and of course was very important to create the community of professional fact-checkers. And also we understood that systematic disinformation this is a result of state control, Russia media and Russia disinformation. This is systematic activity, systematic and strategic action of Russia disinformation. So the first step that was very important for us, it create database and monitor Russia and English suspicious media every day during more than 10 years. We have a huge database that now used for training Ukrainian LLM system, for instance. because it's really very important data that demonstrated evolution of Russia disinformation. The step number one, it was very important to analyze this data. And I remember the first research in 2017, we analyzed our database and we analyzed the narratives. The main narratives were Ukraine is a fascist state, Ukraine is a failed state, military support Ukraine by NATO and US, Ukraine territory problem with in Ukraine, history, language in Ukraine. All this narrative has become part of the main speech Vladimir Putin before the full-scale invasion. It was absolutely clear that Russia disinformation in context of Ukraine, this is strategy, very clear strategy. And of course, fact-checking is a tool to see some element of this strategy. And yes, of course, that's why I think fact-checking in Ukraine is very important. The next point that I would like to mention, our audience. For us, it was very important to build audiences. According to the annual Internews survey, 18% of Ukrainians recognize StopFake as reliable sources. So what this means? It means that people trusted us, believed us, and I very clearly remember the first week of the full-scale invasion and received a lot of messages from ordinary people. And one of the messages was, I'm standing at my window and I see Russia tank. What should I do? For me, it's really important message because it means that people trusted us. And we are only one sources that can help these people, that can explain what is going on. It's about trust. It was audience. So the main idea, yes, of course, we have to prepare the system in advance. We have to prepare the system, the set of different measures in advance. Database, analytical instrument. We have to communicate with people. We have to build our audience. And of course, we have to be transparency. We have to be honest. And it's very important. It's very important before the crisis started to prepare the set such measures. And of course, fact-checking, it's also very important instrument to predict some crisis because our database, our expertise, our communication with audience help us to analyze and understand what will be next. That's why I think fact-checking is very important.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Ellen, you want to?
Yeah, I'd like to respond because I mean, first I love the story and I love the impact you're having, and I think it actually, I mean, it's a great case study for how it could be. I think it's fair to say fact-checking certainly has not, I mean, I think it has to be fact-checking but fact-checking has not been having the impact here in the United States that I think we expected, because there's no trust in the institutions that are doing the fact-checking, or there's fact-checking in silos. I like in your example to, again, highlighting sort of the state of trust in the world. And, you know, Pew and Gallup have been reporting on the state of trust for 75 years in the case of Gallup. And what they're finding is trust in institutions in most free and open democracies has been on the decline for 75 years, with one exception. And it tends to be local businesses, local information sources. There's something about this local component because it gets to, you know, this how do we ingest information that we trust and we need. And I have to believe that the scenario you're describing is exactly feeding into this sort of vision of creating these organizations that have these connections, that have this level of trust. They're having the impact that they're supposed to be. I mean, I think it's an incredible case study. It's more than facts.
Yes,
I would like to add
it's not just claims, falsehoods, which we are seeing on internet or somewhere else. It's undermining the trust in institutions and the processes. You rightly stressed everybody's attention that it was the past year was the year of elections, right? We had like 2/3 of the world was voting. So when people were voting and yet not trusting the institutions and the process, that's actually a much more foundational problem.
Yeah, but I would like to mention that it's very important to divide fact-checking, media, and media environment during the war time and peacetime. It's absolutely different paradigm. And sometimes I think that we are talking about absolutely different perspective. You are absolutely right, but this is perspective peacetime, you know?
And I love that you're highlighting that there is this demand for information that helps people make decisions. And right now, I haven't seen that data that shows that, because right now the incentive structure is such that all that gets pushed out is information that actually helps folks with their own sort of ideological, political, or whatever their motives are. And so, again, I think what we're seeing in Ukraine is an incredible case study for the art of what could be, because it's people that are driving this need for data that they can have confidence in.
Shihun, I was wondering if you have
sure.
desire to
Thank you.
to
I'd like
say
you
a
to
couple of
talk
words.
more.
And maybe one more, and maybe one more thing. Maybe you and also Victoria also could speak about that. And I was also curious about the situation when, especially you having first-hand experiences as both working with fact-checking in a very complicated environments, right, under threat through very large countries right nearby. Is there a point at which correcting the falsehoods can actually put you in danger that you might be amplifying some of them, like this barbarous traits, and in fact you attract attention to them, which again is playing a different, it's a different situation in the time of war or near-war situation. Maybe you could share your experiences with that as well, both you, Shihun, and Victoria.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I forgot to emphasize in my last sharing that Taiwan Fact Check Center is not a government agency, although it sounds like one. Going back to the question you raised about Russia and China.
Yes.
I think to compare Russia and China in their disinformation tactics, I think China has learned from Russia's experience, but its approach towards Taiwan is more targeted in the long term, because they have a lot of money to invest to be able to achieve the goal of the so-called reunification with Taiwan in the long run. In the long run, they will prevail. They are confident. Yeah. What we see is often described as cognitive warfare. The key difference is precision. In the past, the messages were broad and generic. Today, China's linked actors use data analysis and to target specific groups, emotions, and moments. They don't just spread false news, fake stories. They build fake environment. For example, PR firms in Taiwan have created large networks of lifestyle accounts on social platforms. These accounts post about food, travel, or daily life to gain trust first, and later switch to political content at critical moments. What this means for democracies is that response strategies must be different. Against chaos, we need clarity and rapid response and correction. Against precision, you need long-term resilience. Media and information literacy, trusted local voices such as quality journalism, and the early detection of a coordinated and authentic behavior are also important.
Thank you. You know, it's very interesting. I have heard yesterday during the panel discussion in Chicago, in the Chicago Council, and then today also during several sessions, and now very interesting evolution of the way we assess Chinese and Russian efforts in terms of information warfare. If you would remember these discussions like 5 years ago, experts would often say that Russia is learning from China. Now it seems to be that the other way around, probably due to the war, active war, and there may be more funding in that direction that Russia is directing. But is that the correct impression I'm getting? Is that's how you would also assess it, that it's the other way around, not Russia learning from China anymore, but China learning from Russia with regards to approaches?
I think China now is confident that they can be teachers now. Yeah, not only pupils. Yeah.
Okay.
I think they are, in a sense, they are right because they have invested so much in technology and talented people specializing in propaganda, disinformation. They used to be not so effective because for several decades, we are resistant to their propaganda because you can see, as you see it, it's propaganda. Because you think it's propaganda, so no matter how they do it, it's not so, it could not be so effective as they want.
I want to steer our conversation to a slightly different topic, but the one which was raised numerously throughout the discussions. How about the emerging use of AI technologies by both those who are launching disinformation campaigns and those who are trying to counter them? Do they, how much do they help you and how much they create problems to you? Is the gap between offense and defense is growing? How AI tools maybe help you to detect, counter, pre-bunk these efforts? That's the question to our colleagues from Taiwan and Ukraine. And maybe, Ellen, also you could talk about Trust and Media Cooperative's perspective on how you approach AI both as a tool to strengthen information integrity and maybe as a governance challenge. Thank you. Whoever wants
to start?
Okay, sure. Yeah.
I mean, I think AI changes the fight, so the offense, in three ways. I mean, it really is speed, scale, and plausibility. So, you know, now manipulation moves faster than sort of the very human-centered verification systems we have in place, which is happening at incredible scale. I just was providing some input to a study being done at the Institute for Defense Analysis on AI and impact on defense operations. Defense operations, sorry about that. And, you know, what it's doing is it's not just being used to help assess data, it's actually being incorporated into the systems that are involved in judgment and decisions, and it's happening really fast. And so where do you come in and make changes? You know, how do you ensure that if there's bad data or manipulated data, that it's not fed into your entire operating system too late? I mean, the way we're structured right now, it's just not going to happen fast enough. And I think that same sort of model applies in the civilian sector and in businesses and in other organizations. But then you look at the other hand, it's also an incredible tool to help us manage information quality at a modern scale. So, I mean, we really, from Tim's perspective, we look at it, and I think certainly from the Defense Department's perspective, we look at it as both a good thing and a bad thing, that we need to figure out how to better manage. And at the end of the day, I think our focus needs to be on that governance part and on the judgment part, because I think that's where humans need to come in, but we certainly need to figure out how to do it faster. So I'm not sure if this is answering your question.
Again, the problem of speed versus verification,
Right.
that dilemma. Again, that we talk about so much, rightfully so. What about you, Shihun and I mean, Victoria? How do you use AI tools in your countering disinformation efforts?
Okay, yeah, it's true. Okay, AI has dramatically increased both the speed and the scale of attacks. In 2024, we saw deepfake audio and manipulated videos appear just minutes after real-world events. But technology is also part of our defense. Taiwan has built a strong civic tech ecosystem, and the community of, there are many people, engineering people, hackers, they are willing to be volunteer in public interest efforts. And we work closely with these communities, like COFAX. It is excellent. And G0V community. G0V means an alternative to government. GOV. It's called G0V. Thousands of citizens help identify rumors, especially on closed apps like Line, which is equivalent to WhatsApp. So there are many amateur volunteers who actually participate in fact-checking on a daily basis when they have a spare time. And they have some kind of these skills. And we collaborating with professional fact-checkers like my organization. And at the Taiwan Fact Check Center, we served as the professional anchor. We use AI to monitor content, and the final verification is always done by humans. Neutrality is essential. In a deeply polarized society like Taiwan, independent fact checkers acts like peacekeeping. It creates a shared space where facts still matter.
What about you?
Yeah, when we're talking about the AI, of course, we're talking about content creation, content promotion, and maybe narrative modification, because now it's also very important topic. Since the full-scale invasion started, Russia applied all type of AI-generated fake news, video, photo, audio fake news. As early March 2022, a deep fake video appeared online. It was a fake address by President Volodymyr Zelensky calling for surrender. It's very, very a famous example, and this video was spread together with a cyber attack on a Ukrainian TV channel, and this is also very important case for analysis, because especially in Ukraine,
on TV.
No, yeah, especially in Ukraine, AI generated fake, it spread it and special moment. For instance, fake President Volodymyr Zelensky calling to surrender, and cyber attack on TV, and yes, a typical situation. And also in later 2022, Telegram channels disseminate two video with a commander of chief of the Ukrainian armed forces, Valery Zaluzhny, that also allegedly promoted coup, and it was also very, very difficult time, because this video promoted when society was under the psychological pressure. And also after that, we saw a lot of examples, photo fakes, deep fakes, generated images that circulated on social media. And of course, finally, audio fakes, that it's very important, because sometimes military personnel received some audio from fake audience with a calling to surrender, and so on and so on. And of course, another important tools was bot network on Telegram, especially in the channel and at people in temporary occupied areas on Ukraine. According to the research by OpenMind, our colleagues from OpenMind and DFR Lab, more than 3,000 bots posted a lot of comments. Their goal was to create the impression that the occupation had mass support. But the most important and very interesting that latter, the same network were used outside Ukraine during the election on Moldova. And also, the next examples, and it's very important to recall two cases, study US Disinfo and Vigimum, the French agency that monitoring foreign digital interface. This case is related with Pravda network and Doppelganger. When Russia tried to create some network of fake account and fake proxy website according to prepare some images and some ecosystem in media space. Yes, we have a lot of such example, but also tools are very important for verifying information, because now it's very easy to verify photo, a video using the AR tools, and also monitor information, collect data, work with database. AI is really very useful for fact-checking, and sometimes AR instrument, AR tools helps a lot to verify photo, video generated fake.
So you wouldn't say, neither of you would say that the gap between offense and defense is growing. You are able to catch up, right?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Okay. Well, sounds like a good news, because AI develops so fast. I would like to continue this discussion of tangible consequences that disinformation is having on the society domestically, you know, the moods of the population, maybe demotivation, protest moods, you know, because the goal, the target is different, right, by the enemy. And at the same time also how this disinformation attempts might affect global alliances and help from outside. How would you estimate that impact? Anyone? Mm-hmm.
Okay, real world consequences for ordinary people. The impact is not abstract. It is deeply personal from the disinformation campaign. In Taiwan, disinformation creates constant anxiety. It's going to happen tomorrow, you know. When Xi Jinping made up his mind to do something big.
And it's expecting like any time, right?
Yeah. And the people started doubting official information, election results, and sometimes even each other. So as I mentioned earlier, Taiwan is now becoming increasingly polarized society. And each other accuse each other of collaborating with communists. But or the opposition will accuse the government as American puppet or something like that. It's very messy. And so we see lower trust in institutions and a growing fatigue among citizens. Some people stop engaging because they feel everything is false or rigged. From the perspective of fact-checking organization, this loss of trust is more dangerous than any single false stories. And as regards to global impact,
alliances and global impact, yeah.
Disinformation about Taiwan is designed for international audience, not only limited to domestic ones. Because these stories shape how foreign publics and the government see Taiwan. This example involves Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing company or TSMC. We often see distorted claims saying Taiwan is already too risky, or that TSMC is quietly preparing to leave, or as the Trump administration triumphantly say, within this government, America is going to own 40% of a global production capacity in advanced chips. It's not true. Because according our data released by different sectors, the projection would be in around 2033, Taiwan still have nearly 80% of global production capacity in advanced chips. So no worry, at least for now. Okay, maybe I
it's
start
very,
here
very
now.
interesting examples. Thank you. Thank you. Victoria.
Yes, Russia has absolutely different goal for international audience and domestic audience, and of course for international audiences, Russia tried to create and promote narratives that with the goal to undermine military support, and this we have a lot of narratives about the crisis, that Ukraine is an obstacle of global crisis, energy crisis, nuclear crisis, food crisis, of course, and Ukraine is the main obstacles of and for domestic audience, of course, Russia tried to promote narratives in order to undermine society, undermine unity, and now we have very, very difficult situations. There is no electricity, heating, no water, and we see a lot of messages, a lot of fake news that with messages to undermine society, to undermine the unity, and
Yes, I want to emphasize that, it's very cold now here in Chicago. It's also very cold now in Ukraine, in Kyiv, and people there in many houses don't have electricity. They don't have heat in many houses.
Kyiv every night under the missiles attack every night. And yes, it's very, very difficult because people under the psychological pressure.
Yeah, I also want to emphasize one other thing, is that when we talk about information warfare, and if we also talk about actually military conflict going on, active military conflict going on, it's not only attacking, so to say, the society within that country, it's also trying to influence very significantly those societies of the countries which are allies, to dissuade them, to demotivate them, to provide this support.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to turn back to Ellen and maybe ask you to shed some light on the way US should play its role in countering state-sponsored disinformation. Also, maybe there are some lessons from other countries that Western democracies and the United States are reluctant to adopt for certain reason. And also, how would you estimate the change under the second Trump administration that we are observing?
It's an easy question, because they're very different administrations.
Right.
So I worked in the first Trump administration, and for the most part, it was sort of business as usual. In terms of you had the Global Engagement Center at the State Department. You had fact-checking efforts. You had investments in foreign malign influence, and it was still an area where I feel like we still had a long ways to go. It was, for the most part, what was familiar. And this is not where we are right now. The government is all but, you know, the U.S. government has backed out of these sorts of things for a whole host of reasons. There's some question as to whether they were actually even working or what is the role of the federal government. And of course, it always came down to concerns about constitutional liberties and free speech. And so, I mean, I have to be honest, I don't see a lot happening right now, but maybe that I'm just not witting of all that's going on right now because I'm not in.
That's an optimistic approach.
I'm sorry?
It's an optimistic approach. Maybe you just don't know.
I am. I mean, so I look at what I'm doing at Trust in Media, and I think, you know, our role given this environment is not to tell the world what to think, but it really is to really build this, build resilience and to help build this sort of infrastructure, institutional capacity, and from the private sector perspective. And I think there's a lot that can be done from the private sector side. So, you know, this is where I talk about the need to develop standards and tools and capabilities that that are not just U.S., that they're global in nature, and to work more globally in that regard, because there's a lot of good work, as you mentioned, being done around the world right now. But again, it's we talked a little bit about this last night. It's so difficult because everybody's sort of developing their own AI framework, and they're developing sort of their own infrastructure to manage.
Kind of like islands, right?
It's almost, and so in some ways, we're getting more fractured than we are. I mean, I think the best thing is that we're all aware that this is a problem, but the solutions are, I see the solutions, but it's how do we coordinate them without government sort of engagement?
Thank you. Before we switch to the Q&A period in about 5 or 7 minutes, I would like to ask the last question. If we fast forward 5 years from now, what worries you most about the trajectory of state-sponsored disinformation campaigns, and what also gives you maybe some cautious optimism?
I'll go ahead and start. I mean, yes. I think I finished with where I think I'm being. I mean, I believe that that success is not winning the information war, because it's going to be here. It's going to be here forever. It's not going away. But it's being able to come up with that infrastructure and understanding for how we're governable when we're under information attack. And I feel like there's more discussions like these going on. I mean, I think that there's more awareness of this. This is where I'm an optimist, and I think that wasn't there 4 years ago when I left government, and I'm seeing it now. So that's how I envision the future as, how do we operate in a world that's like this, because it's not gonna stop.
Okay, so about you as well, what worries you most if you fast forward 5 years ahead, and maybe what gives you optimism?
Unfortunately, I don't have some optimistic vision now, unfortunately, but I would like to say that it's very important to create strategic communication. It's very important to create strategic communication, and we often rely on fact-checking as only effective way to fight disinformation, but it's a mistake. We have to prepare a set of measures. Education, of course, media literacy, of course, national security and strategic communication system, media, strong media organization and journalism. It's very important. Reliable sources, media organization. And of course, fact-checking, international cooperation, collaboration, and remember, I understand that for American, maybe it's unrealistic, but we often rely and we often talk about digital tools, digital platform, and so on. But imagine that during the war, internet cannot guarantee. So internet, electricity can be not guaranteed. So what it means for us? It means for us that we have to communicate with people. We have to create network. We have to create communication system with all stakeholders. It's really very important, because no electricity, no internet, no digital platform, but we still we still fight and we still survive.
We're so used to all these comfortable things that surround us, from heat and electricity to internet. We complain about internet as a source of disinformation, but at the same
Real
time...
communication is very, very important. Real
Right.
communication, real network, real people, real the system of real strategic communication is really very important.
Thank you. Shihun, what's your worries and more maybe optimism for the near future?
I'm quite optimistic. Yeah, I don't worry at all, actually, because we fact checker can do as much as we can. And in addition to this, we have the robust civil society already. So, for example, as I mentioned earlier, the community called G0V is so ungoverned. Yeah, because nobody, as long as something undone by anyone, then there will be someone come out from the civil society to do that. That's the spirit that we shared in the Taiwanese civil society. We don't trust in government. We don't trust communists. We don't trust our government too, because we need more information, and we fact check everyone, regardless of regardless of origin, whether be coming from China or not, or coming from our government or politicians, we fact check regardless. And so we have been attacked from all sides. But never mind, that's the cost we have to pay. And nowadays, there is a new phenomenon. Different political parties, they are keen on citing our fact check reports as a way of weaponization to attack the other party or to defend themselves. That's a sign that we have been trusted, and we have been a kind of authoritative because if you want to say the other party telling lies, you just say they are telling lies, nobody cares or nobody believes. If you cite Taiwan Fact Check Center testifies to that fact, then it's believable. So we are kind of useful, and we like to be made good use by the society as a whole. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to turn now to the audience. We have some questions. I would like to hear from you. Maybe give a microphone, and then the gentleman in the back.
I'm Eric Mao. I'm also born and raised in Taiwan, so Luo Shihong. Welcome to Chicago.
I like to speak Mandarin.
Yeah, maybe we can.
Maybe not now.
That can be arranged. That can be
a little
arranged.
later.
Actually, my question is one of a culture, because we were emphasizing how successful Russia's disinformation campaign vis-a-vis Ukraine and China vis-a-vis Taiwan. So my question is how much, well, apart from the motivation and investment by the respective countries, how much is the advantage in the closeness of culture? You know, what the West, they try to get to Russia, it's risky and costly. But if it can get to Russia via a brother of Russia, albeit a feuding brother, same with China versus Taiwan. So, and Alan, you mentioned yesterday at the Chicago Council that how effective Russian disinformation campaign is, so is China. But despite that, my observation is, despite that, Putin in American public's mind, still evil. And China has tremendous PR problem, like no other country has. So how much is the culture, closeness of the culture of the respective countries in the advantage that translates into the advantage in the disinformation campaign? Thank you.
You understand each other that way, right? Because of cultural proximity.
Raising a good point here. For someone like me from the civil society, we hold a more neutral view towards China. We do not see it as evil. Yeah. I think there are limits of blaming China for everything. Yeah, because disinformation, as we see in Taiwan, not all coming from state-sponsored from China. Yeah. After a violent attack at Taipei main station recently, there is an indiscriminate attack incident happening in Taipei. And after the violent attack at Taipei main station, facts are slow to emerge, but prejudice filled the gap very quickly. Within the first hour, a rumor went viral, saying the attacker's mother was a Chinese spouse. But there was no evidence at all.
Victoria, did you want to add anything?
I'm not sure that I can answer your question, but I would like to say that Russia spends years to create a network of actors, platforms, narratives, agents among the world, and promoted different messages, disinformation campaign, information operation, but now we have a very strong society. We have very resilience among society. A reason only one: night missiles attack. Night missiles attack, and people very clear understand the enemy, and that's why people doesn't believe disinformation and different messages. Only a constant missiles attack help understand what is disinformation, what is true, what is false, and who is the main enemy, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Can I just add one more
Ellen,
quick
yes,
point?
sure, yeah.
So my mom, we all have a mom, who probably we have a story like this, has a picture of Putin and the Pope hanging over her computer. Now, she actually helped write a book called The Hunt for Red October. She was doing research on that. So how she went from working with Tom Clancy on writing The Hunt for Red October to a picture of Putin and the Pope. She's very Catholic. But when I asked her, Mom, why do you have a picture of Putin hanging over your desk? She said, he's just trying to reunite his country. And so you talk about disinformation, and clearly, so I said, where do you get your information? And now my son, who's her cyber 7x24, he's reading Catholic newsletters, but they're not Catholic newsletters. Their sites are Pravda and other sources. And so there's clearly an impact disinformation is having on culture. And I'm sure we all have stories of people in our families that have bought into this. So while I can't speak directly to what's going on in Ukraine and Taiwan just based on what I've studied and what I've worked on, I know that it's having that sort of an impact here. And so that's where I get to this need for standards, transparency. Because when I said to her, if that Catholic newsletter came from Pravda, Mom, what would you think? And she said, I wouldn't be reading it. So.
It's fascinating to observe a couple of things. One, I think it was very important what you said, Shihun, that not all disinformation is state-sponsored. We have to remember that. Some comes, from our own countries, right? And the other thing is that people are prone to believe in certain things they want to believe. And they will get into that due to cognitive biases. We have one more question, gentleman in the back, and then there is, I think Deborah had a hand, right? Oh, no. Gordon, and then Gordon after that. Yes.
In the past, at least in America, public appetite for disinformation was curbed by some catalyst. The party press of the early 1800s was replaced by more commercial media. The yellow journalism of the late 1800s was replaced by public fatigue and the rise of radio. In each area of the world that you represent, or globally, if you think there's a single answer, do you foresee any kind of similar catalyst that would cause not a change in the supply of disinformation, but a change in the public's interest or acceptance of such disinformation?
What is your opinion?
I think trust, mutual trust is very important. I think the problem, although we have been attacked very intensively, but in Taiwan, the Chinese state-sponsored information so far has not made a big impact on Taiwanese society. It's because we have a sense of mutual trust, yeah, still strong. When the mass attack happening in Taipei, people are not aware of risk. They thought there is some kind of behavioral art, yeah, not real attack event. That could be a problem because we need to rebuild democratic resilience in case of a crisis. Yeah, that's what I mean. We need to go offline, and we need to talk to each other to rebuild our mutual trust. I think that's the most important thing we should do, yeah, in the future. Yeah, with AI or without AI, with platform or without platforms, we as a society should get together again.
Okay, thank you. I think, Gordon, you had a question, right? And then Eric there.
Thank you for the speed with the mic. We've gotten pretty far today without mentioning something that I think is kind of salient. Like one of the biggest findings in the research on misinformation in the States, at least, is that it's asymmetric. Almost all of it is on the right, and no one's talked about that yet. And there's a big difference between what people are seeing in the States and what it's like in Ukraine and Taiwan, because it's, I mean, there's foreign misinformation coming in, obviously, but a lot of it is people targeting their in-group. It's not some other actor. Most of it's coming from within the group, and they're rousing the base. And so in many ways, one thing I've taken from what you've been saying is that the Ukrainians and people in Taiwan are probably more resilient because it's coming from the outside and maybe more easy to identify. How do you solve the problem, or is there maybe some insights you can give us for how do you solve the problem when the misinformation is coming from within? Please.
Again, we're coming to that question that it's not only from outside. There's plenty of things going on the ground here and originating inside, targeting each other, cutting each other's throat. And we do that enough. So.
And it's not just plenty, I think it's most.
Yeah.
I feel like your question and the gentleman's question in the back are very similar because
yeah.
I think it gets to incentives. And so you say, what is it going to take to fix it? And it's really when there's incentives to fix it. And right now there is none because everybody's making a lot of money doing things the way they are. And I think that gets to your point right now. I think, you're certainly seeing mis and disinformation from the right because the scale of the information that's coming out from the right is so much bigger than it is from the left right now. And there's the incentive is ideological and political. So, and right now there's no incentive to fix it because everybody's doing well in this environment. And so it's when entities are not doing right in this environment. And I agree. I mean, there's plenty going on inside the United States and this mis and disinformations. And quite frankly, I probably just haven't articulated very clearly. I think at least in the United States, it's outside players that are just playing off of what's already happening inside. And so it's not the same as it is in Taiwan and Ukraine right now. It's just taking advantage of a really fruitful environment. I think you're going to start seeing changes though when the business sector starts feeling this. So right now it's very political. But I think when you start seeing businesses and boards and C-suites, folks not being able to make good and fast decisions as a result of this environment we're living in right now, that's when you're going to start to see a change.
This is, the very important point, I think. And first of all, the panel is on state-sponsored disinformation campaigns. But even if we use these campaigns from outside, of the country, for instance, they have to be based on something. It's easier to base them on the things which are already growing in the country and just kind of amplifying that, throwing a little more gas into that, fire or a little wood into that fire that's already burning and just increasing that. So thanks God we don't have the war to unite the society, which is, but other ways of trying to do that. I don't see many politicians trying to unite the society right now, at least these days in the United States, and that's very actually concerning because then these attempts will continue and they will be successful so far. Okay, anybody wants to? Because there's...
I think we should reframe the societal conversation to reduce polarization. As fact checkers, we try to shift the conversation away from ideology. This is not about left versus right or censorship versus free speech. It's about trust. So we need shared standards, transparency of sources, accountability for coordinated manipulation, and a clear labeling of inauthentic behavior. As long as we get our information ecosystem more transparent, similar to the nutrition label, something like that, then our society will become healthier. Yeah, and that's the way.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
In Ukraine, we have a big problem with Telegram channel. And Telegram channel, I think it's like a model of our society because a lot of different small and big groups that spread and disseminate information like ordinary people in ordinary life. And of course, we have a lot of different conversation and problem, and especially topic corruption is very sensitive in Ukrainian society. But once again, when we have a night missile attack, people very, very support Volodymyr Zelensky and Ukrainian governments because we have only one problem and only one goal today. This is war and only one enemy. So yes, of course, we can have a lot of conversation problem and different opinions. But in general, now our society have only one problem. Yeah.
Eric, I think you had a question, right?
Thank you, everyone. So as a scholar of state-sponsored disinformation, and there are several other scholars here who study disinformation, and we've heard from some earlier today, but here in the United States, we study it, but you live it, right? And my question is, especially for example, in the Ukrainian context and in Taiwan, is as academics here, we're here at Northwestern University, how do we support you, right? What are some tangible ways that, for example, scholars, researchers that are far from what you're experiencing can actually support your efforts to counter state disinformation, support you in Ukraine, in Taiwan, through capacity building, training, research? What can we do? It's enough, we can talk about it here, but it's all talk. So what can we do to actually do some action on the ground to make a difference in your societies? And if you give us any pathways or ideas that we can actionable moving forward.
Electrogenerator. No. Yes, a joke. Especially we have a great expertise in the context of countering disinformation because for 10 years we have database, we have a lot of case study, and we have different models how to communicate and how to analyze. And especially in my School of Journalism, and PhD program, we have several great courses that related with analysis of disinformation, analysis, modern methodology, how to research, how to analyze disinformation. It's very important because, yes, of course, we have expertise, we have database, but disinformation constantly transform, and we have to move ahead, and we have to looking for a new way how to analyze disinformation. And of course, it would be great cooperate in the context of a research of a new method, new methodological approaches, and of course, analyze transformation in the context of AR, behavioral, psychological transformation, maybe audience behavior. And of course, it's very important because now Ukraine is like platform where different experiments are provided, and yeah, we are open to collaborate and in different aspects.
Yeah, I think international solidarity across borders, including the support from international academic community, is essential. Yeah, and I think financial support is also good to increase fact-checking or media literacy capacity in Ukraine or in Taiwan. Although Taiwan is kind of rich now, but people normally do not donate to fact-check center. I think most people maybe still are not aware of this institution, although we feel good about ourselves. So we try to do more grassroots activities. Until now, our financial support are coming mainly from Meta and Google, for which we feel grateful. And if you can persuade Meta and Google to give us even more support, that would be good. Yeah, not on yearly basis. Hopefully, multi-year support. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear participants of our panel. I once again want to remind everybody that when we were talking about state-sponsored disinformation campaigns, it's a long word for pretty much a war that some of these people are already living with air raids as well, but then there's also information warfare, and others are in fear, as you say. We're expecting every day something can happen, right? So this is very real. We see some of these experiences, we live through some of these experiences here in the United States. We feel that there is hostility towards different groups, but it's much further even in some parts of the world. And Ukraine and Taiwan are not the only ones, but I think those are very good examples to demonstrate how things can unfortunately deteriorate. I want to support Eric in his call to those people who would like to and can provide help to the societies do so. Please research, funding, in any way you can, or coverage if you are media. We are also very interested in supporting this, and Buffett Institute definitely, as you see, is very happy to provide floor to give visibility to these problems. Thank you very much for your participation. I hope we're not very cold here in Chicago, but warmed by our hearts and our welcome. Thank you very much.
Welcome to today's last panel on ensuring accountability for disinformation. My name is Priyanka Modaparthi. I direct the Center for International Human Rights at Northwestern Pritzker School of Law, where I am also a clinical professor of law. So today's panel will dig into key questions around how governments are or are not making efforts to hold social media and technology platforms accountable for disinformation they host or publish, as well as other actors involved in the chain of promoting, amplifying, publishing, and endorsing disinformation. We will explore some of the positions platforms have taken, as well as the current state of government retreat from platform regulation. Our discussion will focus on both the formal and informal accountability mechanisms. These include watchdog reporting, reputational pressures, transparency standards, government regulation and enforcement, and user interventions. We'll discuss the limits of these mechanisms in today's politically charged climate and consider the breakneck pace of technological change and the speed at which new disinformation tools are developing and advancing. I'll start by introducing our panelists for today. I want to thank you all. I know some of you have traveled here through this Arctic front to be with us, including traveling on the sort of freezing today itself to be here. Welcome to Chicago, apparently colder than the coast of Antarctica in this moment. So sitting to my right is Imran Ahmed. Imran Ahmed is the founder and CEO of the Center for Countering Digital Hate. The center is a multidisciplinary team of researchers, advocates, and policy experts who are working to hold social media and AI companies accountable when their products cause real-world harm to individuals, to communities, and to our democratic institutions. Imran founded the CCDH in 2016, almost 10 years ago, in response to the rapid rise of online anti-Semitism in the UK and the murder of his colleague Joe Cox, an MP, who was killed by a white supremacist radicalized online. Since then, CCDH's research has helped shift public understanding away from blaming individual users and towards recognizing how platform design choices, particularly engagement-driven algorithms, can amplify harm at scale. Imran is widely recognized as an authority on the social and psychological impacts of digital platforms. He has a particular focus on youth mental health, the manipulation of our information environment, and the long-term consequences for democratic societies. He appears regularly in the media and in documentaries and advises lawmakers worldwide on practical and proportionate safeguards for protection. We also have with us Jim Warren. Jim is the executive editor of NewsGuard, a journalism-based organization that assesses the credibility and transparency of news and information sources. NewsGuard's reporting on Russian, Chinese, and Iranian disinformation in the US and Europe is widely cited by global media outlets, including recent coverage in the New York Times. Jim is a veteran journalist and editor who's held key roles at the Chicago Tribune and the New York Daily News. He has written for Vanity Fair and The Atlantic, and he's appeared as a regular political commentator on channels including CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News. Finally, on my far right, we have Dr. Emily Vraga. Dr. Vraga is the Don and Carol Larson Professor in Health Communication at the University of Minneapolis. Her research examines how misinformation spreads online, and she tests strategies to correct false claims, build audience resilience through news literacy, and encourage attention to more diverse information sources. Emily has consulted with health organizations, social media platforms, and government agencies, and she brings to our discussion an empirical perspective to the questions of which accountability interventions influence beliefs and behavior and which do not work. So I think we should have a really interesting discussion today, grounded in both practical examples by our panelists who are working and advocating and advising on how to counter some of the harms caused by disinformation, or working to keep that in check, as well as our academic perspective studying which interventions are most useful, which are most effective, and perhaps which are gaining most traction. So in terms of the format of our panel, I think we'll follow a similar format to the others we've had today. Each panelist will share about 5 minutes of opening thoughts. We'll have a discussion amongst this group for about 45 minutes. We'll have 20 minutes for audience questions and answers. And then we'll have a moment for closing reflections from each of our guests, and I'll offer some closing thoughts. So I want to start off with a question for you all. Feel free to kind of take that and run with it. As platforms scale back centralized moderation and governments face legal and political limits, accountability for disinformation is increasingly diffuse and perhaps increasingly absent. From your perspective, first of all, who should be held accountable for disinformation today? What mechanisms should be used? And where do existing approaches fall short? And Imran, I'll ask you to start us off. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name's Imran Ahmed. It's lovely to be here. I just want to start, before I go into my pre-written remarks, can I just say how much I despise the term disinformation? It is the most, apart from censorship, it might be the most meaningless word in the current debate around social media and all these different things we're talking about. What are we talking about when we say disinformation? Do we mean foreign propaganda, which seeks to undermine our democracy? Do we mean people who are trying to sell you their weird remedy for COVID by saying to you that vaccines don't work? Do we mean the people that spread the blood libel or the protocols of the Elders of Zion or the Great Replacement Theory because they seek to make us hate our Jewish neighbors? Do we mean someone going up to my child and saying to her that she's too fat and she should go on a 300-calorie-a-day diet and that's safe to do? There are so many different types of harms that we are talking about when we talk about disinformation. And what I really look forward to is unpacking them a little bit in our discussion. Because I suspect that when you look at the term disinformation, you're trying often to, ironically, despite the fact that it's an academic term and therefore is meant to obfuscate what we're trying to do, you actually are oversimplifying what is a complex array of issues that really center on the fact that our ecosystem, the mechanisms by which we share information, establish our social mores, create community, transact business, negotiate our values, negotiate the corpus of information that we call facts, has changed irrevocably and works to different dynamics than ever before. And we are struggling as a species to understand how to cope with that, and certainly as democracies and communities. I'll now start my written remarks. So I'll start briefly with why I founded the Center for Countering Digital Hate, because I think it explains how I think about accountability, if that didn't give you enough of a sense of it. I didn't start CCDH because I see content moderation as a technical problem. I started it because again and again I saw real people being harmed, families torn apart, communities targeted, my Jewish friends living in fear because there was a new virulent anti-Semitism rising in the United Kingdom, young people pushed towards self-harm, while the systems responsible for amplifying and transmitting that harm remained untouched and unaccountable. You mentioned my friend and colleague Jo Cox. She was a 41-year-old mother of two. A man took a modified .22 hunting rifle and a hunting knife and shot and stabbed and beat her to death on the cobbled paving stones of her constituency in Batley and Spen in the north of England. And the only question you can ask yourself in that moment is, why? What on earth could have happened to someone to fill them with such insanity, such lies, such hate, that they would think it was actually of merit to do that, that it would save the nation to hurt someone in that way? You see, when harm happens online, and very rapidly happens offline, responsibility almost never flows to the people who designed the systems that caused it. Instead, it flows downward to users, to victims, to civil society, while the companies that profit from scale and engagement insist that they're neutral bystanders. This dynamic is only intensified in what we call our post-moderation world. Today, accountability for disinformation has not disappeared. It has been deliberately displaced. And platforms have shifted responsibility to users through reporting tools, community notes, and media literacy. And I'm not going to attack those things. I think this conversation is an and, not a my idea, not.
conversation to be had. What they have not done, the platforms that is relinquish power. They've maintained the power that they had before. In fact, it's even more intense than ever because their scale, their addictiveness, the quality of their algorithms, the data they're using to inform their algorithms is increasing every day. And this is the core accountability problem that we're here to discuss. Disinformation accountability today is diffuse by design. Platforms claim neutrality while engineering systems that reward outrage, falsehood, and extremism. They tell us that they don't control speech, while controlling exactly which speech is amplified, is monetized, is made visible to millions or billions of people. And from our research across multiple platforms, one thing is clear. The greatest harms don't come from a single post. They come from systems, recommendation engines, monetization incentives, and enforcement failures that operate at mass scale. On X, for example, in a recent study, we found 680,000 anti-Semitic posts in a single year, viewed 193 million times, despite the platform's pledge to limit hateful content and to reduce the virality and to downrank it in their algorithms. 10 high-profile anti-Semitism influencers alone accounted for 32% of all likes, and most of them had ads displayed on their content, earning the platform hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, and some of it flowing back to those people as well. And that tells us something really important. Monetization is not incidental, it's central to the problem that we face. This is not a question about the internet. As I remember, I'm 47, as I remember it when I was at high school, it's just not the same internet anymore. We're talking about the world's biggest corporations and the world's wealthiest people who've designed systems which amplify this harm at scale. So our view has always been that platforms ultimately must be accountable for failing to enforce their own rules. They have robust policies on paper, but they don't actually enforce them. Accountability must also include risk mitigation. Companies can reasonably foresee harm. They A/B test everything. They know how their systems behave. Whistleblower after whistleblower have shown us that. And our research on generative AI makes this unmistakably clear. So, for example, in a study that we did on ChatGPT, in over 1,200 interactions that we studied, bombarded its API, 53% of the time it was willing to tell a 13-year-old child how to cut themselves, would write them a suicide note, would tell them how to do a 300-calorie-a-day diet and sustain it, would tell them what drink and drugs they could mix for a good night out, a 13-year-old. I mean, you know. And this wasn't a one-off failure, it was a consistent pattern. ChatGPT then a few weeks later launched ChatGPT 5 and told us that it was safer. What we found was that it was less safe when we repeated the study on the new model. The only thing it actually had changed was 9% of the time in the original study, it would recommend a follow-up question. 99% of the time in the new model. They made it more addictive. They didn't make it safer. And that's why, in part, we believe there is no solution unless platforms are financially accountable too. It's all about the money. Yet, because of a short provision buried in, I'm not telling anyone anything they don't know, the Communications Decency Act passed in 1996, Section 230, social media companies enjoy a level of legal immunity unlike any other industry in America. In Force v. Facebook, Meta relied on Section 230 after the terrorist organization Hamas used Facebook to recommend accounts, amplify extremist content, and connect networks in furtherance of terrorist activities. The courts dismissed those claims before ever examining the underlying evidence of Meta's knowledge of and involvement in those terroristic activities. And as a result, victims were denied their day in court, not because harm and culpability were unproven, but because social media companies are shielded from being unaccountable. No other industry in America operates under rules this permissive. And that's why we strongly support Senator Lindsey Graham and Senator Dick Durbin's Sunset Section 230 Act, which we're doing a press conference on the Hill in a couple of weeks, which would force Congress to enact common sense reforms to a legal framework that has utterly failed the public. Passing Section 230 was a disastrous decision, but 30 years later, Congress now has an opportunity to change course, restore accountability, and finally put a bad law to rest.
Thank you so much, Imran. Jim, could you share your thoughts on the topic?
Let me tell you just very quickly a little bit about NewsGuard. We were started about 6 years ago. Journalists started. Our driving notion was that trust in the media worldwide, particularly in this country, was plummeting, and that we didn't think that algorithms were the answer to much of anything, and that we thought it would be best if two-legged actual journalists, got on the phone or emailed or texted people to find out who actually funded them, who owned them, why they didn't differentiate between news and opinion, et cetera, based on 9 non-ideological criteria, which we began utilizing in assessing first websites. We've now done 11,000, which we also update in the US, Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. We moved on to podcasts, TV news shows, now a lot of social media, and a lot of AI. Interestingly enough, after a year and a half, and we were all political junkies, so we assumed that the greatest amount of misinformation would be politics and government. We found out, no, we were wrong, it's health. And so we started hiring a lot of people to do great health work. It's one reason WHO, World Health Organization, one of Trump's many beloved international organizations, is a partner with us. And I mean, there are sites you've never heard of that on a given day have much larger readerships, online readerships, than the Mayo Clinic, the Cleveland Clinic, the most famous, whatever the most famous hospitals are in Europe, or the Centers for Disease Control, luring people for some of the same reasons, same economic incentives that Imran just mentioned, with stories about how you can cure your pancreatic cancer by eating apricot pits, and how a bunch of stupid supplements, which they can also sell you, will prevent brain cancer in the future. So we were ignorant about what one of the biggest sources of misinformation would be. We were also naive about the platforms. So we had meetings all over the world with Facebook and Google, I mean, in Brussels and London and Paris, you name it, thinking, again, in retrospect, very naively, that they would crave our legitimacy. All modesty aside, we all have pretty prominent backgrounds. And by virtue of the great work we thought we were doing, that this was stuff they obviously would want to embed into their systems and maybe make us rich. It took like a year before we realized they were just totally screwing us around. They really had absolutely no interest in doing any of this. Our funding is, was sort of limited. We decided from the start not to take a penny for media because we were assessing media. So we had a hodgepodge of folks. Interestingly, because of a couple of folks at Microsoft who really liked our work, we've had a modest contract with them. So they take our work and they embed it into their, Bing search engine, among other things, which is great. But if you know the marketplace, Bing is a minuscule player compared to, say, Google. In a similar vein, our work has caught us in the crosshairs of the Trump folks and many of their allies. Even though we, for instance, we flunked both Fox News and what we knew as MSNBC, now MS Now, as not journalistically credible. There are more conservative sites than there are liberal sites. The percentage of whom we flunk is probably roughly the same, but it means more conservative sites. They have always been in a lather about us. There are folks close to the White House at certain places like Newsmax who have lobbied to try to shaft us. And to some extent, it's sort of worked. We've lost clients in the last year, pressured by folks from that side of the political spectrum. And in the most vivid example of an attempt at retribution, which I don't think we've ever discussed publicly. We just didn't see any reason to. This year, they were able to get their Republican allies in the U.S. House and Senate to successfully stick an amendment in, of all things, the military appropriations bill, attacking Little NewsGuard. We're 35 people. Most of the folks in the world have never heard of us. Attack us by name in the military appropriations bill and barring the Pentagon from ever having anything to do with us. It's an outrage, but that's what happened. And when, you know, push came to shove, our, you know, the sympathetic Democratic senators just sort of looked the other way because we weren't worth trading. You know, we weren't important enough to be in some last-minute deal whereby they got something from the Republicans. So that's the sort of stuff we're up against. Nevertheless, we get tons of attention. We've sort of become like a little Consumer Reports of media where people just sort of taking everything we do with sort of biblical certitude. We've done a lot of stuff of late on phony images and video. Been like 3 New York Times stories in the last 2 weeks based solely on our work. One had to do with Starmer, the Prime Minister of England, and crazy videos we came across and social media postings about him announcing some new nationwide curfew. It was all from people who were out to get him. This stuff got millions and millions of hits. Then we got a lot of attention with outing phony Maduro capture videos of him seemingly on a plane wearing white pajamas after we'd captured him. He was never on a plane. He was in a helicopter, which we took to the USS Iwo Jima. But that stuff got like 14 million views in a very, very short period of time. Similarly, we outed lots of phony videos a couple of weeks ago coming out of the protests in Iran. Interestingly enough, anti-regime videos from both the left and the right. The ones from the left showed valiant female protesters smashing the car windows of police. It was all made up, never happened. And from the right came protesters, anti-regime protesters, taking down street signs and replacing them with street signs that said Trump. And you know, for the average person looking at it, might have been tough to think, oh, that's obviously fake. But anyway, that's sort of the work we've done, and we're proceeding apace. And you know, with the hope ultimately that you know, shaming some of these folks, and first and foremost trying to out the source, which is not easy, the source of a lot of this misinformation will help, with the most vivid example being a scumbag, totally crooked, former Palm Beach County, Florida police officer named John Mark Dugan, who just barely escaped winding up in prison, got out of the country, bizarrely was granted asylum in Moscow, has turned out to be one of Putin's right-hand men in creating disinformation and lots of phony videos, including one a few months ago, really weirdly attacking me, video of me, and I'm making anti-Semitic statements about the German chancellor. It was like crazy. He just loves toying with us out of a certain weird kind of respect. But there he is, the American crooked cop in the Kremlin, doing Putin's bidding. He worked overtime when it came to the German elections last year. He worked overtime when it came to the Moldovan elections a few months ago. And if there is any, you know, good reflection on that stuff, it might be that in both cases, he proved a loser. It didn't work. the right wing in Germany didn't win, and the right wing that he wanted in Moldova win. So as much as we're outraged by some of this stuff, sometimes, just sometimes, clearer heads prevail. And I would hope in the long run, maybe with the help too of, in this country, the K-12 education system, which hopefully will begin to figure out ways to help students get better at discerning crap from stuff they can, you know, actually trust. Maybe, just maybe, there are some hopeful signs down the pike.
Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Okay. That is also a tough act to follow. And so what I think I'll do is bring us back to the first question of accountability. And unfortunately, my answer to this is maybe one you don't want to hear. It's probably one I don't want to tell you, but I think ultimately accountability in a post-moderation world, as this is titled, is going to come down to us, to users. Do I think it should be? No, I don't think it should be users' job to try to necessarily mitigate misinformation. But I also think that we're seeing a lot of other places that used to do that work being unwilling to or unable to in this moment. When we think about policy solutions, so if we are thinking about something with regards to new policies around 230, that's going to come down to people requiring it of their politicians. So I think on a micro level, I have good news and bad news with regards to users. First, user corrections can work. So if there's misinformation and somebody responds with truth, as we heard from Angie, as we heard from our other fact checkers, as we heard from Gordon, facts do matter. You can explain why something is wrong, you can explain what's true, you can share personal narratives, and all of that can, in fact, reduce belief in misinformation. The other good piece of news is that people generally say they like that sort of thing. They think people should be doing it, that it's something that actually could be valuable. The problem, of course, is it's scary. And it's sometimes even terrifying, and you've heard stories about why that might be true. People are afraid to do it. It's a lot of work. And without really good partners, without having fantastic fact checks out there to make the job easy, without having people pointing to who the bad actors are, it's harder. People are afraid to do it because they'll lose friends. And that's also something we can change. So social norms are increasingly the thing I care a lot about, is whether we can kind of decide as a society that we can do better, that truth is something we do value, and that each of us is going to do our part in little ways to try to contribute to that. Right now, that's the path I see, because the other paths don't feel very viable. And let me reiterate, I don't think this necessarily should be users' responsibility. But I also don't know who else we're going to turn to.
Thank you so much. Okay, so when we talk about accountability for disinformation, what exactly are we holding the actors accountable for? Is it for hosting the content? Is it for the algorithmic measures they use to amplify certain types of content? Is it for the kind of, you know, addictiveness and reward system whereby more explosive content tends to get more views? Is it by the, you know, are we holding them accountable for the profit system in place, failing to mitigate harm? You know, where, kind of what are we hooking this accountability
This is repetitive.
on?
This is repetitive for what Imran said, but in the case of two of the biggest players in the universe at the moment, Meta and Facebook, I hold them accountable for business models based on lies.
Okay.
And you know, as you guys know better than I mean, it's business models based on how many hits they're going to get, and you know, it's why after a year we realized in discussions with them that they had no interest in what we were trying to sell them. They had no interest in a third party assessing their content, period.
So I'll just add to that, it depends on which actor you're thinking about. So we need to hold politicians accountable when they lie. Like, that would be democratically valuable if, as a populace, we said lying is unacceptable. And there really isn't anyone else who can do that. And platforms are not going to change their incredibly profitable business models as long as people are still on those platforms and using them. And we've seen successes. There are Reddit communities, as we talked about earlier, that are deeply committed to truth, where fact-checking is just part of the ecosystem. And they look really different than other parts of the internet. So we've seen spaces where this can happen. And so that gives me hope. But I think back to my point is, most of the actors who are doing this, the only people who can hold them accountable is all of us.
Emily, I want to kind of push back on some of the points that you made. So you said that governments are not going to hold the platforms accountable. Is that correct?
Not without public pressure, or I guess it depends on where you are, right? Like Europe and the US have taken very different approaches to this. But I think that's also responding to some extent to public pressure towards these different platforms and differences in the populace.
I mean, I guess I'm just kind of curious about that, and then I'll let you come in. The harms are very real. Both Jim and Imran have given us really compelling illustrations of the harms individuals, communities, public trust in our information environment have faced. And, social media has in many ways replaced our traditional information environment. People now get their news, instead of getting it by going sort of directly to the New York Times or getting to the Washington Post, they're clicking through social networks. So why would it sort of not be natural to regulate these actors?
Oh, if I wasn't clear, I do think that that is something we need to do, but I also am not seeing a lot of appetite for that in the US right now. And so let me clarify. One, users do have a role to play in all of the ways that I said. They can hold people accountable themselves when they feel safe and comfortable. And there are places where you might not. And I say that right now in a time where there are a lot of people who might not feel safe pushing back on social media. And so if you don't, you should not be doing this. And that is okay. But if there are spaces where as a public we can say, we stand for truth, and truth is important, and then we communicate that also back to our public officials. Truth matters, and we demand better from our social media companies, we demand better from our politicians. I'm curious to hear what Imran has to say to this.
Yeah, please go ahead. And Imran, maybe I'll give you a more specific prompt as well as any general thoughts you have. I mean, you've done work particularly looking at youth safety in online spaces. And that's an area where harms are particularly acute. Have you seen any sort of effective pushback, either generally or effective routes to accountability, or in that space in particular?
Let me just start by saying I don't disagree with you at all. I think that in the absence of action, it's what do we do in the short term? Like, what do we do right now? Because we're certainly not seeing action in the very short term in the United States. And I think that the increasing trends, the pace and scale of disinformation, of different types of disinformation, but particularly that undermines democratic values, that leaves us with a window. And my family are Afghan Pashtun. They left in the 40s. But in the 70s, Afghanistan had women in government. My grandfather, he liked the ladies, and so he said, "Imran, there's women in miniskirts in Kabul." I'm like, all right, you old perv. But, it collapses like that. Like that. And he's always taught me to value civilization, and I fear for our civilization. And we can feel it creaking, can we not? Can feel the integrity. When someone can say there is no consequences for lies in our society, I am telling you, civilization is creaking, is at risk. So if I think about kids specifically, I think that's one of the easiest cases to make the argument that actually we can restrict content. to children, and that there needs to be mitigation in place. And that's, you know, the failure of the platforms even to do anything about the spread of, and with kids' disinformation, it's mainly about body stuff that induces body dysmorphia, it's about eating disorders, it's about self-harm content. On the board of my organization is a guy called Ian Russell. His 14-year-old daughter, Molly, took her own life. He came in and found her, she'd hung herself. And a court in England, a coroner's court, demanded Meta and Pinterest tell them what they'd shown her. And the conclusion of the investigators, who were traumatized by what they were provided by Meta and Pinterest, was that they had shown her so much material normalizing self-harm that it would have been rational for her to conclude that if you hurt inside, you hurt yourself on the outside, and if you really hurt inside, you kill yourself. And she did. So it's very easy to say, with that disinformation, you just shouldn't send it to them. And if someone does, that someone should be fined at the very least, if not go to jail. Because if someone went up to my daughter on the street and said that she was too fat and she should go on a 300-calorie-a-day diet, I'd break his fucking jaw. So what should you do to a platform that does it to hundreds of thousands of girls every single day? Call them captains of industry? Invite them to the White House? Davos? It's more complex when we come on to other types of disinformation. And that's why we talk about accountability as a systems level. We talk about amplification. We talk about platforms making design choices and us having options on which algorithms we're being subjected to, having more information about which algorithms we're subjected to, greater transparency of those algorithms. We talk about monetization. So harmful content frequently generates revenues, whether through advertising, subscriptions, or merchandise. And we should have greater visibility, but greater ways of holding them accountable when that causes harm to consumers. The FTC could do that. It has a mandate to protect consumers, to ensure capitalism isn't exploitative using lies, using disinformation, if you want to use that word. Third, their failure to enforce stated rules. Now look, rules are responsibilities for each of us, but we therefore have a corollary right and expectation that others have to abide by those rules too, and that someone will enforce those rules. And if they fail to do so and it leads to harm, we should be able to hold them liable. I would argue through the negligence law, through other mechanisms, product design law, and that's why Section 230 must go, because they should be subject to the same pressures as everyone else. Risk mitigation, so they should be asked to actually put into place systems to mitigate risk that causes human harm. And then finally, and I think most crucially, and it always comes back to this, the work that you do, the work that many of us do is about transparency. What we seek to do is take our little torches out and shine them into this enormous cave that is the algorithm. But what I say is we need to have legislation to switch on the floodlights so we can actually see how we're being manipulated, how we're being lied to. And I actually think one of the greatest ways that we protect ourselves against being misled is to understand the precise ways in which we are. So that's how I think about accountability in those more complex cases where it's not kids, where I can just say, those people should be in jail.
Thank you. Imran, just a quick follow-up. You've mentioned Section 230 a couple of times now. Can you give us just a brief summary of what that is? Because it seems to encapsulate some of what you see as at least if not a policy solution, a policy improvement.
Section 230 says that if you own an interactive computer service, a website, that you are not responsible, you're not liable as the host of that information for any third-party generated content. Now, it's created in '96. So it was about ISPs, it was about bulletin boards, but that changed when it came to these platforms that aggregate billions of people worth of content, and then manipulate it using algorithms which are designed to put the most addictive content first.
and then produce personalized feeds for each information based on enormous amounts of psychographic data that they're stealing from us. They're taking from us willingly, actually. We hand it over to them, don't we? So our argument is that a law that was created to protect the early internet has actually become a mechanism for protecting some of the biggest corporations in the world and the manipulative tactics that they use, but I think more fundamentally has created a culture of indifference. Because here's the problem with legal immunity. Very quickly that curdles into a belief that they have some sort of fundamental constitutional right not to be held liable for the way their businesses run, even when they run them in the most egregiously malignant ways possible. That's curdled into a culture of indifference, arrogance, and sociopathic greed in which people are put behind profits every single time. And I actually think that in the United States, because basically it means there's no checks and balances on these companies. Now, clearly I'm British, right? So I've got a king and everything. But one of the things I loved about coming to America was there are no kings. There's no individuals that are meant to be above anyone else. Every locus of power in the United States system is meant to be a check and a balance on other loci of power. And through that, they said, we will create a true democracy. Now, I'm not entirely convinced by it, but generally speaking, it works. But what I am convinced of is that if any one locus of power exists and is given complete immunity from checks or balances, it will rapidly become tyrannical in a system like ours. And that's precisely what's happened.
Okay.
Can I just mention that there are occasionally examples where economic pressures are brought to bear in a salutary way. I told a story yesterday. If you remember a few years ago, Americans here would remember that there was a break-in at the San Francisco house of Nancy Pelosi. I think then the House speakers, I think the Democrats were still in charge. Her husband was there. Within a couple of hours, a site called the Santa Monica Observer, which at first blush would sound like, oh, it must be the Santa Monica, California newspaper, had a story about, well, it was really his gay lover who broke in the nude and smashed him over the head. It was just like weird. And that story was picked up instantly by lots of other conservative folks wanting to be harsh and toward Pelosi and her family. Well, the next morning, I go, Santa Monica, what's Santa Monica Observer? So I pull up the site and realize, God, my gosh, this stuff's awful. But in the right-hand corner, I saw an ad for Allstate Insurance, which is, you know, right here in the burbs. I don't know, I think Northbrook or something like that. And called them up and said, why are you guys advertising on this fucked up site? They had no idea. Got in touch with their insurance company, their advertising agency. They had no idea either. Turns out we had stumbled into a sort of dirty little secret of the world advertising industry, and that's it. Whereas once upon a time, deals were concocted over lunch or dinner and handshakes, and we'll give you time on this show or that show, blah, 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 if you were a representative of the network. Now a lot of it's done by something called programmatic advertising. So you come and say, well, I want to my ad to be seen by teenagers and female teenagers in Tacoma Park, Maryland, or wherever. And the agency says, no sweat, algorithm will do it all perfect. But, well, they've been sold a bill of goods by tech companies, not realizing that that ad might end up on anti-gay, racist site, pro-Putin, anti-Ukraine site, or something like that. So we began finding more and more of these things, and ad agencies started coming to us and saying, yikes, you know, can you help us out with this problem? Well, we said, look, it's not our problem not our job to help you out. We're sort of First Amendment absolutists. You know, we're happy to do work telling you what our rating is of all these different sites. It's, you know, you and your client's decision whether you want to advertise on them. So that's had some impact. Also, just old-fashioned shame. You'd be amazed. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of sites out there who have changed their ways because of some of the stuff we've done. I told a story yesterday. It took me 2 years to finally get the New York Times to disclose on their website who owns them. They never disclosed it. It's simple, New York Times company, publicly owned company. They never did. Same with NBC not saying that Comcast, this cable giant, owned them. And we, similar stuff happened with many, many other sites. Also, we got a lot of them to finally start differentiating the way they labeled news stories versus opinion stories. And, you know, simply adding staff lists. I mean, a lot of sites, you didn't know if you didn't like a story or wanted to know how to get in touch with the reporter, there was no way to do it. So that's one of our basic transparency criteria. So we've had, you know, a little bit of impact, and ultimately, and I think some cases, certainly with the ad agencies, it has to do with, you know, the companies being concerned with, you know, the au courant phrase in the last 10 years is brand safety. Well, it is a concern if you consider yourself an upright company and you're on some pro-Putin site, you know, claiming that Zelensky has stolen $5 billion and has, you know, chalets on Lake Como or stuff like that.
So Imran, you've spoken about a possible legislative route for reform. And Jim, you've shared this compelling example of an instance where, you know, raising or sort of bringing to a company's attention the reputational harms of being associated with this disinformation had results. Emily, are there other routes that you see?
So I started by saying users are the ones who are going to have to hold us accountable right now. And I think in the short term, there is that. But I think in the long term, the accountability mechanisms have to be rebuilt. So changing the way that social media companies actually operate, demanding that social media companies, for example, are more transparent, or not rewarding social media companies that are built on outrage. And we've seen cases where that works. So Facebook did change when there were earlier efforts to you know, delete Facebook, which it didn't get deleted, right? It's still there. But when that gained public awareness, they did engage in some of these acts. And so I think that public pressure has to be part of it. And it's the only thing that many of these companies are going to respond to is monetary incentives or regulatory incentives. And people do actually have some control over each of those.
Yeah, I wondered, do you have examples you can share with us? Are there, you know, instances you've seen where user interventions have resulted in some sort of either response or some sort of positive behavior?
So as I said, the delete Facebook, God, was that 10 years ago already? Facebook did make some changes. Now, they might have been ephemeral, but so too was that movement. I think that when you see, after Elon Musk purchased X, Twitter, then X, his entire user base changed. And it had implications for advertising revenue, in part because of the work that Imran's organization did. But that was also user behavior and has real implications, real financial implications.
Absolutely. So I want to turn us to another question. Who faces consequences for disinformation today? Are there examples, kind of digging into this question a bit more, of, you know, like what are the examples we have seen of any consequences that are faced for allowing disinformation to remain online, to flourish, to be amplified, to reach the wrong users?
Are you asking consequences or accountability? I mean, because the consequences, as Imran had made clear, are vivid. Teenage girls who are being, you know, screwed around by Facebook, which knows darn well that the stuff, you know, the images they're throwing on there about these, you know, lithe, blonde, statuesque models, you know, can't be duplicated by all and will lead to other problems. We have a neighbor who moved to San Diego a year and a half ago. The daughter had been hiding a severe case of anorexia all during COVID, and a lot of it, everybody's now convinced had to do with all the free time she had and looking at Facebook and looking at all these images and hanging out at home in, you know, baggy sweatpants, and nobody knew the extent of the problem. And moved out to San Diego because there was no half-decent program apparently here, and now she's doing well. But, you know, those are the consequences. Has there been any accountability? No. I mean, Facebook was dragged before various congressional committees, and there was the whistleblower, who you may remember, who leaked all that internal documentation to the Wall Street Journal and went on 60 Minutes, but nothing happened.
Emily, do you want to add anything to this question of consequences?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time of thinking of actual consequences for bad behavior.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't agree. I think it's definitely true that those with the most power often face the fewest consequences. But I don't think that's what the last few years has been showing. I think that's where we started. I think it was the kids. I think it was individuals, society that was bearing the consequences. We were bearing paying the price of the negative externalities generated by these businesses. I think then we started holding accountable actors, bad actors. There was a flurry of work done on bad actor analysis and who are the main people, and people start to understand. And I actually think that has started over time to become responsibility for platforms and systems. You know, I've been doing this work. I set up CCDH in 2016. The truth is, I set it up in 2016. It wasn't CCDH. It was me sitting in my sweatpants at home, trying to work out how the system worked, looking at the mathematics of amplification on these platforms and trying to work it out. I launched CCDH in 2019. After 2 years of talking directly to the platforms and all the people who worked in government affairs. I mean, when I worked in Parliament, I was a special advisor. I sat at the cabinet table as the main advisor on foreign policy. You know, I was a senior role. And all my other friends who had senior roles, they went to work for the platforms. Because it was a great place to work in 2016, 2017. The best paid jobs that you could get. And I'd go and talk to them. I'd be like, bro, this is what I'm finding. What are we going to do about it? And they'd go, come on, you come in, you speak to our guys. If they hear what you've just told me, we'd change things overnight. And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to fix the world. And then it took me 2 years to realize I was being gaslit. And I was like, mother budgers. And I thought, I am going to go and launch something. I'm going to tell the world that I'm finding. And I think there are a whole bunch of heroes, from Frances Haugen and others, and people in this room, and yourselves as well, and NewsGuard, who I've known since your early days when I talked to you guys. I think there's a whole bunch of people that have started to make people understand that it's systems. And actually, the Online Safety Act and the Digital Services Act are systems legislation. They look at systems, not content. The Online Harms Act that the Canadians seek to promulgate, that Carney said that he would, and that I bloody well hope he does, is a systems bill. I think in the US, you're seeing increasing states promulgating legislation. Ironically, Republican states faster than Democrat states. In the US, the biggest defenders of Section 230 have actually been Obama Democrats, who had that weird little coalition with Zuckerberg. They were the ones who first started fighting them in the White House. It wasn't the Republicans, guys. That's only in the last year or so. So actually, there's been work done all over the world. And I think that as they start to be held more accountable, that's why we're seeing them spending $300 million on an election campaign, buying gold orbs for the president, suing their detractors. I wasn't the first to be sued. It was an academic at New York University. She was sued by Meta. Laura Edelson, right? Laura, yeah. Actually, we used, because they didn't end up filing against it, we used all the work that they'd put together, her lawyers had put together, in my case against X Corp, which helped us to win. Now they're seeking to deport enemies. They're seeking to literally turn this into a geopolitical issue. What was the first speech that Vance gave when he became vice president? He went to Munich and he told them, online safety legislation is an act of war against our country, like it's against our foreign policy. I think the reason why they are writhing and squirming and acting in ever more insane ways is because the age of accountability is inevitable. We are getting closer every day.
And I've told my team I will not do more than 10 years as CEO of CCDH. If I haven't finished my job in 10 years, I probably wasn't good enough to do it in the first place. So I've got 3.5 years to go. I'd bet my bottom dollar that I'll get there by the end of 10 years.
I love this hopeful note. So let's turn to audience questions now. We've had such a dynamic discussion, and I'm sure there are a lot of questions for the three of you. And do we have our microphones available? Yes, okay, so we have a question here in the front row.
Hi. Hi, Angie with the International Fact Checking Network. My question is, I find the issue of legislation in Section 230 to be very compelling, and I'm hearing more and more talk about it, as I said earlier. Yet, when I talk to colleagues from around the world, they seem to have like policy communities that approach their governments and advocate on behalf of truth and information for the public good. And it feels to me like we don't have that in the US, or we don't have much of it. And I would love to hear all your perspectives on this, especially when it comes to news organizations or news organizations in concert with other stakeholders. Do we have the infrastructure in place to advocate for information as a public good?
I think it's such an interesting question, particularly for Jim, who's really, done his own advocacy for the truth.
You know as well as I mean, we do have infrastructures in a way. There are trade associations and representing newspapers and broadcasters. We've spent, our little operation spent a lot of time on Capitol Hill, essentially lobbying folks in the early years, just trying to sensitize them to issues. When we heard about this jerk Republican from Georgia sticking in last year this amendment in the military appropriations bill attacking us, we went into action and ultimately won the day last year, barely, passed the House, just rejected in the Senate. And this year, we failed. So I don't think it's a matter of you don't have institutions and people and lobbyists and lawyers you can pay in DC to make the case for you. It's just right now and for the next 3 years, it's a really Sisyphean task.
And I definitely don't think we've got a problem with insufficient lobbyists and lawyers in Washington. Oh my God, it's the worst place in the world to live, it really is. I think, I actually don't necessarily see what you're saying. I think that the EU and UK had some really good tech accountability organizations. They tended to focus on harms, and they were very effective as a result. And that's where we were born from. Obviously, we started in the UK. I moved to the US 6 months in, so 6 years ago, but we started in the UK. The US has an incredibly rich ecosystem of organizations working in this space. And we're embedded in massive networks, and in particular, I think I'll be straight with you, American civil society is some of the most dynamic and impressive operators I've ever worked with in my life. We learn from them overseas. Also, the scale of philanthropy here is terrifying. It's enormous. There's nothing like it anywhere in the world. So if you're looking for capital to be able to sort of, put schemes into place and to put ideas into place in advocacy groups, I do think one of the issues that we've had in the US is that we haven't been able to cohere around a set of solutions. There's been, when I say right at the beginning, there's just not enough of that. There's a lot of I've got an idea, my solution, and if you implement anyone else's solution, that's evil. And I actually think that some of the ethos of civil society here has been really bad. And I think it's in part because we're an immature sector. Tech accountability is a new sector. All of us are in a field that didn't exist 20 years ago. And so, for you, still 10 years or something? Yeah. So I think that as it matures, it will get better at what it does. I would hope so. And as we become more able to respect each other. Also, as we have sufficient capital available individually as organizations, such that we don't feel that we're constantly in internecine fights to the death over funding. And that, again, is about the maturing of a sector. So part of my role, I know, is actually to go out and raise the, make sure that everyone's got enough cash so we can work with each other. Because, yeah, it's a Malthusian thing right now.
But I want us to slightly push back, just very 30 seconds. I think context is everything. As folks here who work at Northwestern are well aware, you guys just decided to write out a check, actually 3 checks, totaling $75 million to Donald Trump, in what ultimately you learned had nothing to do with outrage over anti-Semitism on the campus, had nothing to do with all the other issues that were brought up as hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of research money was withheld from you. It was extortion. And you guys had a tough call to make, and you made it, that you're going to write out 3 $25 million checks. That's the context in which one is operating these days. And Harvard's going to write out a big check. And I forget who else. Brown has written out a big check. Columbia wrote a $200 million check out. It's just, this is a slightly different kettle of fish for another couple of years. That's all I'm saying.
Emily, your thoughts on constituencies for truth?
So completely not with what you were talking about. I just wanted to add to what you were saying. So my co-author and I have an analogy for this, and we both were graduate students at the University of Wisconsin, which, if you're not familiar with, very much cheese-oriented. And so our argument is that it's like Swiss cheese, right? We've seen the Swiss cheese model used in all sorts of other places. We saw it with the pandemic, and we need it too when we're thinking about these kinds of things, because no one solution is enough. It's not going to get user correction. I think it's important. It's not going to get us there. Fact checking undergirds all of this, not going to get us just there. Like, we need all of these things, the and that Imran's talking about. We need to be investing in these things because they work together, they are complementary, and with all of them, you get a delicious sandwich.
With big problems, endorse your sandwich thing, and I love Wisconsin. Just to be clear, I think that when you've got as big a problem as we've got, what in the early days when I started doing this work, it was like, everyone would come up to me, they'd have their brilliant idea for how they'd fix it, and it was always something to do with anonymity. And they were like, if we just had no anonymity, like the internet would be fine. I'm like, actually, some of the biggest assholes on social media are quite happy to tell you their names. And I do think that creating an ecosystem of solutions, of funders, of approaches, of philosophies, and it's just going to take time. And the problem is that we've got little time. I do honestly believe the window's closing. And that's why I work at such pace and why we're so, CCH is quite aggressive as an organization. And you need to have people who are being very aggressive. You need to have the patient academics that are actually putting together the evidence upon which we make really serious decisions. So I just think that this is a sector that needs to grow rapidly, fast. And that's going to be a real challenge for all of us.
Thank you, guys. We have a lot of other questions. Why don't I take a couple, and we'll see if we can kind of group answers together. So we have one in the front here, and then one, the gentleman in the brown blazer, tan blazer.
Thank you guys so much. And I actually was based in the UK when some of the Joe Cox counter-extremism campaigns were being built, and we were helping provide tools and funding and trying to give support. And there were some amazing campaigns that came out of that, as well as, I think, some eye-opening moments of how you could use some of the online tools to understand who was the small but prevalent group purveying some of that hate. As you said, like, a lot of this is from a small group being very active. And because your panel is talking about accountability, this is not an either or, this is an and, yes, and. But, the tools are agnostic until used. It's like saying, oh, guns don't kill people. And you're like, yes, but without the gun. So we don't get the scale of harm without the gun. And same with this, these tools are being used by people with agency to do harm, sometimes very blatantly illegally. There was an article about Grok Grok making images of women naked and children naked. Grok didn't do that without a prompt from a person behind it, and some of that content is blatantly illegal when it comes to child sexual abuse imagery law. And I'm wondering, in your discussions of accountability, when you're saying, yes, the platforms need to be more accountable, but then how do we, with all this information, we actually have more user data of who is perpetrating illegal harms or purveying some of the most downstream real-world harms-related sides of using these tools for harm. How do we bring that accountability to that level as well to stop people using the tool for blatant harm and illegal purposes?
Thank you so much. And then let's go ahead and take this question as well.
Thank you so much for the panel. I've sort of been thinking about accountability in terms of how power is delegated through society and then made answerable and explainable to other actors in society. And in a democracy, at the end of the day, when you trace all those paths of delegation back up to their root, it's an election process where we collectively delegate the authority and the power to a larger entity that then does all the delegation in society, and that government sets the stage and the conditions that allow the platforms to operate in the way that they're operating. So, if you sort of think about that whole process, I'm curious what the panel makes of the tension between that and the fact that this problem undermines our capacity to have fair, good elections. At the end of the day, accountability in a democracy is about the election, but this problem undermines the election. So how do we thread that needle?
Okay, so two really interesting questions. One kind of getting to user accountability for using the tools in clearly harmful ways. And then an interesting question about the relationship of accountability to democracy. And I want to take my moderator's privilege to problematize your question a little bit. In my view, I don't think a democracy is only about our responsibility to vote and then sort of delegate the rest of those powers. I see civic responsibility as something far broader, including, insisting on our right to the truth, including, holding our government accountable when it fails to do what we need it to do, but it has to be conceived of as broader than voting. And yet I think your question contains a really interesting point about the relationship of platform accountability and democracy. Yeah.
So thank you for the very tough questions. I think I'm going to go back to what we were talking about this morning, which for those of you who weren't there, we spent a lot of time talking about we need to figure out what the common ground is and start building coalitions that way. And so there's lots of places, we are a very polarized society, undoubtedly so. More so now perhaps than certainly any point in my lifetime. But I still think there's a lot more things, I want to believe there's a lot more things we can agree on than things we disagree on. And so if we can find ways to start with the places we agree, maybe children really are the best place to start, because that is a very innate place and a place where I think people would say we do need to protect our kids from harm. And we're seeing movement on that front. And then using that to build to places where there is more controversy. This is not like the one-day solution, though. This is the months and years of hard work solution. And I think that can be really difficult in a moment where it does feel like things are moving really fast. But I don't know if there's a faster way to answer that.
Can I speak to your question first? So we had some data come out yesterday morning in the New York Times on the Grok stuff. So 4.7 million images were produced in those 10 days on Grok. So if people don't know exactly what happened was, on Christmas Day, Elon said, I am now integrating Grok into, I'm changing the way that Grok works on X. So Grok is a standalone AI LLM, and then it has an account on X in which you can ask at Grok a question, and it will answer it within the X experience itself. He then added the facility that you could click with one button, you could click on someone else's image that they'd posted, and you could ask Grok to edit it. I mean, like, it's really obvious what's going to happen, right? I mean, oh, Jesus. And so 4.7 million images were produced in that period. 65% of them were non-consensual intimate imagery. 3 million. Of those, around 1% were of children. So 4.7 million. Do you ask your investigative, your limited investigative resources and the mechanisms for holding people accountable to go after the 4.7 million douches, but still, like, people who produce those images, or the guy that made it, who created an industrial scale machine for sexual abuse? And that's what it is to strip someone, to take someone's clothes off and to portray them in a sexual way without their permission or consent. It's abuse. Do you go after the guy that built the industrial scale machine for abuse and then, when asked about it, laughed at people? Or do you go after the 4.7 million people? My view is, and like having worked with law enforcement and with the IC in the UK and in other places around the world, like, there's only a limited amount of bandwidth they've got. Go after the guy that created the machine. Surely, hold him accountable. Jeez Louise. And then, yes, there are people who are actually producing. Actually, on Grok itself, there is a ton of CSAM being produced. We work with the IWF and the C3P in Canada and in the US with the HEAP initiative and Thorn. And those guys are telling us that there is mass scale CSAM production on Grok right now. And I think in where it's real CSAM, you go after both. And so, like, it's really about sort of trying to allocate as many, resources, limited resources, in as effective a way as possible, at the same time as there are these people who are producing with asymmetric effect, one tiny change by Elon, and he created an enormous amount of harm, and at the same time, like, stretches the resources of any investigative body that you could have available to you.
Jim, do you have thoughts you want to add on either of these questions?
Not to that. I think from now on, Buffett should bar previous smart panelists from asking incredibly challenging questions.
Okay. I think we have time for a few more audience questions. We have a whole cluster in this back area. What's that? Deb, do you have a question? No, please go ahead. Okay. Why don't you, let's call on this lady in the gray sweater, and then perhaps in the corner. Yes.
I'll keep it short because there's a lot of great questions coming. But tech literacy in government is not super impressive. And if we're talking at all about the accountability falling beyond users to somebody else making choices, we all remember, just pick the moment in your mind that you need to go to think about it. How do you think about tech literacy and how it plays a role in getting somewhere with this?
And then can we also go ahead and take the question from...
My question was more for Mr. Ahmed. How do we sort of deal with the issue of accountability when someone like Keir Starmer thinks adolescence is real? And first of all, it's not an accurate reflection of the incel community in terms of the level of danger, but also that he thought it was a documentary and he's making, I guess, all the high school students watch the series. Like, how do you have accountability when you have politicians who are just kind of not well versed in the subject?
I don't know if Keir did that. I mean, I used to work for the Labour Party many years ago, and the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister is a very, very, very good friend of mine. And I'm pretty certain there are people within government that have a fairly sophisticated understanding of these issues. And that would also answer the other question as well. Just to make clear, yeah, I mean, there are very elderly people in Congress. Oh, my Lord. But I'll tell you a secret as a former staffer. So I was a special advisor. Like, actually, a lot of the analysis work, a lot of the engagement with civil society, a lot of the recommendation papers are written by very smart young people. And so when we go and speak, when we go on the Hill, we speak to legislative directors, we speak to, and they, you know, in a Senate staff, they will literally have a person whose job it is on tech policy. So, I mean, those are big-ass staffs that they have in the Senate. So there are actually people to speak to. Plus, there are the committees and the committee staff as well. So ENC in the House, in the Senate Commerce Committee. And so actually there's a wide array of stakeholders to work with. And then you've got the actual institutions of government. Like some of the smartest people I've ever met on these issues are in state, they're in DHS, they're in different divisions of government. So, I mean, we were meeting with Lena Khan when she was in the FTC under President Biden, and, you know, she really knew her stuff on this, and she was, again, part of that machine. So, yeah, I think sometimes you get some dumb questions asked about finsters by an sort of octogenarian, you know, senator or congressperson, but in the end, there's enough people that you can actually find the right way through. And often what will happen, you know, like at the moment, like Hawley, Graham, Durbin, there's a few others who've become the experts on these issues, and other senators and congresspeople look to them for the answers, and that's what typically, I mean, I remember this in the House of Lords in England. There'd be one lord that everyone would go to for every single amendment and go, how should I vote? Because they wouldn't know themselves, right? They go to the people that are experts. So I think overall, it's very easily mockable if you look at it at a very superficial level, but once you go one level below the actual, you know, the representative, you've got a pretty impressive bunch of people, honestly.
Okay, let's go ahead and take Deb's question. And then we have you over in the blue shirt, yes, with the glasses.
I'm struck by the EU, and imperfect though it is, the efforts at accountability and regulation there, and the concomitant attack on the EU that is only just ramping up and is only sharper and is tech-led. And so I wanted to put that into the conversation to see how you see this question. I mean, there are many reasons why the US and Europe have diverged, but I think you can put the start of that in the 1998 Privacy Act, which at the time didn't seem as significant as it now looks.
And then can we go ahead and just take the question from the person in the blue shirt as well?
I have a question especially for Emily, because you mentioned a lot about like your users' accountability, engaging like user correction on the social media or other social media platforms, because I'm doing research around user correction, user verification, especially focused on the social media and AI users. So according to literature review and also the theory model I'm building on, so you say like, oh, okay, users are, only those users are driven by care about the truth. They are more likely to engage in this kind of, for example, community notes or other user correction or verification. But I would say like there are other factors that might driven them. For example, they are driven by the political ideology or the topics they are interested in, right? And also some of their cognitive thinking abilities. Are they judge the information based upon the facts or based upon just their tuition or political ideology? So how you think about this kind of complex of the factors driven the users to engage in the community nodes, and how we can ensure those like user correction information are correct, not like bias? Yeah.
That is such a great question, because of course sometimes when people correct others, they are in fact incorrect, or they're being driven by politics or misrepresenting or just misunderstanding, right? Like we all make mistakes, we all get things wrong, we all share misinformation. So I think that to make user correction more valuable is kind of a virtuous circle, right? Like when it happens once, it's like, oh, it's a nice one-off thing. Maybe I'm a little bit better informed because we'll say in this case that it was accurate. But it's more about building infrastructures, redesigning, rethinking, and doing our part to contribute to the platforms we would want to be on. And that means fact-checking when it's our side. There's some work by Adam Berinsky that suggests that when we fact-check our own side, we're more convincing, right? Because like, who does that? Who's willing to fact-check their own side? And so I think it's all of us kind of recommitting to kind of two things. One, like truth matters, and two, I'm very convinced by this idea of intellectual humility, that I get stuff wrong and that's okay. And when somebody tells me I'm wrong, I'm like, oops, sorry. And like trying to get past the defensiveness. And I know this is hard, and Gordon will probably tell me that psychologically this is not how people work, but I would like to be optimistic and think we could do better at these things, especially if reminded.
Great. Yeah, I think we need to address the European Union one. It's such an important question.
Well, I mean, technically I'm not a citizen of the European Union anymore as a Brit after Brexit, but I will speak on behalf of Europe, although I won't put on a comedic European accent. I think the look, that's clearly part of the reason why there has been this really powerful tech-fueled backlash against the European Union has been because of the Digital Services Act. I actually think the Digital Services Act and the Online Safety Act, like one of the biggest differences, I think the most important difference between the two, they're both systems bills. Creating transparency, mechanisms for accountability, risk mitigation, you have to publish your risk assessments, all these things. The Commission in Europe is the one that brings investigations, and the Commission is a political body. In the UK, it's Ofcom, which is a non-governmental organisation. It's a quasi-autonomous non-governmental organisation. And I think that that means the Commission's decisions are more they are more subject to political pressures, which is why tariff threats work really well there. You can't tariff threat Ofcom, it's an independent body. And so the government might go, oh my God, please don't do anything crazy, Ofcom, but Ofcom will act on its own. And I do know how that, those Quangos are, there is quite a culture of independence from Quango and Quango decision-making. So I think part of the reason you've seen this really, I think there's two reasons why you've seen such a particularly pointed political attack on the European Union. One is because it works, because the Commission is a political body and has to take into account political considerations in bringing investigations and enforcement action. And two, it's the sheer scale of the market. It's a big ass. I mean, it's 15 years ago, it's funny, and this is the thing about being in America, you forget how miraculous your economy is. 15 years ago, I used to correctly say the European Union is about the same size economically as the United Kingdom, as the United States. The United States is now 60% bigger than the European Union. It's 160% of the European Union's economy. I mean, the pace at which your economy has grown is flabbergasting. And has outpaced Europe by a long way. So, but it's still a substantial amount of economically. So I think that as you see Brussels starting to flex its muscles, learn how to use the regulatory powers afforded to it under the Digital Services Act, I think that you're going to see even more bananas reactions from tech. But I think that they have been smart in choosing issues. I think both the United Kingdom and the European Union in their choices of issues, I think the European Union choosing to fine X for transparency was smart, because it made it very, very clearly hypocritical that the American administration was calling that an act of censorship. It's transparency, literally. And the United Kingdom initiated an investigation into the proliferation of anti-Semitism after a terrorist attack on a synagogue 5 miles from where I grew up in Manchester. And the United States can't be seen to be saying we're chill on anti-Semitism. So actually, they've said nothing in response to the United Kingdom bringing its action, which has been, and also on Grok. Anyone notice that there was absolutely no pushback from all these countries banning Grok, taking sanctions against X? Because they don't want to be on the wrong side of pedophilia either. So I actually think there's been some quite clever politics from regulators around the world in picking issues that make it very clear that if you actually go against it, you expose the hollowness, the irony, the disgusting nature of the claims that it's censorship if you ban child pornography. It's not.
All right, we have, we're almost at time. We have time for just a couple of brief closing thoughts from each of you on our wide-ranging discussion. Is there someone who would like to go first? Emily, could I ask you?
So I'm gonna go back to where I started and say we can do better. And I mean that as a call to action. And I don't mean that as a punitive thing. So if you are not out there doing user corrections, I don't want you to feel called out. I don't want you to feel like you're not doing your part. There's lots of ways of doing this. But I also want us to think kind of proactively about the kinds of systems we want to build and the ways in which the public still holds a lot of accountability mechanisms, whether it's philanthropy, whether it's contacting your elected representatives about something that matters to you, whether it's signing up for NewsGuard's free newsletter. Like, there are things we can do, and I have to continue to believe that each of those little steps do matter. And so there's lots of ways to contribute, and we can all be part of it.
Or buying a copy of Emily's book, Observed Correction, available from all good booksellers.
Jim, closing thoughts?
Reality check, 2 words is the name of the newsletter. Totally free. We don't take any personal information. Please, reality check. Our site's newsguardtech.com, but reality check. Let me think. Last night, a bunch of us were taken out to dinner by Eric, and I sat across from one of our colleagues from Argentina, and I was boring her with the tale of my family past. German Jews, Austrian Jews, everybody fled Hitler. One group wound up in Argentina, and it was not an uncommon development that I faced with not knowing I was Jewish till like I was a teen. Particularly on my Viennese side, they had been through such hell. They just got to New York finally via, I think, Brazil, and they just wanted to turn their back on the past. It just was so horrific. They had lost everything. Then about a few years ago, I learned that one of my favorite playwrights, who died last year, Tom Stoppard, sort of similar. He born in Eastern Europe, I think mom's second marriage, I think to a Brit. They moved to England. He doesn't know until he's world famous and in his 60s that he was Jewish. So I was thinking of that on the way back home last night. And I was thinking of, and his last play called Leopoldstadt is about a Jewish area of Vienna and details the chronicle of this Jewish family and how few of them who survive the Holocaust wind up in England and become sort of very upper class. And it's complicated. It was his last play. But there's another one that I was thinking of as I was driving home on Lakeshore Drive called Night and Day. And it's about journalism. And the primary character, the protagonist, I think his name is George Guthrie, who's kind of a dissolute, cynical, old foreign correspondent and photographer. And there's a line that's always stuck with me from near the end of that play, and this is after he's seen some horrid things, been covering some horrible things. And he says something to the effect of, and for everybody from places around the world that are going through hell right now, like Ukraine, the line is something like, people do awful things to one another, and it's worse when everybody is kept in the dark. And next thing he says is, information is light. So that's sort of what keeps me going. I know all the problems. I know what we're up against, but you know, may prove as naive as our negotiations with Facebook and Google. But that's what keeps me going, and I think should keep a lot of us going, that information hopefully is light.
Thank you. Imran, parting thoughts?
I've said so much already.
you have.
I'm just really grateful to Northwestern and to our hosts for organizing today. I was in Sarasota just before Christmas, giving a speech. Sarasota is such a wealthy town that they host their own TED. It's called Pink. It's adorable. And I opened by telling the story of the 2017 terrorist attack on the Houses of Parliament. a guy drove a car across Westminster Bridge, plowed into dozens of people, killed several, turned his car into Westminster Square, then rammed the gates of Parliament, ran out of his car, and his aim was to run the very short distance to the House of Commons itself, the chamber, and to murder members of Parliament. And he killed one police officer, and then another police officer. Luckily, there was an armed police officer nearby, a close protection officer, and he started shooting. I was in Portcullis House at the time, the building right next to it, and I was there with the chief political correspondent of the BBC, a lady called Laura Ginsberg. She's got one kid, but she's a small Scottish lady, and coppers start running towards us. Back, get to the back of the building. And I looked to the back of the building where they're sending us. I looked back at Laura. She'd started running towards the gunfire. I remember thinking in that moment, oh yeah, that's what a journalist is. They run towards the gunfire. And every day I ask myself the same question. Are you running away, Imran? Are you running towards? Because my job's to run towards. And I think it's a question worth asking yourself every day. I think most of you have already answered that question for yourselves. It's why we gather in rooms like this and we start to plot how we can be more effective. But I am very grateful to be in a room full of people and on a panel full of people who've chosen to run towards the gunfire. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. It's been such an incredible discussion.